Good afternoon and welcome to America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale and we are here in South Ozone Park, Queens Aqueduct Racetrack as we have great racing from across the country to bring you on today's show, including a Kentucky Derby prep in Oldsmar, Florida. Tampa Bay Downs will feature the Sam F. Davis, 10 points on the line to the winner of that and a couple of greatest stakes to boot coming from Oaklawn. But the 3-year-old New York breds will be on display today here at the Big A, the Gander Stakes, going a mile as we will see a good matchup between these 7 3-year-olds as I welcome in my good matchup to my left. That is Mr. Anthony Stabile, affectionately known as the Big A. Big A, welcome to the show, and what a great program we have on today's.
Yeah, fantastic Saturday of racing across the country. We get to see some Derby points on the line, like you said, Maggie, down in the Sam F. Davis. One of the most contentious renewals of the Sam F. Davis I can ever remember. Only one horse has run locally at Tampa Bay down in Oldsmar, Florida. More often than not, you see some more local flair. But, yeah, should be some fun. We'll go out to Oaklawn. We got the Gander. What a cool horse he was. We had the feature on the program yesterday.
Well, you mentioned it. Gander, a millionaire New York bred campaign by John Terranova. He took 2 editions of the Empire Classic, but one that's looking to maybe emulate his older brother who won the Empire Classic and the Cigar Mile. Bold Journey, the younger brother to American Revolution. He will try to recreate this maiden-breaking performance off the private purchase and move to the Bill Mott barn. He dominated this field last time out, Anthony.
He absolutely did, and like you mentioned, half-brother, older brother, American Revolution, was dominant when he took the Cigar Mile right over this surface at the Big A. Bold Journey looked great last time. One of the horses he's going to face today is the horse that beat him in their debuts, G. Munnings. And we'll see if they both can handle the mile, the stretch out, right? And that's going to be the big question in here. A lot of these horses haven't faced the mile yet. A couple have. Boss making boss moves. Won the last race of the year at the Big A, going the flat mile. So we'll see. They all have some questions to answer. But if Bold Journey moves forward off that maiden win, yeah, we could see a little bit of a New York bred star in the making here this afternoon.
Yeah, he absolutely brings the fastest figure into this Gander, and we'll see. He has a pedigree to stretch out. Might have to do it in a different way, though. Let's see if he can rate from the outside. Maybe he doesn't have to. But racing coming up right now from Oaklawn, their first race coming up. It is a non-2 life for the 20, and we do see even money right now on the fresh gelding off the fresh claim from Carl Broberg. That's number 5, Shack's Way in here. He does come in with the fastest race, facing, though, 10,000 non-2 life.
And he's been in some top barns already in his career, Maggie. Started his career with Brad Cox, was claimed from Brad by Robertino Diodoro, and now he's in the Carl Broberg barn. Carl Broberg having a little bit of a tough time of it so far down in Hot Springs. Just 2 for 40-something going into the big weekend of racing across the country. And even money, fresh gelding. He's had 5 weeks since his last effort, so that's plenty of time for the gelding. And he's going to double up in class here. Even money's a tough price to take on this horse today.
I would agree. There's some interesting propositions here. We did see the scratch of number 2, Incorruptible, but he was going to go first off the claim for Paul Holthus. And you mentioned, you know, the big racing that we have coming up there. We will see in the Razorback, speaking to kick off this post-race momentarily, a Steve Asmussen trainee, winner of last year's Arkansas Derby Superstock.
Kind of flying under the radar a little bit. One of 3 newly turned 4-year-olds going to run in that Razorback against the older, more seasoned horses. That's going to be a fantastic race later on today.
Can't wait. As we kick things off here, though, now with 5 Dreams, Joel Rosario off of the disappointing effort, back on, blinkers added.
Yeah, speaking of Steve Asmussen, Rosario rides, blinkers on, drop to 20. We'll see if he can get the job done as the second choice.
That something is coming in off of a poor performance, though. Pace collapse.
Just missed 2 back, 1 more forward. We'll see if Alex Cancheri could be more forward today.
At Oklahoma bred, as a turn back is number 4, Bitcoin Baker.
Also a 3-year-old running against older. We'll talk about that throughout the show today, and this horse comes out of a money allowance race.
Well, this guy's a 5-year-old, but he's also a new gelding, and he's your even money favorite.
Fresh gelding, raising in class. First time for the Broberg barn. We'll see how he does at a short price.
Violent Gigi also first off the claim on his toes, looking very good in the post parade.
Third off a 3.5-month break. This horse is a little bit sneaky in here, and the square price at 5-1.
Yeah, it was the favorite last time, and you're getting paid today. As number 7 is Alpine Ghost. He is second off of the layoff and drops a bit in class.
Yeah, cuts in half, actually. This horse had a good maiden race in Indiana Grand. That makes him a contender here.
Second off the claim is Wherever He Is.
Yeah, another horse dropping down just a tick. Last time for this level, set the pace before tiring.
Jumping back up in class is number 9, The Feature. He comes in as a fresh gelding 2 for Jason Barkley.
This is a quick turnaround as a gelding, right? This horse was in January 28th. We'll see how the raising class does for him.
Road Bible goes out for Federico Villafranco. I thought had a little bit of trouble in his last start.
Yeah, this horse has run at a lot of racetracks in Churchill Downs, Remington Park, Oaklawn Park, Keeneland, Ellis Park. You see all these races on the card. Had some traffic last time out, gets an outside draw. Santana stays.
All right, we'll have more on this race coming up in just a bit. Make sure you stay tuned as that opener from Oaklawn out in Hot Springs is coming up after this short break on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. Do so here in race number 1 at Oaklawn Park. 9-2 life for the $20,000 claiming tag. 6 furlongs on obviously the only track out there, which is fast today. But we still see Shack's Way, number 5 in here, Anthony, holding firmly as your current favorite. 3-2 on this horse, who was the beaten favorite last time. And as we mentioned before the break, a 5-year-old that's only making his 6th career start.
Yeah, started as a 3-year-old back on Leap Day in 2020. Boy, what a different world we were living in back then. And now, yeah, it's been a while. It's taken him a lot of time to get to this 5th start, to this 6th start, I should say. And you see the money starting to come in now, Maggie. 5 Dreams down to 3-1 on the rail, the number 1. The 10 Road Bible at the same price at 3-1. That even money was probably something that was way too short on Shack's Way. I think we were both surprised to see him that low. And, you know, when a barn wins as prolifically as Carl Broberg does, 100 wins plus last year, 20%, and they're struggling at a barn like this, I tend to stay at a meet like this. I tend to stay away and try to find some alternatives. And I think the public's landed on the right 2 alternatives.
But Shack's Way was flattered by the fact that the horse that soundly beat him in Waberjad came back and won a starter allowance to improve his figure to an 82. So, you know, he's flattered, but for a horse that, like you said, seems to run by appointment only, people are going to. Now, you like the one in here, Five Dreams. Why?
I like Five
He's
Dreams.
going the wrong way, isn't he?
I liked Five Dreams a little bit. The horse I was more interested in was Road Bible off the little bit of traffic last time. If he gets back to the race at Remington in the allowance race, I think he might be okay in here. I would lean with Road Bible. I'd lean to the number 10 in here. 7-2 is a square enough price, I think. And maybe he can stay out of that trouble with the outside draw today.
He did. He got shuffled back to last going into the turn. He kind of let everybody sort themselves out, had to steady a bit, swung wide, and ran on mildly. We'll see, though, that race, the second place finisher came back in a similar spot, Ernie Banker, and disappointed at a short price yesterday. So we'll see what shakes out here as we throw it out to Vic Stauffer. He will bring you the call of this opener from Oaklawn Park.
And Road Bible. They're at the post. They're off. The feature stumbled badly. Road Bible wins the break from Five's Dreams and Shack's Way. Alpine Ghost in the mix, these 4 across the track. Then Wherever He Is and a Recovering the Feature, followed by Violent Geechee and That's Something, and the trailer is Bitcoin Banker. 3 of them kick on and will match strides with Five Dreams at the rail, a neck in front of Shack's Way and a 3-wide Alpine Ghost. Those 3 are now 2 lengths clear of Wherever He Is, Road Bible, a 4-wide the Feature, and Violent Geechee at the rail. Then it's 4 lengths further back to Bitcoin Banker, and desperately last is That's Something. Around the far turn, Five Dreams has the lead. It is Five Dreams, just a neck in front of Shack's Way in second. The Feature runs a big one after a stumbling start, and he's 3 deep and within a good chance. 2.5 to Violent Geechee and Road Bible, top of the stretch. Five Dreams leads. The Feature comes after him in second. Five Dreams a length and a half in front. The Feature is second, Wherever He Is, and Road Bible, but Five Dreams is getting away now. Violent Geechee has moved up into second, but it's Five Dreams, a 16th out with a 3.5 length advantage. Violent Geechee second, Five Dreams in front. Five Dreams won by 2.5. Violent Geechee was second. It's close for third between Wherever He Is and a flying That's Something.
That's why he is your champion jockey of 2020, rolling into 2021 in the right style. Joel Rosario took no prisoners today with Five Dreams. This horse had never seen the lead, Anthony, in any of his previous starts, though blinkers going on, I think, made a huge difference. Despite them just being a shortcut blinker, Joe was very aggressive from that inside post position.
He used to have more tactical speed, Maggie, and he lost it. And that's the worst thing. When you see a horse lose their speed, it's like a shortstop losing their legs.
Absolutely.
It's trouble, right? But you know what? I wonder now. You look back, and this is what we do. We redboard a little bit. You see Joel rode this horse last time for the first time. Maybe he says this. Maybe he says to the assistant, "Hey, put a pair of blinkers on this horse next time." And that is the result, my friend. Right to the top. Flag falter, that's all.
That's right, as we will bring you those official prices coming from Oaklawn Park, but we have live racing action here right behind us at the Big A. Second race, non-3 for 25, going a mile for the fillies, kicking off the post parade, ace number 1, Matula.
Yeah, part of the entry in here. Matula's another one. She has plenty of speed. Didn't show it last time. We'll see if she's part of the run and gun entry from the rail. Stretching
out a little bit and ridden by Kendra Carmouche is number 1A, High School Crush.
Yeah, she's a little interesting, right? The stretch out makes her a little interesting, I think. We'll see if Kendra keeps her in close proximity. She was claimed for this level 2 back.
Off the layoff is Girl of Toscanova's. Charlie Baker looks to go back-to-back.
She's been another appointment only the last half a dozen starts of her career, but there's a version of her that would absolutely crush these. She's dead on the board right now at 5-1.
And there is Tappin' Z. She is 7 to 1?
Yeah, you'll see her nice and easily on the track. She's as gray as it gets.
Number 4, another stretch out. Betty Smile, aggressive ride by Jackie Davis. Does she do it here, going from the 6 to a mile?
Yeah, that rail run helped her last time, aided by the bias. We'll see if she could do it again on a little bit more of a fair track.
Second off the bench and off the back of a win is the Glenmore.
Another who rode the bias last time. I think the Glenmore might have a little more upside and does have the win at the flat mile. 2, actually.
And a little chilly on the board is number 6, Carrot.
I am stunned that this horse is 4 to 1 in here, because this filly, her races 2, 3, maybe even 4 back, make her a major player if that version of Girl of Tuscanova we were talking about doesn't exist anymore. She is absolutely the horse to beat, and she is as quiet as Girl of Tuscanova. The tote board here right now, Maggie, is the story, right?
Yeah.
I mean... And she's going up. She's 9 to 2 now, Carrick. I thought Carrick was going to be 5 to 2, 2 to 1 in this race.
I mean, could it be her last race indicating that she's going the wrong way?
Maybe.
Because that was a bad performance. It was a dead rail, and she didn't break that sharply, but Eric got her off the rail, and she had no response, and that race won that day by a big long shot in 39 to 1. Pendolino. As we check in for the first time today, former champion jockey Richard Migliori, as he is standing by trackside.
Thanks, Maggie. Just a lovely day here at Aqueduct. A little breeze coming off of Jamaica Bay, but it's unseasonably warm. And just really, really happy to be down here by the winner's circle. Let's start talking with the one, Matula from the Merton Cantermassi barn. Just couldn't look any better. You know, this time of year, Maggie, as you know, you start looking at horses' coats. We're in the throes of winter, even though today is an unseasonably warm day. And this horse's coat is terrific. Just not, you know, hasn't turned at all. Really well put out. Elka Cantermassi deputizing for his brother, who is in Dubai right now. Saw a picture posted with him with champion jockey Frankie Dettori. But the one is going to be my pick. Love the warm-up under Dylan Davis. Got a great gallop. Really got into the bridle. And just, again, going back to her coat, really very well turned out. The 2 from the Charlie Baker barn, Girls of Tuscanova. Another one very well turned out. Longer, rangier filly, stretching back out to the mile. Charlie Baker looking to sweep the early double, just narrowly won the first race, defeating a Rudy Rodriguez trainee who also has the 5 in here, and that's the Glenmore, who looks fantastic. Was a bit rammy in the paddock, kind of running over the groom a little bit, but settled in nicely once got the tack on, and looked really good on the racetrack under Trevor McCarthy, Maggie.
Yeah, that warm-up did look really good, Meg. I agree. But as you were saying, Anthony, she just had everything her own way and aided by the bias last time. Now, is she fast enough, though, to get to the lead here once again? Probably not with Betty Smile.
Absolutely not, right?
Yeah.
Betty Smile. And let's not forget, this entry is, they're both owned by Bob Amendola. So this will be I would imagine, I don't want to say for certain, but I would imagine Matula is in here to make sure, especially with the rail draw, to make sure there's some pace on in here for High School Crush. If you look at this entry, you dissect this entry, you would imagine that High School Crush is the one. The barn is trying to get into the winner's circle. The stretch out, dropping back in from where she was claimed. She's the one that makes the most sense, especially when you can utilize the speed of Matula. She can keep the 4 Betty Smile company. She could take the Glenmore. The Glenmore is not that fast, but both of her wins. And I picked the Glenmore in here, so I'm kind of arguing against myself.
Wait, what?
I picked the Glenmore in here, but the Glenmore's both of her wins came on moderate paces on the front end. She can't see the lead in here unless both Matula and Betty Smile are rated, and that you would imagine one of the two, if not both, are going to go. I picked the Glenmore thinking that she could work out the right trip behind that speed and hold off the Carricks and Girl of Tuscanovas of the world. Boy, the tote board's telling you that those 2 fillies, the last 2 fillies and mares I mentioned, Carrick and Girl of Tuscanova, they knew. Well, right now they don't know, because I could never imagine we're seeing either price on those fillies today.
Well, let's take a look at Girl of Tuscanova. Her start 2 back, in which did take place at Finger Lakes, and she was the heavily favored but defeated here. So why, I mean, is it a negative that she, relatively speaking, she comes back kind of at a similar price to what we last saw on the Naira circuit back on September 24th?
Yeah, this is a bad race. This is not, you look at the fig, you say, oh, she ran a 64 fig, she was second beaten ahead. She's got to win. She doesn't want to go by Steal My Heart on the front end. She just does not want to go by her. She has every chance the last 1/8 of a mile. And then she comes back with the subpar effort at Belmont. And now here's the other problem. February of 2020 to October of 2020. She runs twice. October of 2020 to August of 2021. She runs 3 times. September of 2021 to February of 2022. 5 races in a couple of years. It's an issue.
Yeah, everybody says stay away, but look, Charlie Baker, he just went with a 23-to-1 shot in today's opener. So he knows how to get it done. He also knows how to get horses to win off of the layoff. You going with the Glenmore, looking to go back-to-back here for Rudy Rodriguez. And we see Meg on number 1, Matula. We'll see how much speed she has from the rail with Dylan Davis. This does have pick 3 and pick 4 wagering. We're going to get to your cross-country pick 5 ticket coming up soon. Looking forward to that.
We'll give the MiG the 1A too, just in case he needs a little insurance policy. He can have the high school crush as well.
Yeah, I thought she was actually the interesting one of the duo, as we will send it up to our track announcer, John Embrial, as he'll bring you the call of race number 2 from the Big A.
Waiting for the Glenmore and Carrick. There in the gate. And they're off. The Glenmore, Carrick, High School Crush. It's the Glenmore and High School Crush, and they are 1-2. Tappan Zee the Gray is in 3rd. Matula's down on the inside running in 4th. Betty Smile moves up from 5th. Carrick Brokewell now back in 6th, and Girl of Tuscanova is the trailer. They've made the crossover from the chute to the main track. And on the outside, it is the Glenmore, and down at the rail, it is Tappan Zee. The quarter went in 23 and 2. The front 2 have 2 lengths on High School Crush in 3rd. Betty Smile is alongside in 4th. A little more than a length to Girl of Toscanova, who now has advanced on the outside up into 5th. Matula runs in 6th, and the trailer is Carrick. Up front, a 3-way battle. High School Crush moving up in between horses. Tappan Zee's down at the rail. The Glenmore on the outside. Just in behind is Betty Smile running in 4th. Opening half one in 47 and 2 as they go into the far turn. It is High School Crush with the lead over the Glenmore. And now on the outside, Girl of Toscanova moves up into 3rd as they continue around the far turn with High School Crush and Girl of Toscanova. And now Carrick is on the move from the back of the pack. They're at the quarter pole now. Girl of Toscanova down at the rail. High School Crush. Carrick is on the outside. It is Girl of Toscanova who has now taken the lead inside the 3/16 pole. Girl of Toscanova in front. High School Crush back running in 2nd. Carrick is 3rd. The others are far behind. And it is Girl of Toscanova who is drawing away here in the stretch. Girl of Toscanova proves much the best. Carrick runs 2nd. High School Crush finished 3rd.
And Anthony, this is a case of they did not know. 7-2 on this filly for Charlie Baker, taking both halves of the early double.
Maggie, they didn't know. We didn't know. Tappan Zee and the Glenmore set the pace in here.
What? Matula just doesn't have any speed anymore.
No. And the 2 horses who were dead on the board, DOB as we like to fondly call it, do all of the running in here. 7-2 on Girl of Toscanova. At the end of the day is the earliest Christmas present in the history of Christmas presents, and Carrick rounds out the exacta. And you know what, Maggie? They beat the field, the rest of them, a long way.
Long way back to 4th as we see Georgie Vargas up in the irons for Charlie Baker. Charlie, good numbers with these layoff horses as well, padding that stat just a bit, and he is just firing on all cylinders for this Aqueduct meet.
Yeah, everything's going well. Winning it right around 25% right now, and these horses, the horse that won the first was game as a horse could be today, and this filly, Jorge Vargas, took a look at around the 5/16 pole, and we had that great view on the far turn here, and you could just tell he was in a rocking chair position. Once he dropped her head and let her roll, this thing was history.
Do you, with Kendrick Carmouche, do you think he moved a little bit too early with High School Crush?
I mean, in hindsight, it wouldn't have mattered, but yeah, I mean, he got aggressive. I think the race unfolded in a strange way. He didn't see his entry mate Matula up there. The Betty Smile was nowhere to be found. So I think he probably assumed that the pace was a little slow with those two horses nowhere around it, and he took advantage of it. I'm not going to blame a guy for being aggressive. And in the end, getting beat 10 lengths, it wouldn't have mattered.
This is back over at Oaklawn. Their opener, it was number 1, 5 Dreams. Blinkers going on, getting the win for trainer Steve Asmussen. Joel Rosario in the irons. Number 6, Violent Gigi rounds out the exacta, but wherever he is at 55-1, rounds out the try. Nearly $1,000 for a $2 trifecta.
All button, your best friend there.
Yes, sir. 1, 6, all. As we will have live racing too from Tampa Bay Downs, their preview day. The Sam F. Davis as 3-1 on the morning line. Classic Causeway. He was all the rage up at Saratoga. Has yet to win since. Can he get back on track for his 3-year-old bow?
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cash Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's gonna do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and a wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Spending your Saturday afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races, as we saw girls of Toscanova in off of the near 5-month layoff get the win. Jorge Vargas like a statue in the irons as Charlie Baker with the hot hand taking both halves of this early double at the Big A, and he is standing by with our very own Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. Here with Charlie Baker. We were talking before we came on camera, over 1,600 career victories. Charlie, girls of Toscanova was just very good. She looked like she was a winner every step.
Yeah, she's been training pretty good. She's been training good. She doesn't run that often a year or per year, so we figure we put her in a spot where she can be more advantageous to her to get a win. So we put her in for 25, but she's definitely a better horse than the competition we face today.
Charlie, you won the first race with Jockey Heeman Harkey. Here you win with Jorge Vargas. You're a guy who gives a lot of different guys a shot. You seem pretty comfortable with everybody.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable. I mean, if they got a horse, all of them will be okay. You know, I mean, the better riders make better decisions, but at the end of the day, riders riding in New York, they all can get a job done. So pretty much anyone can get a job done if they got horses. So basically, same thing with trainers, you know.
Well, it is horse racing. Yeah. But Charlie, you were at Finger Lakes for many years, and it's been my experience that so many good horse trainers come out of Finger Lakes. What do you think the secret to that is?
You know what? I think we start right at the bottom, and we start with sore horses, and we appreciate getting better, our quality stock, and I mean, there's good trainers that we learn from down there. Michael S. Ferrara, a lot of guys came from Andre Studelich, the Englards, and all of us. So he's a great trainer. I think he is, Michael S. Ferrara. So we all came from all of that too. So we all develop a, just to build a horse from start, scratch to hop. So that's, I think, basically we learn from a good horseman.
Well, another good horseman out of Finger Lakes, Charlie Baker, sweeps the early double, and he's done. He can rest on his laurels for the rest of the day, Maggie.
Yeah, that's it.
Go have a drink, Charlie, as he's done. But Charlie, just a tremendous horseman. And as they were saying, we saw in the piece, if you're watching yesterday's show, I want to welcome those who are joining us on the Fox Sports app. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, Richard Migliori, and the rest. But Dave Donk mentioned, at Finger Lakes, you learn to do everything. As Charlie was saying, you start from the bottom, you start grooming, and you just learn your horsemanship skills just from that early start.
And what you love about Charlie is Charlie doesn't really mince words, right? Sore horses that have problems. The stars of the sport, more often than not at racetracks like Finger Lakes, but you have to learn somewhere, and it's easier to when you have a hobby. Or I used to bowl all the time. You bowl with people that are better than you, right? You golf with people that are better than you. That's how you learn. It's a little different here. You have to learn kind of the other way around. You have to take the problem children, and you have to kind of build and learn how to take care of the claiming horses and the lower level horses to learn how to take care of the better horses and earn the better horses, right? It's horse racing, like Richie said.
And Charlie has done that. He has claimed horses and made them stakes horses. Glass Ceiling comes to mind immediately. Joking, Grade 1 winner as she, just 2 starts ago, won the Garland of Roses. But Aqueduct's not the only track we're covering today. We're out at Hot Springs as well as Tampa Bay Downs, as we will bring you the second race coming up from Oaklawn. It is a maiden 50. I thought a really interesting event, going the mile, so it does have that early finish line at the 16th pole, and we will take a look at several of these, and several of them, Anthony, stretching out in distance.
Yeah, several stretching out in distance, and again, Maggie, something we talked about a little bit earlier, 3-year-olds running against the older horses now. Something you're not used to seeing. We actually have a race on the card here at the Big A later on, a maiden claiming race where the same thing's happening. I think it's something you really need to keep in mind when you're handicapping these races.
So are you against the younger horses?
I don't deal in absolutes, but for the most part, yes.
I would agree. They get a slight
I picked one at Aqueduct later on. But,
and then sometimes you're dealing with more upside with the 3-year-olds. A lot of times they're showing what they already are when they're 4 and maybe 5. But there's that step of improvement that you often look for with the 3-year-olds.
Yes, no question about it. You just have to, again, I don't deal in absolutes. I think it's the worst thing to do in horse racing is deal in absolutes. So you got to take case by case, but more often than not, no, I don't want the 3-year-olds like Mr. Frost.
Mr. Frost kicking things off, taking the blinkers off, cannot get out of the gate, and he'll have to do so from the inside.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that from the rail and stretching out for the first time.
Well, number 2 in here is another gray horse. This one I should say, Tap It. Sire Frosted. Best time will switch from turf to dirt. This one's got one heck of a pedigree, Anthony.
This is Cavassier's full brother.
Yep.
Yeah.
Winner of the Withers. Out of the champion Take Charge, Brandy comes back as a new gelding, getting Lasix. I think the most interesting horse, number 3, Gunstone. Let's get back to him, but number 4 is Brody Boucher. Yeah,
a couple of dirt efforts, not very good. Going to stretch back out to the mile, try to 2 back, and just was losing ground from the half-mile pole home.
Exactly. As number 5 is King of Sting. I thought on January 8th, not a day you wanted to be too far outside.
Great name, though. One of Apollo Creed's half a dozen nicknames from the Rocky saga.
I love it. As number 6 is Reserve, stretching back out, second off the bench.
Yeah, this horse might be a little interesting. Second time for the tag, getting back to the mile. I thought this horse had a little bit of a chance today at a good price.
Here's your drop-down Cronus for Jason Barkley.
Yeah, another fresh gelding. We've seen that a lot at Oaklawn today. Fresh gelding, second off 2.5-month break.
Portsmouth will go out for Rudolph Brissett, getting Lasix and dropping.
And co-favorite here is one of those 3-year-olds as he drops and ships in from Southern California.
Benedictus, a 5-year-old.
Second time out, stretching out. The 5-year-old did not get to the races until this season.
One that has more turf pedigree, but River Redemption, he's back on the dirt here off the claim for Gennaro Garcia.
Yeah, really a wonderful pedigree. You see him in for the tag for the 4th consecutive start. First time for Garcia. I thought Garcia's numbers would have been a little bit better off the claim. I was a little surprised by that, but still a good clip at 16%.
Well, as promised, we'll get back into this race a bit more. I know I want to discuss number 3, Gunstone, in here for Johnny Ortiz and Ricardo Santana, but you'll have to wait for the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races continues. We want to thank those who are joining us, Bally SoCal, as well as those viewing on the Fox Sports app. And we have live racing coming up from Oaklawn Park, claiming 50, going the mile. And let's talk about number 3 in here, Anthony, Gunstone. He debuted on a sloppy track going the 6 furlongs, son of Quality Road out of a Bernardini mare. John Ortiz, who is having a great meet thus far, he has won on the Derby Trail, Rubber Road, for the same, wait, no, not these same connections, but he does train a lot for Short Leaf. With non-first-time starters making their first start at a route distance in a maiden claiming level, he's 6 for 19 with a 369 ROI.
Fantastic figures. Those are great stats. Yeah, this horse gets Lasix for the first time. We're seeing this more and more, Maggie, these horses debuting as 4-year-olds, right? We had one in here debut as a 5-year-old. So as the game changes, I don't think you need to be as concerned with that as you may have been 10, 12, 15 years ago. This horse was, the comment is reluctant to load, broke out even, was the last one in that day. Things like that concern me. You don't get a horse to the races until their 4-year-old year. The other thing that surprised me right now, again, and we're going to talk about the tote board, didn't you think this horse was going to take some more money than he's taking right now? I did. With his pedigree stretching out, the Lasix, second-time starter. I thought this was going to take a little more money. I was surprised.
Absolutely. I just thought he was green last time. He was kind of on the wide hunt throughout, and he was encouraged by Ricardo Santana, and he just kind of stayed on, and he just looked like a big galloping type that was crying out for more distance. But it's a big field, and I thought there were other interesting propositions here. Let's talk about the favorite, Portsmouth. Talking about stats, Rudolph Brissett, first after trainer switch, maiden special weight to maiden claiming. It's a small sample, 1 for 11. And he is in an unenviable position of getting these horses from Bob Baffert. Granted, he was beaten at Los Al by 1-5 shot in his last start.
2 7-horse fields and a 5-horse field. Straight 2-year-olds. Ships, drops from Bob Baffert. Has to deal with the older horses, has to deal with another 2 turn. Now, this 2 turns a lot different than that Los Al 2 turns, where when you go to mile at Los Al, there's some time to settle. It's a much bigger race. It's the longest stretch in the country. This is a little bit different. That turn's going to come up on him pretty quickly. He's drawn outside post 8. He's got some other horses in here. I would imagine King of Sting's going to be forward. I would imagine Brody Boucher is going to be a little forward, even though they're both bigger prices than this horse. So I would imagine he's going to have some competition on the front end. And now we'll talk about the 3-year-old, the newly turned 3-year-old taking on some older horses. And in this instance, he's got a couple of more seasoned horses in here, namely the number 6 Reserve.
Do you like Reserve in here?
I like Reserve a lot in here.
Really? I thought, now maybe he's a horse that just ultimately wants more ground, and he was using that as a prep last time. He did sit a perfect trip, but he was second, a well-beaten second, though.
He was. So when you got to pick him apart a little bit. And these are horses I would ordinarily stay away from when they start to pile up the chances as maidens. But I think there are some holes in the more lightly raced horses, right? Your favorite's a 3-year-old. Like I said, Gunstone, and you don't know this until post time or thereabouts, a little cold on the tote board. So Reserve makes all of these starts. And Ron Moquette, one of the best in the biz, he was kind of trying to find his way with this horse. A couple of sprints, a dirt route, a turf route. He sent the horse a mile and 3/16, back to the turf at Del Mar of all places. Then he brought the horse back to the string in the Midwest. Runs okay at Remington. He gelded him between the Remington race and last time. 2-month break, catches a sloppy track. Ran okay, right? He did work out a good trip. Ran okay. It looks to me like Ron has been intent on getting this horse a distance of ground. And now he's a second-time gelding. He gets a little pace, like I said, right inside of him and right out. So he's got Brody Boucher, King of Sting, the favorite. Put a little pace on for him. Let Ramon Vasquez kind of work out the trip. He's not without speed either. He can be close enough where he's one of the first horses to come calling off of the turn. I think he makes a lot of sense today. He's right where he should be on the tote board. I like this price. I grabbed this 5-1 on this horse today.
Now, isn't number 2 in here insanely interesting? Obviously, we mentioned the pedigree. He's out of the champion, 2-year-old filly and Take Charge Brandy, a Breeders' Cup winner. She has since produced his full younger brother, Courvoisier, who came back and won the Withers, was disappointing last time out. I mean, won the Jerome, was disappointing last time out in the Withers. Now, we see this horse is owned by Steve's wife, Julie Asmussen. He was sold back in July, though, I think, to them for nearly $30,000. So they have no qualms with running this horse in a maiden 50, but he's protected here, which I think is a positive sign. Comes back as a gelding.
This horse was announced as a gelding, by the way, in October. So this horse was probably entered somewhere.
Yeah, had an issue.
You know, obviously was in for the tag last time, in for the waiver today. Cannot claim this horse today. I think that's worth noting.
It is.
That they're protecting this horse a little bit. So you get to run against maiden claimers without the dynamic of being eligible to be claimed. It's the best of both worlds.
He's taking a lot of money as Joel Rosario, well, he and Steve Asmussen look to take the early double, as we will get it out to Vic Stoffers. He has your call of race 2 from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Portsmouth and best time. Gunstone and Reserve are close up. River Redemption in the center. Now moving up is Benedictus. 4 across the track early. Best time at the rail. Reserve 2 wide. Portsmouth 3 wide. And to the outside, Benedictus. And Reserve had to check off heels. Mr. Frost and King of Sting are next. Then comes Gunstone and River Redemption. At the back of the pack are Cronus and Brody Boucher. To the backstretch they run, and best time has a neck lead on Portsmouth in second. A 3 wide Benedictus. Third and in less than 2 from the front as Reserve races in 4th with 2.5 lengths to make up. King of Sting has 4 to close. He's 2 in front of Mr. Frost and River Redemption. Another 3.5 back to Cronus, who is moving up after the front runners. Then Brody Boucher, Gunstone the trailer to the half-mile pole. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Best Time and Portsmouth are 1-2. Best Time just ahead in front of Portsmouth in second. Reserve has moved up into 3rd now, and he's a length and a half from the front, and Reserve is in good striking position. 3.5 now back to Cronus, who has moved all the way up into 4th, and here's Cronus with a big middle move, puts him in contention. 3.5 back to River Redemption. King of Sting the trailer, and Best Time and Portsmouth are still 1-2, with Cronus continuing to advance in the center, and Cronus has gone all the way up to take over the front. New leader, top of the stretch. It is Cronus, and he's a length and a half in front of Best Time in second. River Redemption comes in the center of the racetrack, and River Redemption's got a chance, but it's Cronus in front. Here comes River Redemption through from the inside, and River Redemption makes the last run and wins. River Redemption won by 2. Cronus was second, Best Time 3rd. Portsmouth finished 4th.
The quarter pole, Giovanni Franco looked loaded, Anthony.
Yeah, loaded up. Cronus, the second place finisher, made this 5/8 of a mile for just a sustained rally, but when all was said and done, River Redemption was ready to roll from the quarter pole home and takes this one by about 3 lengths.
And he was almost sitting still at the 3/16th pole. I'm like, okay, ask him to run. And he knew exactly how much horse he had underneath of him. Fresh off the claim for Gennaro Garcia, River Redemption breaks his maiden in start number 6. Well, we do have racing as well coming up this 3rd race from Aqueduct, Non-2 Life 25. We just saw number 1, Scott Elia, go by. Here's number 2, Seahorse Duro.
Yeah, Seahorse Duro, second off the layoff, stretches out, was against the racetrack last time on a much more fair racetrack today.
Lenny Kate scratched yesterday to run here for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, this one surprised. Carrick didn't take a dime. Lenny Kate's taking all of the money today. Is your 2-1 favorite right now.
Number 4 is Freddie Mo Factor.
Yeah, more accomplished and faster figs on the turf, yet this horse's lone win did come on the main track. Got beat just a neck last time out.
Michelle Giangulio sends out Raffinity off the claim.
Yeah, keeps the horse at the 25,000 when he was claimed. She's going to need to come back to some figs that she was running up in Saratoga and Belmont this past summer.
First-time Lasix for Game Theory for Eduardo Jones.
Yeah, 20-1, the outlier on the tote board. I'll tell you what, Maggie, I would not dismiss anyone in here, and if you're looking to find a price which just a little bit something different here, grasp at a straw, if you will. First-time Lasix on a horse in here at 20-1, maybe worth a flyer.
Well, hoping, Meg, maybe he has some more interesting ideas as we check in with him standing trackside.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just an ultra-competitive race, and you can go a lot of different directions. But let's start with the 3, Lenny Kate. She was absolutely the paddock pick. Could not look any better from a physical perspective. Her coat, her weight, her energy level. She checked every box for, as far as I'm concerned, how well turned out she is in the paddock. We'll go to the 4 horse now, Freddie Mo Factor. And it's kind of the tale of 2 gray horses here, the 4 Freddie Mo Factor and the 5 Raffinity. Freddie Mo Factor, more of that gunmetal gray. She has an extension blinker on her outside. Conventional wisdom behind that is a horse won't run to places they can't see, so they close up the outside blinker cup to limit the peripheral vision. That wasn't always my experience, though, riding them. Some horses just are going to do it anyway, but she is fitted with that equipment, an extension blinker on the outside. Very important for Dylan Davis to make sure that she's looking directly straight down the racetrack in the starting gate, because if her head is turned to the left and that blinker cup covers the eye enough where she can't see the brake, the horses like that sometimes have a tendency not to brake as sharply if they're not standing 100% correctly. The 5 Raffinity, she's going to be my pick ultimately. I was very close between her, the 3, and Lenny Kate and her, but on the racetrack, just the way she warmed up, just a big, exuberant, exaggerated stride on her. Really like what I saw from her, and she barely got the check mark here. And remember, this is a race for horses who have never won 2 races in a life. So every single horse in this race has only won 1 race. One of them will be a 2-time winner coming out of this. And just another quick note, you know, I look at horses a great deal, horses' body language, but I got a really big kick out of Jose Gomez on the 1, Scott Elia. 7-pound apprentice, just so much enthusiasm. They come to the paddock with, you know, this smile and so happy to be there. It's only as you get older and a little bit more physically beat up are you not quite as exuberant, but it's fun to watch these apprentice jockeys and just so happy to get those opportunities. Maggie?
And Jose Gomez, he's out in the mornings, as apprentice riders do tend to, work more horses just for the experience. And he was actually playing with our mini pony in the round pen the other morning. He's like, I like this little guy. I'm like, it's a mare, but thanks.
Yeah, just love being around the horses, and those are the people that are usually more successful around here.
Yeah, and Jose Gomez is successful as he is now riding with his 7-pound apprenticeship after kicking things off this past late fall in the Belmont meet.
Yeah, I think he's certainly a future star in our sport on horseback.
Yeah, and
big fan.
And as Mick said, just a great personality and very positive attitude. As we should talk about number 5, Raffinity, a little bit in here. She's 5-1, and Michelle Gianggiulio, she's having an epic Aqueduct meeting, winning with the stake with Seafoam, the Alex M. Robb. But I found it interesting that yes, all of these horses she has claim to build her stable. She's only 1 for 8 though. The one being Seafoam, and winning her first race up at Saratoga in the stake. Only 1 for 8, though, first off the claim.
Yeah. Curious. That means that even though she's having a fantastic meet, that is the chink in the armor, right? There it is. Yeah, at some point, I put every one of these horses on for our morning show, Talking Horses, before we go on the air, before we run the first every day. I thought about putting every one of these horses, including Game Theory, on top. This was one of those races. And Raffinity was certainly, one of the ones in here. First time for a barn that's seemingly doing everything right. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I wound up on the 2. I wound up on Seahorse d'Oro. This is just, it's a tough race. When you kind of take apart Seahorse d'Oro's form, only 3 fast track races. 2 of them came behind blowout winners, 1 against the racetrack last time. So
and the 1-2 finishers in front of her last time actually came back to run pretty well yesterday in a little bit of a tougher spot. And she doesn't, I mean, I know some of her faster races have come going the 6, physically at least, pedigree-wise, she looks like she wants this mile.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to her getting out to the mile and kind of just getting into a decent beat and making one run here. She's a square price too at 4-1.
Yeah, she is the reclaim for Ray Handel. Jalon Samuel will be aboard. A little reluctant there. Freddie Mo Factor, as Meg was saying, does wear that extension blinker. She has worn it in her recent starts. And what's interesting is she doesn't get out of the gate as quickly as she had in her previous form. We'll see what she can do today as they are heading in line. Raffinity first off the claim for Michelle Gianggiulio. Will she look to pad that young trainer's stats as we throw it up to John Embrial for the call of race 3 from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Raffinity and Game Theory, those 2 go out for the lead. They're joined on the inside now by Scott Alaya, who's moving up. Then it's Freddie Mo Factor, a break of 2.5 lengths to Linny Kate, who runs in 5th, and Seahorse d'Oro trails the field in 6th. Scott Alaya continues to move up and has now taken the lead from Raffinity. Scott Alaya, the leader. Raffinity runs in 2nd. Freddie Mo Factor is next in 3rd. Then it's 2.5 lengths to Linny Kate, who is down at the rail. Alongside is Game Theory. Seahorse d'Oro continues to trail. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Scott Alaya by a length. Raffinity runs in 2nd with Freddie Mo Factor and Linny Kate right together 3rd and 4th. Game Theory has dropped back a spot, and the trailer is Seahorse d'Oro, and the leader is Scott Alaya. Ran the opening half in 48 seconds. Scott Alaya, 3/4 of a length, as Raffinity now gets closer. Scott Alaya by a neck. Raffinity on the outside in 2nd. Then Freddie Mo Factor in 3rd. Linny Kate is down towards the rail in 4th. Then Game Theory and Seahorse d'Oro, who begins to pick it up from the back of the pack. Seahorse d'Oro looking to rally down at the rail. Scott Alaya is the one to catch as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Scott Alaya now getting clear here to lead by almost 3. Seahorse d'Oro rallies down at the rail. On the far outside is Freddie Mo Factor along with Raffinity. They're trying to reel in Scott Alaya. Scott Alaya in front, length and a half. Freddie Mo Factor driving up on the outside. So it is Scott Alaya. Here's Freddie Mo Factor. Here's Freddie Mo Factor now to take the lead. Scott Alaya back running in 2nd. Freddie Mo Factor by a length. Scott Alaya was 2nd. And Raffinity finished 3rd.
Well, she took all the late money, Anthony. Freddie Mo Factor. Kind of an odd race to watch. It looked like Scott Elia was going to get away from them all at the quarter pole, and then they just kind of came back together again.
Yeah, Scott Elia looked like Jose Gomez had plenty of horse, and it looked like Dylan Davis was all in on Freddie Mo Factor, and then right around the 3/16 pole, the script kind of just flipped, and Scott Elia was all in, and here comes Freddie Mo Factor to grind by for a length and a quarter win.
Raffinity rounds out the trifecta. She looked like she was done at the quarter pole too, and then kind of ran on a bit again once Freddie Mo Factor went by her. So unofficially 4-1-5-3 here in this third race. Freddie Mo Factor giving Mark Hennig a win here on today's card. Dylan Davis, the meet's leading rider, picking up another win.
Even money.
Weird. Weird, right?
Even money. I remember when they were going to the gate, the board was kind of spread out. It was 2-1, 5-2, 3-1, 4-1, 9-2, and then, like I said, the big outlier was on the outside. Game theory, but even money. This field made it with a half mile hole. She was even money.
Okay, so they didn't know in the second, but they knew here.
Yeah, Freddie Mo getting the job done. And you know, it's funny because when we were talking about this race with a couple minutes to post, Faster Fig's a little bit more accomplished on the turf. It's weird to say that now that she's won. Both of her wins have come on the main track.
This is true. Sad narrow defeat last time out, as she will get her picture taken. As we have more racing, though, coming up from the Big A here on America's Day at the Races. And we'll get Anthony's thoughts on the cross-country Pick 5, including racing from Tampa and Oaklawn as well. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Sobomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP, new for 2021, only at Lane's End.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. As we have live racing coming up from Oaklawn and preview day at Tampa Bay Downs, but just moments ago in race number 3 here at Aqueduct, Freddie Mo Factor rallies down the middle of the track to get the money at even money, as she was guided to victory by Dylan Davis, our meet's leading rider so far, as he is standing by with Richard Magliori.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, and I'm here with the leading rider, Dylan Davis. And Dylan, it looked like around the far turn, Freddie Mo Factor was kind of struggling a little bit, and it took her a little while to find her stride, but maybe it was a little bit the 5 Raffinity kind of floating you out a little bit too.
Sure, yeah, a little bit of both. The last time I rode her, it took her a long time to get her run going. maybe like the last 16th, 8th mile. So today I wanted to break a little better and not give her too much room to do, and got into her a little earlier. And she has she got a Houghton and an extension blinker on the outside, so she does tend to drift out once I start getting into her. And once she straightened up, she started flattening out, and then she was able to run down that winner. So it was nice.
How important is it to, like a horse like this, it can be a little tricky, to get familiar, to have that experience with them? It seemed like you said, you put her into gear a little bit earlier.
Oh no, it means a lot. That if I knew that beforehand, then I would have won on her race last time. And so I did with what I had with her, what knowledge I had with her last time, and I used it to my advantage today and put her in the game, and we got the winner today.
Dylan, things have been going so well. You're in front now for leading rider. Still a long ways to go. But how much would it mean to accomplish that, to be a leading rider at a meet in New York?
Oh, it definitely means a lot. I put a lot of work in, me and Mike Migliori, my agent, and definitely with all the support behind me, all the horses and the trainers, owners. But I mean, it would mean a lot. I've been here probably 5-6 years, year-round, gutting it out, hot, cold, and it just would mean a lot. It would be a big accomplishment for me.
How much tape have you watched of your dad, Robbie Davis, riding? Such a good rider, because it's really remarkable to me how much you look like your father on a horse.
To be honest, not many, because when he retired, I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. So, I mean, I can only go back to like YouTube on his big races, and that's the only ones I got. And I mean, I guess it's genetics from there. It just comes natural.
Congratulations. Keep it up. Best of luck for the rest of the meet.
Thanks, Rich. Sorry.
Guys, rode with his dad, tough competitor, top-class rider, and it's just remarkable to me how much Dylan and Robbie Davis look alike on horses.
He has the physicality to just be that perfect kind of jockey body type, and Dylan isn't the only one in the family that Robbie Davis has sired. Katie, and we just saw Jackie Davis as well out on the racetrack. And as we were mentioning, racing from across the country today, and that's included in the cross-country Pick 5. Anthony, we do kick things off with the 8th race from Tampa Stakes race to boot, which is the Suncoast Stakes. That's a contentious field. And then we'll go to the Gander, the Grade 3 Bayakoa, back to Tampa for the Sam F. Davis, and we'll round things out with the Grade 3 Razorback. Let's hear it, my man.
It's a fun
what do you got
sequence.
cooking for us?
It's a fun sequence today. So Nest is, a lot of people are going to lean on Nest in the first leg, and I get it. But if your bankroll affords it, try the Christophe Clement runner in here. The number 6, Peaceful Surprise, has a win locally. Maybe we can get 80% of the pool out by beating Nest. Come back here for our Gander, going 3 deep, boss making boss moves. Barisi, who won the Stallion Series race, and of course the big favorite, Bold Journey. Miss Bigley and Coach in the Bayakoa, race 8 over at Oaklawn Park. The Sam F. Davis is the 4th leg of the cross country, and the most amazing thing I found in it, I'm going too deep in there, I'm using the 3.
That's bold, because it's a fairly wide open.
It is. I felt like you had to use 8 or you had to use 1 or 2.
Right,
so
right.
I used the horse that made the most sense to me in Classic Causeway, but the other horse in the race, and this is something that I'll say to you, Golden Glider.
Mm-hmm.
Field of 12. We've seen plenty of renewals, me more than you, of the Sam F. Davis. The only horse in the race that has run at Tampa Bay Downs is Golden Glider. That never, there's always some local flavor.
Yeah.
In the Sam F. Davis.
And
He's the only horse
and
that
how much stock do you put into that? Because a lot of times, historically speaking, trainers, horsemen alike, say that having experience over the Tampa dirt track is paramount.
As the wife and daughter of a trainer and as the son of a trainer, we know that the quirky surface at Tampa is excuse number 119 in the trainer excuse handbook. There's some credence to that. And he's in part on my ticket today. And the other one, along with Classic Causeway, because he has that experience, and it happened to be a win, and it wasn't the fastest race, but I do feel like if he can improve off this race in a race that is loaded with early speed, he has already proven that he could pass horses in not only his debut, but he passed all 4 of his rivals in the allowance race at Tampa last time. That could prove, could certainly be to his benefit today to be able to pick up some ground on these horses in a race that looks like it's packed with speed.
It does, and Mark Cassie, he knows what to bring over to Tampa. This horse has been training locally with Mark in Ocala at his training center, so he's a little interesting. I hear you, and Mark typically places his horses well. Sam F. Davis, though, offering 10 points on its road to the Kentucky Derby, but coming up, the Yoda, Baby Yoda, coming up in the Pelican. Doesn't have to face Flightline today. We'll talk more about that race in just a moment here on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter proudly standing in stall #1 at Claiborne Farm, and he looks to possibly have a legitimate Derby contender this year in Smile Happy. Looking forward to seeing him possibly in the Risen Star in his next start, as we do have racing coming up right now from Oaklawn Park. Their Pro Parade race #3, Non-2 Life for the 40,000, kicking things off, Notary for the coach.
Best hops that dropped. This horse has been a bunch of allowance races. Going to try a tag for the first time, 3-2 currently.
That's a lot shorter than I was hoping for. His #2 is Hanks. He's been facing tougher, though, in his recent starts.
I'm assuming the barn hopes the blinkers coming off will help this horse run big. Get it, Hanks? Big?
I love it. #3, Unembellished. He steps up in class off the maiden 10 effort.
One of a trio in here who ran inexplicably well in these big maiden wins last time out.
#4 is Beachwalker, horse that we're familiar with around these parts.
Yeah. Another one with the blinkers coming off. We'll see if he can get back to good form off the claim.
And #5 is Sakil for Steve Asmussen off the claim.
Yeah, off the claim, off the big maiden win at 2-1 last time out. This horse had a really good trip and could just do the same thing today.
I don't know about the field he comes out of. Same thing goes for #6 is Pure Rocket.
Yeah, this was against straight 3-year-olds, and now he's going to try older horses for the first time.
One Last Hand, another one off the claim, this one for Bentley Coombs.
Exchanged hands in his last 2 starts. This horse goes on the raise a little bit, has the win at Indiana Grand back in November.
And his race 2 back at Churchill was good, too. His #8 is Motion Picture, another blowout maiden score last time for the 20.
I think the reason for that win was the wet track, a beautiful wet track pedigree, and he kind of ran to it last time, gets dry ground today.
June Sandra will stretch back out second off the bench, facing better last time.
I think whoever named this horse is going to be very happy with the way you said it just now. That was perfect. June Sandra. It was very, very, very aggressive. It's a strong name. That race last time, that was a sneaky good effort last time.
I agree. Well, could you see much in there, though? It was so foggy.
Yeah, it was foggy. What I'm saying is you could just see.
It was a set-up race.
It was an absolute, right? Absolute. You said it a little better than I did just now. It was an absolute, this horse wants no part of sprinting. But I don't want to run the horse I do not want to run this horse 2 turns first time off the bench. Let's get a sprint under this horse's belt, and let's see what happens next time.
And two, I mean, those horses, the winner, at least, Safa's Day, always promised to be a good horse. So I think definitely a little bit of class relief to boot. Now, number 5, Sakil, he's your current second choice. Talking about stats, first off the claim, broke their maiden in their last start for Steve Asmussen. 4 for 39, 10% with a 51-cent ROI.
Not a great fig. Not a great stat at all.
Now, the horse that he soundly beat did come back to win, though, with the 62 buyer. And then everything behind those two,
that wasn't a good bunch. Look, Mags, if Notary shows up with any one of 5 races on his card, he's going to win. And the coach has been placing his horses well at this meet. I think that's why he's having as much success as he's having, right? I mean, listen, the guy's a pioneer. He's one of the greatest of all time. I mean, you know, he's on the Mount Rushmore. As the last few years, the wins have been few and far between. These horses are running well because they are being run in spots where they are competitive. That's it. This is not a tough. It's a tough game, but it's not a tough game. If you run your horses where they belong, your horses are going to respond positively for the most part. And these horses, this horse has been running against exponentially better than what he's facing today.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with his great assistant, Bass Nichols, who we see out at Oaklawn. We see him up in Saratoga when they have horses up there. I agree with you. And 2, we saw Runnin' Ray, speaking of Saratoga, a winner up in Saratoga as well. He had the inside post. He just blasted away from there and led them all on a merry chase, where this guy was chasing wide the entire way. And like I said, just watching several of the races back on January 8th from Oaklawn, it felt as though you wanted to be inside. And this horse just kind of flattened after chasing wide and making a bit of a middle move.
Yeah.
So it not only does he get the class relief, I think he had an excuse in that allowance race.
Olympiad, Joe Frazier, Folsom. I mean, you see horses that would be
essential quality.
Horses to be barred from wagering in this race, seriously. Right?
Well, they are moving into line. As you and I were saying, I think the other interesting horse is Hanks in here. Blinkers off, another one facing better in his recent form for Wes Hawley. Gets a little bit of class relief as they are heading into line. Interesting field lining up for today's third race from Oaklawn Park. This does kick off a 50-cent pick 3. They are contesting the mile, so it's the 16th pole finish line. Vic Stauffer has your call.
The horses are at the gate. It's post time. They're off. Fast start for Motion Picture and Unembellished. One last hand is close up. Sakil and Hanks are next. Then comes Notary, followed by June Sandra and Pure Rocket, and the early trailer is Beachwalker. Fast up front with Unembellished and One Last Hand, and they go along a good clip. Unembellished a neck in front. One Last Hand is second by a full 3 lengths to Motion Picture and Hanks. Sakil is galloping in 5th, but he looks sharp and is about a 6 from the front. He's 4 in front of Pure Rocket and June Sandra. The favorite Notary is second to last, and he's double digits behind the front runners, and he's 2 in front of Beachwalker as they head up the backstretch. Still match race racing up front. It is unembellished in one last hand, and they go a good clip past the half-mile pole. Finish line is the 16th pole. Here comes Sakil. He has moved up into 5th, from 5th into 3rd, and he and Motion Picture are moving as a team, and we could have a change in the guard leaving the backstretch as Motion Picture and Sakil run by, and they'll now match strides. Hanks has taken over 4th. Notary is still in traffic and still 6th from the front. Motion Picture and Sakil match strides around the far turn. Sakil is outside. Motion Picture is next. Notary is now moving, but he's going to have to negotiate traffic, and now he has. Here's Notary up into 3rd. He's got forward momentum, and he could be the one. They're at the top of the stretch with Sakil and Motion Picture, but you better take a look at Notary. And here he comes to roll on by. Let there be no doubt who is best. It is Notary to win. Notary won by 2. Sakil 2nd. Motion Picture 3rd. Beastwalker finished 4th.
For a moment, I thought Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario were going to sweep the first 3 races on the Oaklawn card, but they had to settle for 2nd here as Notary had to find his way through traffic. Kind of got 2 pace stools to run into, too. And as always, the coach's horses just look bigger and stronger in most races than most other horses.
That was perfectly put, Maggie. He got 2 pace duels. It was like the first 2 runners, the first 2 horses that left the gate, kind of handed off at the half-mile pole, and it was like, all right, come on, Notary, come pick us all up. And, yeah, I mean, even with a little bit of an ugly trip, he was able to get the job done.
Luis Contreras and the irons for the coach, enjoying that great meeting, and looks as though he has a serious Kentucky Oaks contender in Sacred Oath.
Yeah, nice filly.
As we kick off a post parade here, the 1A and 1 just went by. Sorry, number 2 is Passion.
Yep, Passion going to break from the inside. We'll see if he can, if Kevin Navarro can work out a trip from that rail draw.
Big Tony's girl finally gets back on a fast track.
She's taking a lot of money in here, isn't she? 5-2
Weird.
for a filly that she's been beating a long way in her last 2.
We did see one of the favorites as a scratch here, so I'm sure some others taking some money. Quintigua, she did break through the gate prior to her last start, though Betty Smile did not come back and run well earlier.
No, she didn't, but she was kind of against the speed bias track last time, though she did save a lot of ground most of the way in the rails, but was good at that point.
1 for 47, appreciate.
Yeah, that one win came on the turf. Her main track form is lacking, to say the least.
Mission Trail, she'll be looking for another win.
Yeah. It's been a long time between drinks for her. She's back for an old barn back in August of last year, and she really hasn't done much running since.
We just saw the 1 come out last. That was Grape Therapy. She ran on a gold rail last time out. Or she ran on a track that was a gold rail.
Yeah, she was in that Betty Smile race as part of the favorite entry, and you have her and Carly Hustle. There's Carly Hustle. Yeah, Carly Hustle, I would imagine, is the one they're betting out of this entry. But
I mean, this is deja vu, right? The Cantermasi barn with an entry again favored.
And this is kind of a 2 is the price, 2 for the price of 1 deal, because both of them could win.
As we will check in with our man on the scene, Richard McGlory. Hey, Meg.
Thanks, Maggie. And we'll stay along that same vein of thinking with the entry, the 1 Grape Therapy and the 1A Carly Hustle. They're both extremely well turned out for the Cantermasi barn. Could not look any better from a physical perspective. The 1 Grape Therapy, I love cleverly named horses. By Freud out of Grape Cottage, Grape Therapy. That's just, to me, I love names that really kind of combine the pedigrees, and I believe in Grape Therapy. Carly Hustle, though, I would prefer just a little bit better from a physical perspective, just a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, making a super impression on the racetrack. The 5-horse Quintigua will ultimately be my top selection. Jose Gomez, that big smile, that enthusiasm coming off a second-place finish last time. He gets a 7-pound break in the weights with an apprentice who has not won 40 races yet. She has some speed, and she's well turned out. I think the 5 Quintigua makes a lot of sense. And the 6 Appreciate, who's had a lot of chances, 1 for 47. Just wanted to point out, she's equipped with a breastplate. For people that don't know, horses with higher and thinner kind of withers, saddle has a tendency to slide back. They put a breastplate on to hold the saddle in place, just another piece of safety equipment. Horses are fitted with a girth, then an overgirth in case something would happen to the girth, and in this case with Appreciate, a breastplate to hold the saddle in position, Maggie.
Meg, thank you for that. She does typically wear that piece of equipment. Anthony, you ever saddle a horse for a race?
Never saddled a horse for a race, no.
I saddled a horse for my dad one day at Pimlico, the day I was Miss Preakness, on Preakness Day.
Alan Jerkins taught me how to saddle a horse. That's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Chief.
That's very cool.
No.
That's the best,
And am I
one
naive to believe that grape therapy is not wine?
Yeah.
It is, right?
Yeah. Do you enjoy a little grape therapy yourself?
I don't really, actually.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm not a big wine guy.
I used to be. Now I'm a vodka person. Vodka or tequila.
I'll drink anything else.
I can't handle wine. Gives me the worst hangover anymore. Anyway, great therapy. 2 back broke her maiden for this barn in the maiden 25. Hima Harkey will be looking for his second win on the card. Excellent ride in the first.
Yeah.
Relentless.
That horse was game as a horse could be today. Yeah, you know, the rule of thumb is you break your maiden for a tag, you cut in half next time. We don't have half of 25,000 here in New York, so you run for the bottom. And that's what she's in for. This is where she belongs. She ran well enough last time. She kind of chased the winner who rode the rail bias and the speed bias. And, yeah, I mean, grape therapy, Carly Hustle's a nice little, like I said, they were the favorite entry last time out. They ran 4th and 5th. Carly Hustle, based on the way the track was playing, certainly you would imagine ran a better race than grape therapy. If they were separate betting interests here, I'd be all about Carly Hustle, and I would kind of ignore grape therapy a little bit. But they're 2 for the price of 1. And that's probably why they're favored, Maggie, because, you know, Queen Tigua broke through the gate last time, kind of had to make up some ground. Yeah, she rode the inside, but Queen Tigua probably ran the best race, I would imagine, and beat both grape therapy and Carly Hustle. Yet you're getting a point higher on the board right now on Queen Tigua.
I think it's just, you know, it felt like Carly Hustle and grape therapy, as you were saying, were against the track. So how much stock do you put into being against the track or having a better finish while with the track?
Right. Well, Queen Tigua, right. She got to save the ground, but she did break through the gate, and she probably
you never
lost
know
some
how
position.
much that affects horses.
Right.
But
You know, it affects them somewhat. And, you know, she did lose some position because in her prior 2 starts, she was a lot closer than she was last time. Yeah, I'm going to give her a chance. We were joking earlier today. I have, like, this addiction to Queen Tigua as of late. Like, I can't get away from her. I picked her last 3 starts.
1 for 29.
Not a good addiction.
To get addicted to.
Not a good addiction. Story of my life. Story of my life.
But we do want to get more from Richie with regards to how the track, how you interpret the track to be playing. I don't know. It seems to be fair to me. Would you agree, or does it feel like wider moves are better?
No, Maggie, I agree. I think the track is very fair today. I think that you can place your horse either inside, outside. If you have a natural speed horse, allow them to use their stride. If they're a closer, allow them to play to their strength. I think this track is playing very fair. We've had some very pronounced biases on different days here at Aqueduct, and it's so important for a rider to pay attention to those trends and jump on top of it. You know, I want a guy that's in there watching races. I want a guy in there that's watching replays. I don't want a guy that's playing ping pong or shooting pool. I want a guy that's focused on the task at hand and taking advantage of every little aspect of this that they can exploit. That's what being a top rider takes, and obviously very talented group, and a lot of times what separates them is preparation. I'll take the guy who prepares harder, will over skill.
Keep you around for a second. How much, now, doing this job and preparing for these shows versus preparing for riding races, how did you spend more time previously, or do you spend more time with a card now?
I honestly think I spent more time previously. I mean, I still, you know, obviously we all prepare, and that's one of the strengths of our shows is that everybody is so professional, and preparing is paramount to success in any endeavor. But when I was riding races, I would watch endless replays. I'd be into the late hours of the night watching replays, mostly of my competition, less of my horses who I had intimate knowledge of. You know, sometimes you would see a horse has speed, but watching replays, you'd realize they didn't have gate speed. Their first 2 or 3 steps weren't the fastest. Those were the horses you knew you could get the drop on out of the gate if you wanted to take the track away from them. Which horses were shy inside, which horses would hang outside. You had to have a complete mental inventory of those things. And I make notes now. When I was riding, I didn't need to make notes. I automatically knew every horse's and certainly every jockey's habit, Maggie.
Quite the preparation. I just wonder what he did, Anthony, before we had iPads and, you know, Naira bets to watch replays on.
He has an iPad?
He does have an iPad.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he was like me. Analog player in a digital world.
Yeah, that you are, my friend. As we did see Great Therapy, a little reluctant to go up to the starting gate, the outrider having to get her there. She's there now. No worries with her. Hopefully she loads in here without a problem. She can be a little bit of an obstreperous type.
You see it just balking just a little bit today. A little encouragement from a couple of the gate crew.
As they are heading into line, and we will throw it up to John and Brielle for the call of race 4 here from the Big A, kicking off the pick 6.
And Mission Trail. Set for race 4 and the start of the pick 6. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Passion. It was a good start for Queen Tigua and Mission Trail on the outside. Grape Therapy is down at the rail, followed by Big Tony's Girl running in 4th. Then it is Appreciate in 5th. It's 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Passion and Carly Hustle. As the field moves up the backstretch, it's 3 of them across. Grape Therapy is down at the rail. Queen Tigua's in between, and Mission Trail on the outside. The 3 of them right together. They've got 3 lengths on Big Tony's Girl, who's running in 4th in the opening quarter mile, 23 1/5 seconds. They're midway around the far turn. It is Queen Tigua and Mission Trail, and now Big Tony's Girl moves up on the extreme outside as Grape Therapy drops back to 4th. Appreciate next in 5th. Big break back to Carly Hustle. Passion is the trailer off the turn into the stretch. Queen Tigua challenged here on the outside by Big Tony's Girl. Big Tony's Girl has taken over. Then it is Queen Tigua, Appreciate on the outside, a late move from Carly Hustle, but Big Tony's Girl has a big lead here with a 16th of the finish. Big Tony's Girl by 5, and it will be Big Tony's Girl on to victory. Carly Hustle comes up for 2nd, then Appreciate and Queen Tigua.
Big Tony's Girl finally gets back to a fast track, cuts back in distance for Jimmy Ryerson and Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, good, well-timed move here. Got a nice little pace to run into, did Big Tony's Girl today. Jose just kind of kept her out of trouble. You see he takes a little peek back here, almost as if to say, where's Carly Hustle to come and get me? She was a long way back, Jose, and able to coast home for a pretty clear victory. Philly took some money early on. Back-to-back days, Jimmy Ryerson getting to the winner's circle. Always good to see. Jimmy's a good trainer.
He is the original trainer of Unbridled Song.
Correct. Nice work, Maggie.
It's 3-1A-6-5 unofficially in today's 4th race and kicking off the pick 6 in a formful way.
How old were you when Unbridled Song was running around? 5?
Yeah, actually, I think you're exactly right.
Feel so the gray in the beard makes me feel old enough. You being
stop.
5 during
You
Unbridled
know what blew
Song's
my
run.
mind last night? Watching Shaun White in his 5th Olympics.
Yes.
And realizing he's the same age as me and that he participated in his first Olympics at 15.
Wow.
Isn't he? He's such a legend.
I was a yo-yo at 15.
That will be left up to interpretation. As Big Tony's Girl, emphatic victory today. She is now 2 for 14. We saw Appreciate. Well, she loves to run 3rd. 12th third place finish of her career.
This is not something I ordinarily delve into. I don't know if you want to be inside here today.
It feels that way, though Queen Tigua, she did have a lot of pace pressure. Seems like there's a lot of horses trying to gun for the lead, but yes, we have seen 4 races where the winners kind of coming down the middle of the racetrack, but more coming your way on America's Day at the Races.
Smile Happy was a TDN rising star following his maiden win at Keeneland. From there, he captured the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes to remain undefeated and earning points toward the Kentucky Derby. In future Pool 1, Smile Happy was individual leader by lowest odds. Among the top of his crop by stakes winners and earnings, Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Call today and book your mare to Red Hot Sire Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, it was all about Big Tony's Carol taking down the field in race number 4 here at the Big A for Jimmy Ryerson and Jose Lascano. As Big A, they had this one right. 3-1 seemed like a little bit of an underlay, but an overlay as they came down the stretch.
She drifted up in the latter stages, Maggie, but yeah, she was second choice for a long time during the wagering. Money came in late on Queen Tigua in the entry, but that early money on Big Tony's Girl got the candy today.
Well, that is just the tip of the iceberg as we have live racing to continue here, featuring our Gander Stakes and racing coming up from Tampa as well as Oaklawn Park as Big Tony's Girl returns 880 for the win over the lettered part of the entry. Carly Hustle and Appreciate rounding out the trifecta. Maiden Special Weight on tap for the 3-year-olds. 3-year-old New York breds that is going the 6 furlongs. And Todd Pletcher, he does send out a highly regarded, at least as of now, first-time starter in Best Idea. And he will be represented a little bit later in the Suncoast Stakes by 3 to 5 shot Nest as she looks to add to her Kentucky Oaks points. She will pick up another 10 as I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile. And boy, do we have great racing on tap, as we were mentioning. We'll also see the return of Baby Yoda to at least this coast after trying to tackle Flightline in the Malibu last time out.
Yeah, we're going to get the chance to take a look at that. The stakes action getting ready to kick off down at Tampa Bay Downs for the day. Always looking forward to taking the trip down to Oldsmar, Florida, out to Hot Springs as well for some stakes action. The Bayakoa, that's a bring back from last week due to the weather cancellations, and of course that $600,000 Razorback. That might be the most contentious race of the afternoon, and you know, the biggest race of the day, the biggest money on the line. It's always fun when those races are the ones that are the good handicapping puzzles and could offer a little value. I think it's a good race. Lone Rock, I mean, you can't say anything bad about Lone Rock, but at a mile and a 16th, you know, you almost owe it to your bankroll, owe it to your Naira Bets account to take a little swing against Lone Rock today. We used them as, we didn't talk, it was the only leg we didn't talk about the cross-country pick 5. I used 4 horses now. I used Lone Rock because you're not going to let them beat you, but yeah, that's a wide open Razorback. Looking forward to that race later on this afternoon on the program.
And you'll see Superstock, the Arkansas Derby winner, come back. Promise Keeper, who won the Peter Pan 2 starts ago. He's on the comeback trail. Last Samurai's in good form, winning the prep race for this, the Poinsettia. And then the 5th season as well, which was won by Rated R Superstar, the venerable 9-year-old who just keeps getting better like a fine wine. It is a locked and loaded race. But coming up next, maiden special weight for the Arky Breds are in the paddock. As of now, it is race number 4 in here, Anthony, and
I think I got to get to Oaklawn next winter.
Oh, I loved it.
Never been.
It's not, you know, the track, it's just kind of, there's nothing necessarily to write home about, you know, as far as like a Saratoga-like vibe. It's not that, but it's a beautiful scene when you look out on the racetrack, and just the town, it just, everybody loves racing and knows they're racing, and I always think you just thrive as a fan in those type of environments.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I want to get down there. Now, I fly now, so.
Yes, this is quite an endeavor for you. Big A, getting on a plane near you sometime soon.
Not as big, so we'll be able to try and sneak on one of those airplanes now.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we are hearing the call to post in here. 4 to 5 currently on UVC. He looks to be the main speed in here, Anthony, and I thought last time he ran a winning race. I mean, it was a head bob.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, and now this is probably the best example of the day where the 3-year-old against older can be used to illustrate more people in our camp than against us, right? Because if you look at the number 12, Ev Sherman's 2 speed figs, 2 buyer figs, are faster than UVC's. Yet the older horse is 4 to 5, and the 3-year-old's 4 to 1. And
Ev Sherman, he faced Open Company first time out at Oaklawn and ran a respectable race, earning a 70. And last time he was part of the pace. He was battling the horse that did end up second. You know, he had to settle for third, but he was game. So I'm with you. And 2, do you think the outside post has anything to do with it?
Wouldn't the outside post be a little bit of a help?
Advantageous, because they
Wouldn't
both
be
have speed and he can just set up shop.
Or that word, advantageous. Yes, it would be advantageous. They're the only 2 horses in single digits on the tote board right now. So you want to talk about a 2-horse race. I mean, the public has decided that this is a 2-horse race. The next closest horse on the board is the number 4, Bellamy's Roan, at 12 to 1. That's the 3rd choice in this race right now.
I got a firster for you. And he's taking money, relatively speaking, as we'll kick things off here with number 1, Jay's Little Man. Faced Open coming off the long layoff last time.
The 78th fresh gelding on the card at Oaklawn Park today.
It's a theme. UVC, your current even money favorite, on his toes on the track, too.
Florent Giroux back on after climbing off last time. Got beat at just a nose last time. Coming back quick, too, from that January 22nd effort.
Loud Boy did not show much in his debut. He'll have to run better.
Yeah, for a barn that's 0 for 33 last year with second-time starters.
Number 4 is Bellamy's Roan. Light on his feet there. I thought, you know, ran okay in his last start.
Yeah, the race 2 back was probably better for the 20, but back into the special weight, the water's probably a little too deep. But he's your 3rd choice, Maggie, at 12 to 1.
Now Traffic Control stays off Lasix for his 18th career start. You know, he ran into the race well, but then he never switched leads in the lane.
6-year-old gelding looking for his win in the 18th start.
This is the firster with pedigree. Callie Betroa, you remember him.
Sure.
The Dam, though she is 20, she was a good dirt sprinter. She ran 90 buyers, and she has produced some runners. This, albeit with lower profile connections, is the one with the pedigree.
Low profile, no profile. Never had a starter.
This year. Last
rather,
ran a horse in 2018, but has only run 6 starters, 1 win. As we saw Fetch's Brom go by, as number 8 is Kiss of the Nile, number 9 Royal de Bay.
Couple of firsters, one from Wayne Lucas, one from C.B. Williams, both a little cool on the board right now.
As number 10 is Slimer.
Great name from the Ghostbuster movies, of course.
Feast Dog for Ernie Witt.
Yeah, another 3-year-old, as well as E.V. Sherman.
As we'll take a brief pause to welcome in new viewers. Welcome to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. First stop, it's Aqueduct, where the younger brother to Cigar Mile winner American Revolution, Bold Journey. He's looking for back-to-back wins for Bill Mott as he's looking for his 2nd win in today's featured Gander Stakes. It's preview day down at Tampa Bay Downs, headlined by the Grade 3 Sam F. Davis, 10 Kentucky Derby points on the line, 3-1 favorite installed Classic Causeway, who blew away the competition at Saratoga. though he is winless in 2 subsequent starts. Oaklawn Park, a pair of grade 3s on tap as the Bayakoa is coming back here as coach looks to go 2 for 2 in her 4-year-old season, though she gets a fast track to do it on today over the wet tracks that she got previously. Lone Rock, he has been sensational. Forward Robertino Diodoro and Flying P Stable, 7 for 9s is being claimed for the 40,000. He's, though, going to have to cut back in distance to the mile and a 16th today. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to our studio here in South Ozone Park, Queens. We are in Equestrious at Aqueduct. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile, affectionately known as the Big A. And Anthony, we've got some racing action already behind us, but we are looking forward to what's in front of us.
Stakes action getting ready to kick off. We'll go down to Tampa Bay Downs for the Minaret in a little while. But yeah, looking forward to an action-packed afternoon of racing here this Saturday, and get to see maybe a New York bred star in the making with Bold Journey a little bit later on here at the Big A.
Yeah, Bold Journey, as I was saying, the younger brother to American Revolution. He's going to step out in distance from the 6 furlong dominant score last time, 85 Beyer speed figure in winning that. But also stakes action coming up. We're on the tip of the iceberg down there at Tampa, and we have a guy standing by. That is Lafitte Pinkai. Lafitte, what's on tap on preview day down in Oldsmar, Florida?
Maggie, it's not the Super Bowl weekend Buccaneer fans were hoping for, but for Tampa Bay racing fans, that's a different story altogether. This is the second biggest day of racing of the season. It's festival preview day. What does that mean? We're talking about 4 stakes races, 2 qualifying races for the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby. First, the Suncoast 3-year-old fillies, race number 8, mile and 40 yards, 17 Oaks points available, 10 to the winner. All eyes on Nest, odds-on favorite, and rightfully so. If her name sounds familiar, it should. Last seen winning the Demoiselle in New York at Aqueduct last fall. She is strictly the one to beat. And then the main event, the Sam Davis. Big field there, 17 Derby points available, 10 to the winner. Key scratch, Howling Time is out. Little Vic draws in. That is significant. Little Vic is very quick, sprint speed. He's going to heat up the pace, heat up the tempo. How will that impact the favorite? The tepid morning line favorite, Classic Causeway, 3-1 on the morning line. His 3-year-old debut, last seen finishing second in the Kentucky Jockey Club Gold Cup, Kentucky Jockey Club last fall. Great day of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Post time for the Sam Davis around 4:50. As we say hello to Gary Stevens at Oaklawn Park. Gary, look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks for our coverage of the Rebel.
Chilly afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas, but things are going to heat up when the 8th race comes up, the Grade 3 Bayakoa, where Coach is trying to run her tab to 3 in a row at this meet. She's coming off of a beautiful victory in her last out. She won dominantly by 3 lengths. That was a mile. She's going to try and stretch that dominance to a mile and a 16th today. Can she do it? I believe she can. Then 2 races later, we've got the Grade 3 Razorback going a mile and a 16th, where Thomas Shelby and Lone Rock will try and do battle again. Can the marathon specialist Lone Rock come off of a mile and 1/8 victory, shortening up to a mile and 16th today against Thomas Shelby? Find out. Stick with us. We've got a lot of exciting racing coming up, full fields, and I'll be back.
Gary and Lafitte, thank you so much. As looking forward to checking back in with those guys a bit later here on the program. But right now, we do have the Arkansas breds. They are circling in front of the gate for this 6 furlong contest, maiden special weight, and we still see 4 to 5 on UVC in here, and Evie Sherman on the outside taking a lot of money too, as you mentioned, Stabile. While Evie Sherman's run faster, he's a 3-year-old taking on some older company.
Maggie, I'm going to break my rule.
What?
I like the way the outside horse, I like the way Evie Sherman, I think you're right too. I don't think it's Evs, because the name of the owner's name is Elizabeth Villafranco. Yeah. I would imagine they just made a little bit of a mistake naming the horse, writing their name down. This horse looks amazing on the racetrack. I like the post relief from the 2-hole to the 12-hole, and put the favorite under the gun from the inside draw, right? I'm going to take a shot. I'm going to take the second choice here, 5-2, with the faster figs, even though he has kept exclusive company against 2/3-year-olds. I'm going to try the 12, Evie Sherman.
All right, as also to his inside, Peace Dog. He debuted back in December. I just thought he was a little bit green, kind of made a middle move into the race and then flattened out. We'll see what he can do. Second start of his career for Ernie Whitten here.
The first that you pointed out, the number 6, Uncle OG, from barn that you said hasn't run since 2018, only 19-1. Now, normally they would say, oh, that's a gigantic price. 19-1 probably gets a source like 5th choice in here right now because of the way the tote board is unfolded. So,
and he's being ridden by John Court's son, Aaron Court. As I said, this one has a pedigree to be a quick horse, too. So we'll see how much gate speed this guy does display. Comes in here off of 48-2 work at Oaklawn Park. As we send it out to Vic Stauffer, he has the call of race number 4 here at Oaklawn Park.
2 more now, Uncle OG and Evie's Sherman. They're at the post. They're off. UVC right to the front from Loud Boy and Kiss of the Nile. Bellamy's Roan and Evie's Sherman are close up, so is Fetch's Brom. Then comes Jay's Little Man, followed by Uncle OG and Slimer, then Royal DB, and now Fetch's Brom has dropped back to last. Up the backstretch with UVC, Loud Boy, Kiss of the Nile, and a 4-wide Peace Dog. These 4 across the track. Bellamy's Roan moves up into 3rd now, and he's on the move at the rail. Then comes Evie's Sherman. He's got 3.5 lengths to make up, going to have to get through traffic. Jay's Little Man has dropped back to 5 from the front, then Traffic Control. Another 3 back to Slimer, 2.5 more to Royal DB, then Uncle OG, and Fetch's Brom has trailed throughout, and UVC is the leader with Bellamy's Roan to challenge. Evie's Sherman is now in the clear and 2 from the front. He'll have to run down the favorite, UVC. UVC, final furlong, a 2-length lead. Evie's Sherman is coming after him in 2nd. Bellamy's Roan is 3rd, and Traffic Control. UVC and Evie's Sherman. UVC clear. Evie's Sherman 2nd. Bellamy's Roan 3rd. UVC, yes. UVC beat Evie's Sherman. Bellamy's Roan was 3rd. Traffic Control finished 4th.
Formful victory there for UVC as we kick off a post parade for the first stake on the preview day at Tampa, the Minaret. They're going 6 furlongs, number 1, Special Princess.
Blinkers on as she cuts back from a mile on the 16th, trying the Wayward Lass.
As she is 2nd off of a bench, kind of got that foundation and stamina put into her in that Wayward Lass, though she didn't show much that day. Her best effort, though, did come back here at Tampa in winning the Gasparilla last year. As number 2 is Nightcap. She brings some pretty fast figures into this race.
Yeah, last 3 starts came with the addition of Blinkers, 2 dirt races, and the win last time out was nice. She was in for the tag last time, in for a stakes race today.
She gets the win. The last time out is Drop a Hint, switches back to the dirt off a little bit of a break.
Yeah, her last time on a main track, it was a sloppy track at Gulfstream. She got the money in and off the turf.
Feeling Mischief, she comes in off the back of a win.
Yeah, a little bit of a career best effort last time out. See if she could repeat that. 2 of her 3 wins have come in Tampa.
Another winner last time was My Destiny, as number 7 is Tap Dance Fever.
Yeah, Tap Dance Fever off a 2nd place finish when she cut back and returned to the main track. She has a win at Tampa as well.
I don't get this favorite. Irad Ortiz money possibly, as number 8 is Queen Watifa.
Queen Watifa is a fantastic name.
Isn't it? It's like the best, right?
It is a great name. Cutting back off of trying the Sunshine Million, she tried open company, graded stakes, 2 back. I'm assuming, Maggie, she's favored because of her race 3 back makes her very, very tough in here.
But it is the only race, Anthony. As I mentioned, she will be guided by Irad Ortiz as he is once again off to a hot start here in 2022. Lafitte, welcome back to the show. What can you tell us about Queen Watifa?
That Irad Ortiz, is going to be riding, seeking a third win this afternoon, Maggie. Big day here at Tampa. Star jockeys, Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, Jose Ortiz in from New York, Manny Franco in from New York, as is star jockey Irad Ortiz. He's currently 6th in the standings at Gulfstream Park, but remember, he did miss some time with that big suspension. 30 days for careless riding. He was out from December 6th until January 6th, but it's not like business suffered. Upon return, Ortiz with the pleasure of riding Life is Good in that brilliant performance in the Pegasus World Cup. 2nd win in the World Cup for Ortiz, and he says Life is Good is the very best horse he has ever ridden. Next, Ortiz expected to ride Life is Good in the $12 million Dubai World Cup next month. As for today, Ortiz is busy riding in 10 of 11 races. As mentioned, he's already won 2 races in all 4 stakes races, several favorites, Maggie. I asked Irad, how many stakes races are you going to win? He says, I hope all of them.
Lafitte, as you said, he's either favorite or the only second choice he's on is Bank on Shea in this sequence. And as Lafitte was just mentioning, he's a 3-time champion jockey. And prior to this year, since 2017, for the last 5 years, Anthony, he has led the jockey standings in North America by wins. It's remarkable, if not by money earned too.
It's amazing. That's the most amazing stat. The money, listen, money's important, obviously, but he won 333 races last year, riding in New York and Gulfstream Park. You can argue at the time of year he rides in both of those places, they're the toughest colonies in the country, if not the world.
I know. He is the ultimate competitor, as Lafitte mentioned, got right back on track with that win in the Pegasus World Cup. He will be aboard Queen Latifah here. Are you with her or are you against her as a 2-to-1 favorite?
She's kind of hard to take as the chalk. She can obviously win this race. She's coming back. She's coming off the 2-turn try last time, the Open Company, the graded stakes try, I should say, in the Sugar Swirl. That's a lot of Irad Ortiz Jr. money. There's nothing that's going to convince me otherwise. The favorite is the horse that should be favored is the horse that I picked in here, the 2 Nightcap, whose dirt form is just, it's better. People are going to be scared away by the fact that it's at Finger Lakes and it's at Tampa Bay, but the fact of the matter is, her overall body of work is better than Queen Latifah's. It just is, and you see Jesus Castanon, and you're going to get a little bit of a better price. It's just how it is.
I agree with you. I think she has the best dirt races coming into here. And Queen Latifah, as you mentioned, really only has 1 race, and that was 3 back off of a layoff where she controlled. And I don't think she's necessarily controlling here. We'll see how aggressive Irad is.
Yeah, I would imagine Nightcap's going to be aggressive from the inside. I would imagine she's the speed. Jesus Castanon is an aggressive rider and has done some good work on the front end in his career.
All right, they are loading into line. We send it out to Jason Beam for the call of this Minaret. It kicks off the stakes action down at Tampa Bay Downs on preview day.
She goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Minaret Stakes. Queen Latifah from the outside got away in good order, moving up between horses. My Destiny is close up. Here's Nightcap driving through down toward the inside. Feeling Mischief right in amongst horses was out in 4th in the green colors. Tap Dance Fever's away 5th, about 3 lengths off the battle up front. Then comes Special Princess and Drop a Hint. Those two share the back as they have a half-mile left to go in the Minaret Stakes, and it's My Destiny up to make the pace. Nightcap toward the inside. Queen Latifah 3 deep. Tap Dance Fever starting to move out 4 wide as they run to that far turn. Then comes Feeling Mischief, who's 5th right now, about 3 lengths off the speed. Drop a Hint's just outside of her. It's 2.5 more. Then back to the long shot Special Princess as they wind around the far turn. Tap Dance Fever up on the outside comes calling after the lead. My Destiny now a half length back in the 2nd spot. They're 2.5 clear of Drop a Hint. Queen Latifah dropped right out of there as Feeling Mischief going to move around her. They come to the top of the stretch. Tap Dance Fever, Daniel Centino, My Destiny kicking back toward the inside. These two coming to the furlong pole. Just in behind them, Drop a Hint still has to make up 2.5. Feeling Mischief down the crown of the track is 4th. Coming to the 16th pole, Drop a Hint. Here's the stablemate on the outside of My Destiny. My Destiny still in front. Drop a Hint on the outside. These two coming to the wire. It's Drop a Hint or My Destiny. Photo finish. Might have been Drop a Hint getting up in the last jump. My Destiny was right there. Then came Feeling Mischief and Tap Dance Fever.
What a day for Herman Walensky as his horses run 1-2 in here. A no-show performance from the 2-1 favorite in Queen Watifa. Drop a hint off the bit of a break back to the dirt. Gets his victory in the Minaret.
Yeah, I feel bad for My Destiny. Took on all challengers and then a horse that she has to see every day. Comes and nails her on the money and drop a hint. Yeah, that's not going to be, there's going to be some bad blood tomorrow morning in the Walensky barn. Both of these fillies and mares ran really, really well today. No show effort from either favorite. Nightcap wasn't very good. Neither was Queen Latifah, but these two fillies were.
Yeah, Queen Latifah did not have any answer as they came to the quarter pole as we have racing coming up. Race number 5, kicking off the late pick 5 here at Aqueduct's maiden special weight for the 3-year-old New York breds. A lot of first-time starters as we want to get a little bit more information on how these horses look. We'll check in with our very own Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Maggie. I got to tell you, for a race filled with a lot of first-time starters, everybody's been acting pretty professional, handling themselves very well. It's testimony to the good horsemanship by the trainers involved, having them prepared for their first start. We'll talk about the 2-horse best idea for first-time starter for trainer Todd Pletcher. He's been training at Palm Beach Downs down in Florida, and he's definitely brought his Florida tan up north with him. Could not look any fitter. Very well turned out. I'm always a little bit dubious when I see a horse's last few works, 2 or 3 works, or from the starting gate before they run, because it always makes me feel like they're still getting the hang of their lessons when they have to go to the gate as their last works. I like to see those things kind of done, put to bed, that they're proficient at it in their last work or 2 off the pole. But who am I, albeit to question a Hall of Famer like Todd Pletcher, but best idea looks fit, and he does sport that Florida tan. Another first-time starter, looks like he should be quick, is the 3 Modern Midas from Jeremiah Englehart Barn. Just got a speedy look to him. Even though he's a son of Lauban, he's a little bit more short-coupled, really strong hind end on him, and I like what I'm seeing from him. Probably he'll tighten up with the race and be a little bit better for the experience, but he's certainly making a nice impression. Couple of horses that have run. The 5, Ria's Angel, ran extremely well first time. I like the way he's handling himself. Just really conducted himself so professionally. Sometimes a horse has that first effort, and it kind of shakes them up a little bit. They come over here a little bit more keyed up. Very laid-back individual. Really looks fit off of that one start where he ran extremely well, albeit that was on a sloppy track, but gives me no indication why a fast track should be a detriment. He just really looks good for trainer Carlos Martin. The 7, Central Pride. For this time of year, a horse has been training in New York. He's got dapples popping out underneath his coat, just showing a really nice, healthy demeanor to him. Was real quiet in the paddock, really woke up a lot on the racetrack, and he is your favorite at the moment. And the horse that ultimately I'm going to land on and is my top selection is the 9, Built to Last. I just like this guy. I like the way he's built. I could see why he was tried on the turf. He's got the kind of longer pasterns in that foot that would say turf, but he ran extremely well first time on the dirt in a very, very strong race. G Money, Bold Journey. I really like what I'm seeing from him. Solid individual from a top barn, and Tom Morley adds blinkers. Asked Tom about the equipment change to blinkers, and he said, just felt like he wasn't finishing quite the way I thought he might, and when he worked him with the blinkers, he got a big gallop out of him. So ultimately, I'm going to go with the 9, Built to Last from the outside. Should get a good stalking trip.
You guys are killing me. Obviously, Built to Last for my husband, Tom Morley. You like this horse too, Anthony. Look, he does have some tactical speed, and he's drawn towards the outside where we've seen a lot of the better running, maybe a little bit more towards the outside today.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you didn't want to carry Richie's weight, this 345 pounds of fury is not going to be going to help you at all either. Yeah, I like the outside draw. I'm going to tell you another thing too. Again, kind of playing the board here a little bit. Best idea. New York bred, chips up from Palm Beach Downs for trainer Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, right? This horse was announced as a fresh gelding this morning. Dam's production was much better early on in her career than it has been as of late. This horse didn't go favored until there was 0 on the clock. Mm-hmm. I'd have lost every dollar in my pocket if you would have told me that this horse wouldn't be favored until the last 2 minutes of wagering.
Yeah. They seem to be, Central Pride's getting a lot of money, and he was embroiled in a huge pace duel first time out, but he was on the inside on a gold rail. Hot Rod Rumble was still able to finish second. We saw the winner, Mr. Larry, at a short price yesterday in an A other than come back and run up the racetrack. So
and for a horse who did as much running as he did in his debut, he is coming back quickly.
Agreed.
Quickly. And at a short, if he's 6-1 and you want to take a little shot with him, that's fine.
I thought Ria's Angel was the one who, of the ones that have ran the best race last time out, but it was against 40. Interesting race here to kick off this late pick 5 sequence. And like I said, Ria's Angel against the track, off slow, weave through the field. Look for him to maybe show a bit more money as we throw it up to John Embrial, who does have the call of this 5th race from the Big A.
They're all in. And they're off. From the inside, Limit Up. From the outside, it's Built to Last. And Central Pride is up close as Best Idea gains in between horses. Pepper King is running in 5th. Ria's Angel is next in 6th. 4 lengths back to A-Lister. And Modern Midas is the trailer. Up front, it's Best Idea in between. Limit Up down at the rail. Built to Last on the outside. So 3 of them right together for the lead through a quarter. 22 and 3/5 seconds. The front 3 have 3 lengths on Central Pride, who sits off them running in 4th. Another 3.5 back to Ria's Angel. Then comes Pepper King and Modern Midas. Best Idea narrowly. On the outside is Built to Last. Down at the rail is Limit Up as they come for the top of the stretch. Here is Built to Last up on the outside of Best Idea. Best Idea holding the lead. Built to Last runs in 2nd. Limit Up is now back in 3rd. And then it is Central Pride along with Ria's Angel. Best Idea now gets clear. Best Idea in front by 4. Built to Last trying to hold 2nd. Then Central Pride. Best Idea was best today in his debut. Best Idea won by 5.5 lengths. Built to Last was 2nd, Central Pride 3rd.
Best Idea did not break that sharply, but was gunned to the lead by Kendrick Carmouche and looked as though he might be in a little bit of trouble rounding the turn, but typical of the Todd Pletcher horses, they find another gear.
Yeah, this horse at the quarter pole just kicked in and ran away from Limit Up and Built to Last. Built to Last ran well in here. Ranged up, looked like he was going to run by. This horse had another gear and a half this afternoon and really finished up nicely. Best Idea might be okay, Maggie.
Yeah, this one's a half to Still There, who's a stakes-winning dirt sprinter, actually 2nd in the Ballerina a couple years ago, but does come out of a nice family. The son of Honor Code Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche, your 2nd leading rider here at the meet. We will have prices for you on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are rolling along here on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, the rest of the crew, as we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, the love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. 2-1 post-time favorite. Best Idea gets the win over Built to Last and Central Pride. Pretty formful beginning to this late pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, see the early pick 5 comes back over $2,400, and this first was good to go today off the ride up I-95 from Palm Beach Downs.
Always nice to prepare down in South Florida, and one guy down there in South Florida is our very own Lafitte Pinkai, as he has an update on Antonio Gallardo, who was involved in a spill earlier on the card. Lafitte?
What a story here at Tampa Bay Downs. The highs and lows of the life of a thoroughbred jockey. Antonio Gallardo with the winning ride in the Minaret here. Antonio, you were involved in a spill in today's second race here at Tampa Bay Downs. Now you're in the winner's circle celebrating a stakes win. What have the last couple of hours been like for you?
Oh, not like I thinking this morning, right? This morning I'm preparing my mind, try to, do a good job today, good races. Here we come, my first race, the horse broke down, go down, everything changed, Well, thank God, God did everything for me, He saved me, nothing happened to me. A little cut in my ear, I might have to put some stitch or whatever. But thank God, nothing bad, And decide, I wait for 2 races, I take off for 2 races, try to think, try to see how I feeling. And I'm like, you know what, I have to keep going, it's the only way.
Now you have to you have some more congratulations coming up here, Antonio. So now you cleared concussion protocol. Now a stakes win in this race. Coming up next in the Pelican, you're going to be riding Boca Boy. How are you going to upset Baby Yoda?
Oh, I love it. I love the horse, and it's positive. That's it. Nothing happened to me. Turn the pace. Thank God I win this one. Have to keep going. Try to do my best. Try to give a good trip, and hopefully, the horse helped me a little bit too.
Congratulations, Antonio.
Thank you so much.
Maggie.
It's so true. The ups and downs just displayed there with Antonio Gallardo, and he did clear concussion protocol to return to riding, and he will be aboard, as Lafitte said, in the next race in the Pelican. He'll also be aboard the horse that you used along with Classic Callway and Golden Glider for Mark Cassie later in the Sam F. Davis.
Yeah, I think those are live long shot 12-1 on the morning line. Good to see. I mean, they're the toughest athletes in the world. Toughest athletes in the world. Right? The ambulance follows them around the racetrack. It's an old cliche, but it's the truth.
It is true, as we do have racing back over in Hot Springs. Race number 5, it's non-3 life, 430 down to 25, 6 furlongs, a real jewel. Steve Asmussen looking for his 3rd win on the card with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, this horse is same level as last time, but now to 3 life. And is your 9-5 favorite to get right through the condition.
Lady Gusto puts the blinkers on.
Fresh off the claim, blinkers on for a barn that's having a quietly nice meet down there. Calvin Burrell's aboard this one.
Turnback makes sense for hoping for a ring.
Yep, turn back. Going to get non-muddy track like it was last time. This horse broke the maiden on the all-weather at Woodbine.
My boss lady has Ramon Vasquez aboard, as he will be aboard his man, Lone Rock, later.
Yeah, made up a ton of ground after breaking slowly last time. First off the claim, we'll see if Ramon Vasquez, the rider change, helps.
Do you know about this claiming rule? I thought you could waive it if you were coming back off of, I didn't know you could do it twice with Rockstar Parking, as she's protected again.
I did not either.
Huh.
Khaleesi. That's
As
weird.
Number 6 is Beauty Day, just going by. Long shot number 7, Sapphire Royalty, could show some speed off the claim for John Cox.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the speed, which Joel Rosario aboard the rail runner. I don't know about that, but she's supposed to be as forward as possible in here.
We had parking, Rockstar Parking in the rears, number 8.
Yep, made up some ground last time as well after breaking a bit slowly. First off the Chris Hartman claim, he wins at just around 25%.
First off the claim for Al Cates is Airborne Gal.
Yeah, this filly, couple of sloppy track tries were okay. She broke her maiden in Saratoga back in August of last year.
Lady Shaman adds the blinkers off the claim for Wayne Putz.
Yeah, Wayne having a good meet down there, winning with just around 20%. This was made a little bit of a middle move last time before tiring late.
Well, we will have this race as well as more on the Pelican as Baby Yoda. He gears up to not have to face Flightline this time around. He'll likely be the favorite coming up on America's Day at the Races.
And on the morning of the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need to create the noblest of all creatures. So God made a racehorse. He needed a horse that is faster, smarter, sleeker, and sounder, so God made a racehorse. He created an animal sound of wind with oversized nostrils to breathe fire like a dragon and turn oxygen into rocket fuel. He gave it a kind eye so his caretaker could look into his soul. And then on the afternoon of the 8th day, God realized that he needed an animal that was even swifter, smarter, and sounder.
An animal that can compete on the world stage and win iconic races like at Royal Ascot.
So God created a legend. The legend lives on at Alapa.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We continue here on America's Day at the Races. Live racing right around the corner. Race number 5 coming up from Oaklawn Park. And we do see favoritism on the rail with number 1, a real jewel. Anthony, are you with or against this favorite?
I'm with. Yay. Thumbs up for a real jewel. Yeah, you know, if Joel Rosario isn't as aggressive as he was in the opener, and just clear from the rail, I would imagine sitting off a Sapphire Royalty, it would not be the worst destiny for your current 9-5 favorite here. I thought she actually might, you know, off her last race, Maggie, I thought she might even be a little bit of a shorter price.
Well, you mentioned Sapphire Royalty. She could be the speed of the speed in here, and I thought she ran well, considering the pace did evaporate a little bit, but also coming out of that race was Parkin in the rear. Now, if Parkin in the rear was coming in off of her, you know, February-March form at Oaklawn, we'd be discussing her as a speed type, but she unseats the rider in that April 1st effort. We don't see her for a long time, and then she comes back and is off slow yet that time.
Right.
But don't you think it's meaningful that a high percentage claiming outfit like Chris Hartman picks her up off of that, you know, unseating the rider effort off the long layoff?
So we both grew up around horses, right? You've spent a little bit more time than I have. Is there a chance this filly, after the issue in April, she comes back and she breaks slowly? Does that bother you a little bit? Because it concerns me a little bit.
You know, it kind of, you wonder if they are over it.
If it's in her psyche, right.
Exactly, if it's in her psyche. But look, we had a horse, actually, the Teleperfect Tail, whom Dylan Davis actually broke his collarbone on here nearly a year ago. You could tell the first race back, it bothered her. Then we sent her to the farm, let her get away from everything. And she got over it. But parking in the rear, she obviously went to the farm for a bit. There was time to get over it. I don't know. And it does bother me a bit, but it also is a positive angle that Chris Hartman picks her up, a guy that knows how to get horses to win and is so astute with his claims that maybe he's seen something with her training or knows how to correct it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it also bothers me a little bit that she was gone all that time, and now she's gone almost another 2 months. I know they've had some cancellations down there, as if we, But it does bother me a little bit that she's missed as much, 8 weeks without going back to face the starter. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Look, you're getting 6-1 on a barn that wins at almost 25% with a positive ROI in the last 13 months. So there's not, it's hard to really knock the horse.
We'll see what shakes out. Can Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario pick up their third win on the Oaklawn cards? Vic Stauffer has your call.
They're at the post. They're off. A Real Jewel breaks well, and so does Parking in the Rear. Sapphire Royalty is close up. Airborne Gal away sharply as well. Lady Shaman is next, then Beauty Day, followed by Rockstar Parking and Lady Gusto, then Hoping for a Ring, and the trailer is My Boss Lady. Up the backstretch, Parking in the Rear has a 2-length lead on Airborne Gal and Sapphire Royalty. A Real Jewel races in fourth and 2.5 from the front, with Rockstar Parking and a 3-wide Lady Shaman. It's 2.5 lengths back to Beauty Day. Hoping for a Ring has 8 lengths to make up. My Boss Lady outside of her. Lady Gusto is the trailer, and the leader is Parking in the Rear. Parking in the Rear to the quarter pole. Airborne Gal is second. Then it's 2.5 to Lady Shaman, who runs up 3 deep in third. Then comes Rockstar Parking, followed by Sapphire Royalty and a Real Jewel, and Parking in the Rear and Airborne Gal inching closer in second. Parking in the Rear, a length in front of Airborne Gal in second. Lady Shaman to the outside, a Real Jewel, Parking in the Rear and Airborne Gal. These two, Parking in the Rear, reaching Airborne Gal, attacking. This is going to be close. Parking in the Rear, Airborne Gal, Parking in the Rear. Held off Airborne Gal and beat her ahead. A Real Jewel and Lady Shaman.
It got close, but I think Parking in the Rear, she refound her speed, and she just took them gate to wire.
She's over it, Maggie. She was over it as soon as the gate opened, and Chris Hartman, again. Now, I'm going to acquiesce to Mr. Stauffer, but this got a lot closer than I think anybody expected it to there on the money, right? You know what?
Vic is good at calling them, and it's a bad angle for us, so I'm going to go with him, but it is very close.
Yeah, that's close. That is really close. Airborne Gal got her head down at the most opportune time. Wow, I don't know. That's tight. That's tight.
Over at Tampa's second stake race on the card, it's the Pelican. $100,000 on the line, 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, our Mercedes. Wait.
No, we're good in here.
Oh, why did I scratch that horse? Just kidding. Anyway, there he is, our Mercedes
Anywho.
boy. He's here. Bad note-taking by me on the scratches.
Ordinarily, they win, but this might be tough, even with the scratch on the form. Our Mercedes boy first off the claim, the gray on the inside. Yeah, this is a big step up in class off the claim. Big step up in class.
32-1. Interesting horse, number 2, King Guillermo. First sprint since his debut back in 2019. Adds blinkers after dropping out of the Grade 2 Fort Lauderdale. I think he's interesting.
The 2020 Tampa Bay Derby winner has really fallen off form. They're going to try and sprint him for the first time since his debut back in 2019.
We saw Baby Yoda, your 3-5 favorite. He was beaten by God in a horse suit last time out, as many people refer to him as his flight line. There's Bank on Shea. Number 5, Pudding for Elizabeth Dobles.
Yeah, this horse's last 3 figs make him a big player to get second money. I mean, if Baby Yoda shows up. If he doesn't, Pudding could be an upsetter in here.
Cajun Casanova comes off of a big win.
Yeah, 2 of his last 3, in fact, all down at Oldsmar. He's 2 for 4 overall. Beat our Mercedes boy in his last couple.
I don't know why Boca Boy didn't have his usual speed in his last start, though. We'll see if he has it here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can refine his speed with Antonio Gallardo. There he is.
Baby Yoda. Now, I know the margin of defeat is great in 11.5 lengths, but I thought he ran well. It being beaten by Flightline, he didn't break all that quickly from the inside, had to be hustled up, sat off the winner on the inside. Look, he's not facing a Flightline here, but let's take a look at his breakout performance up at Saratoga this year. 114 buyer for this other than win.
Good he looked in this effort, Maggie. That was a terrible Yoda.
Wow. We'll let you slide for that one.
This was something that, you see the run in the Vosburg next time out with a little bit of trouble in the Vosburg. This had you dreaming about, a horse maybe taking that sprint division, the proverbial bull by the horns. He hasn't won since this day. Now, the the narrative doesn't always have to be wins and losses, but he has not gotten to the winner's circle since this day. He had a terrible effort at Mahoning Valley, and then he ran into, you know, I get offended when people compare Flightline to Go Zapper, but that's a story for another day in program. He ran into Flightline last time. He's 1-2. Now he's 3-5.
Well, let's check in with Lafitte. Baby Yoda Lafitte, win, will he?
Yeah, Maggie, like in college football, it's okay to lose to Alabama. It's okay to lose to Flightline. Baby Yoda, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Bill is not here this afternoon. He actually won last year, Sam Davis, with Candyman Rocket. I had a chance to speak with his son yesterday, Riley, his assistant trainer, and he talked about that effort, that second place finish in the Malibu. He said, we were so proud of the race, and that gave us confidence that he could circle back to that big Saratoga form that you guys showed a moment ago. And look, who would have not been clobbered by Flightline by double digits on that particular afternoon? So Baby Yoda here, odds on, took some time off after locking up with that field, had to back off a little bit, but now training well, ramping up. I asked him, why the Pelican for the comeback? And he said, not that it's an easy spot, but we're based in Florida. It felt like the most logical start to his 4-year-old campaign. The one concern I asked him about the Tampa surface, he says, we don't know. That's always a question mark. It's a quirky surface. We've sent some really good horses to Tampa that just haven't fired. Just go back to Elate, who was defeated in the Suncoast a few years back. So that's a concern going in. But should Baby Yoda perform well today in this Pelican, he did say you can expect to see him in some of the more important graded stakes races, graded sprints, perhaps Kentucky, New York, later on this year, Maggie.
Lafitte, great stuff there from Bill Mott and his son Riley Mott, who is kind of his main assistant. Now, could the argument be made to be, and look, I'm not taking anything away from his Malibu. It was very good. But was he a Saratoga horse? You know, you see it time and time again, year after year. Horses get incredibly good up there.
I will sometimes slip. She calls me Stabile. I'll call her Khaleesi. She is my racing Khaleesi for you Game of Thrones fans out there. I'm going to tell you this right now. I was thinking the same exact thing. This horse looks like he could very well be a Saratoga horse because you could always say somebody had to be second to Flightline last time out. This is the most dangerous horse in this race.
The New York bred. Bank on Shea. He was part of a 3-horse pace duel last time out off the bench in his first start for Carlos David.
This horse ran really, really well going the 6.5 last time. Now, and I know you can say, well, he won going 7 off of the layoff. It was a little bit different running into a horse that was, you know, the favorite in the second choice in the Florida Derby last year off of 2 starts and Collaborate, as opposed to beating, you know, Dream Bigger. So, and No Trouble. I would assume, from what we saw in the Minaret, you want some speed today. And I would imagine he is the speed of the speed. Arad's going to have to put him on the front end today and let Baby Yoda come get him. Really, let Baby Yoda come get you. Like you said, Boca Boy didn't have a speed last time.
And he has to go from the outside.
I would just blast Bank on Shea off. You only got to go 3/4 today and hope for the best. I would take a little shot with him at 3-1. He's a square price, too, at 3-1. The horse that figures to be the controlling speed's 3-1.
Baby Yoda, will he get back to that 114 buyer that we saw up in Saratoga this past year? We'll see. Bill Mott has him ready in this Pelican. Here's Jason Beam with the call.
Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on the Pelican Stakes. Baby Yoda away just a step slow. King Guillermo showing good speed. Cajun Casanova is right there. Bank on Shea right in and amongst horses down toward the inside. Armor City's Boy. And now moving up, Baby Yoda as a scramble for the early lead. It's King Guillermo, Baby Yoda up on the outside, and Armor City's Boy. Those 3 right across the track early on in the Pelican. They're a length and a half clear of Pudding, who came away in 4th. Bank on Shea moves to that one's inside from the 5th spot. The top 5 only separated by 3. It's 2 more lengths then back to Cajun Casanova and another 3 back to Boca Boy, who's last here as they go to that far turn. 22-2 for the opening quarter mile. Armor City's Boy a half length in front. Baby Yoda up on the outside of King Guillermo. They race together second, third. Bank on Shea riding that rail from the 4th spot is inching into contention as they come toward the top of the stretch. Armor City's Boy, room at the inside for Irad and Bank on Shea. They go to the front. Up on the outside, Baby Yoda going to try to come after that one as they turn to the top of the stretch. Bank on Shea, Baby Yoda Pudding swings into action on the outside. Also trying to run on Cajun Casanova. A final furlong left to go. Bank on Shea. Here's Baby Yoda on the outside. These two at the 16th pole, putting just in behind him with Cajun Casanova. Baby Yoda with a fight on his hands. Down toward the inside, Bank on Shea. Baby Yoda, Bank on Shea. They come to the wire. Bank on Shea came back. Baby Yoda and Bank on Shea looked like Bank on Shea got it. Baby Yoda was right there in second. Then came Pudding and Cajun Casanova.
Bank on Shea fighting back would not be denied with Arad Ortiz, who picks up his 4th win on this preview day down at Tampa Bay Downs.
Just how he drew it up. The loose speed sits 5th in the early running of the Pelican. Comes up, and Arad did a great job just saving all the ground and coming inside. Baby Yoda, Maggie, I'll tell you what, I think you made the right call here. I think he's counting the days down. We're less than 160 days away from the spa. I think Baby Yoda has the Alfred G. Vanderbilt circled on his calendar because he's just not the same horse that he is up at the old spa.
Yeah, and Bank on Shea, a horse that, you mentioned facing some New York bred company, but look at his affirmed success.
Yeah.
Where he drowned, what do you think now, who ran a 104 buyer in his last start. Now, I guess you could say this was brother on brother here, and Arad Ortiz getting the better of Jose Ortiz. It almost looked as though Jose was kind of leaning in.
Yeah,
we would have to see a head on, but
when Baby Yoda puts his head in front, I assumed
he's going to go by.
He's just going to draw. He's going to edge away, draw away, whatever euphemism you want to use. He didn't, and Arad just kept going left-handed.
You can see the size disparity, too, between Bank on Shea, who's a small, quick-looking horse, over Baby Yoda, who does not look like he should be that quick, as he is a long, lanky, as we will have the official order of finish and prices for you. But Bank on Shea topples Baby Yoda for the win in the Pelican as we turn the page. And race number 6 coming up at the Big A as we are 1 minute to post maiden 20 here. And we do see 3 to 5 on the outside because of the brave Mertin Cantermasi second off the claim.
Okay, so this is the first time I could ever remember in New York running a 3-year-old against older this early in the year. It is February 12th.
Oh, no, they've done it.
This early?
Yeah.
I always thought it was right around the middle of March.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah, this is a little early, but there's really, and like I said earlier, that I do not usually pick the 3-year-olds against the older horses, but in this case I did.
Meg, how does a 3-year-old match up against some of her older foes?
Early in the year for a 3-year-old to be taking on elders. It's not unheard of, and I have seen it as well, Maggie. As a matter of fact, you go back historically, a horse named Stagehand not only won the Santa Anita Derby, won the Santa Anita Handicap with a 100-pound in-post. They actually could get a jockey to do the 100 pounds. First time and only time that was done in the history of the sport. But, some of these horses that are officially 3 haven't reached their 3rd birthday yet. When they New Year's Day, they all turn a year older officially, but some of them weren't born until March, April, even May. So I think it's a little bit early for 3-year-olds to be taking on the elder. The other flip coin to that, though, is that if they're 4 or older and still haven't broken their maiden, you start questioning their overall general ability, where a 3-year-old has maybe more potential upside. That being said, I thought the 4, My Delicious, adding blinkers, dropping to the lowest level of her career, somewhat of an underachiever. Maybe the blinkers will get the desired effect and they'll get more from her. Made a nice impression physically. The 6, Simple Sugar, I thought she looked good. I think she'll improve off of that 1 start off of a layoff. I think 7/8 will suit her well. Ultimately, she's going to be my top selection, the 6, Simple Sugar. And then your favorite on the outside, who is a 3-year-old filly, who actually won't really be 3 until March. She was born in March because of the Brave. I mean, she looked great on the racetrack. The Cantermachi's horses are always well turned out. And she gets a nice outside draw going 7 furlongs in an elongated sprint. I always think outside draws are a benefit. And this filly's put together a couple of back-to-back good efforts, but she still is a 3-year-old taking on horses that are just a bit older than her.
Meg, great stuff as always. As number 3, Praline Pecan. It's interesting with the horse that won the last race, Best Idea, the younger half-brother to Still There, who was a runner-up in the Ballerina, really good daughter of Union Rags, trained by Dane Kubisky, who does ship in 2 horses here today. And Praline Pecan, she's not taking any money whatsoever, but she's a daughter of Hardspun. Ooh, Housebuster. When's the last time you saw a Housebuster mare?
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, a very, very long time. Very long time. This horse,
I love Housebuster mares.
She's the interesting horse in the race.
Yeah, she's not taking any money, though. Is that a negative?
I would think it's a negative in a race that, you know, form is at a premium.
Yeah.
It's a negative. But, I mean, it's 16-1. If you're this starts out late pick 4, as you can see in the bottom right-hand of your corner of your screen. If you're making a late pick 4 ticket, which I did, surprisingly, right, Maggie? I know you're stunned by that.
On the floor.
She's on my ticket at 17-1. So is
Love
the
it.
one Saratoga Karen, who, despite being a 3-year-old against older, she's 16-1. How are you going to let a first-time starter beat you in here?
The Maryland bred, the girl power teaming up, Rachel Keithan with Jackie Davis in the irons. And you're right, she could actually be a little bit of a higher price, to be honest, too. So they are moving into line here. This maiden 20 lining up because of the Brave taking all the money, 3-5 currently. What about, I mean, is she the speed in here, or does My Delicious with the blinkers on go out?
I would imagine
this
she's
race
the
is
speed.
crying out for somebody to go
She's
to the
supposed
lead.
to be the speed with the blinkers going back on. They tried taking the blinkers off last time to no avail. Now they drop her in for the 20 and put her on the lead. Yeah, she's supposed to be in front in here. Unless the first to show some speed or Praline Pecan takes to the dirt.
Yeah, Praline Pecan. Andy Hernandez will be aboard for Dane Kabisky shipping in. We'll see, though, 3-year-old at 1-2, taking on some older horses for the first time because of the Brave. Brave man upstairs is John Embriel. He has called race number 6, kicking off the late pick 4 here at Aqueduct.
They're in the gate for race 6. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 1, Saratoga Karen. Good start for her because of the Brave from the extreme outside. Simple Sugar is there. My Little Lulu now comes on through. And Superblood Wolf Moon is up close in 4th. Then My Delicious racing in 5th, 2.5 lengths to Praline Pecan on the outside of London Gold. And the trailer is Saratoga Karen up the backstretch. My Little Lulu by a head over the big favorite because of the Brave. With Superblood Wolf Moon moving up down at the rail, a close-up third through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. It's because of the Brave and My Little Lulu, and the two of them are right together as they go into the far turn. My Delicious has advanced now into 3rd. Then it's Simple Sugar running in 4th. Superblood Wolf Moon next in 5th. 2 lengths to London Gold, who's on the move on the extreme outside. First-time starter Saratoga Karen. Praline Pecan is the trailer in 8th. Up front because of the Brave and My Delicious, and they are right together. Simple Sugar in 3rd as My Little Lulu drops out of it. Half mile 48-1 there in the stretch. My Delicious on the outside of because of the Brave, and the two of them battle it out as they come for the 8th pole. Simple Sugar is coming on now from 3rd. Here comes Simple Sugar on the outside. My Delicious is now back in 2nd. Because of the Brave is back in 3rd. It is Simple Sugar to break her maiden here. Simple Sugar won by 4 lengths. My Delicious was 2nd, then Because of the Brave and Superblood Wolf Moon.
One thing about it, we'll not see any Kentucky Oaks winners here. As the upset goes to Simple Sugar, the 4-year-old, as Jalon Samuel tips her out. Doesn't switch leads, but she draws away from this field.
Well, the Meg gave you this one at a juicy price. Would she go off final tick 7-1?
Oh, 7-1.
7-1. Don't take $9 from a Maggie.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jalon Samuel gave this filly a good ride, and again, I think this kind of goes to what we're thinking. Maybe you want to be outside today because all these horses are making these balcony moves. Or maybe that Todd Pletcher firster is just that good that ran earlier today, who was kind of inside most of the way between horses.
You're just trying to make me feel better because our horse ran 2nd with an outside trip. Much appreciated. You're my good friend.
That's
Stick
what friends
around.
are for.
We'll have official prices for you on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Preview day down at Tampa Bay Downs. The second stake on the card, and a bit of an upset as the highly regarded Baby Yoda defeated by Bank on Shea, as he would not be denied for Arad Ortiz and Carlos David, and our very own Lafitte Pinkai standing by with rider Arad Ortiz, picking up his 4th win on the day.
A thriller in the Pelican, Bank on Shea. What a stretch duel. 3 wins on the afternoon. Arad Ortiz. Arad, how were you able to upset Baby Yoda and your brother in the process?
Man, honestly, Baby Yoda break a step slow. I guess Jose have to use that's the way I see the race. And in the 3 pole, I seen like 3-4 wide. I said, man, the only way I can beat him is if I save all the ground. And the rail was open, so I go for it. And work it out good. My horse come back a little bit on the end. Maybe the other horse just, come back to me in the last couple of jumps. I was hoping that happened.
Your brother say anything to you after the wire?
Not really. Not really.
He's not talking to you. I wouldn't talk to you either.
Not really. I mean, he respect my job. I respect his job. He tried the best. I tried my best. So it was the best horse win.
So big day thus far, the 3 wins. Coming up next, you'll ride Nest in the Suncoast. What's the key for her going in as a heavy favorite?
I mean, she's really nice. She won a really good race last time. I think the key is that she handled the track. The track is, sometimes play for some horses. They like it. Some other ones don't like it. She handled it. She should be fine.
How aggressive will you be with Classic Causeway and the Sam Davis?
I mean, he got tactical speed. I don't have to be too aggressive. The horse get in. He come from 6 furlongs, Avila horse. And I think he got a little more speed than my horse. My horse is fast too. He should be close without using too much.
Thanks for the time, Irad. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Pinkai.
Maggie.
Lafitte, thank you. And Bank on Shea returns $960 for the win. Looking forward to seeing Irad aboard Classic Causeway, the tepid 3-1 morning line favorite in the Sam F. Davis. That will do it for Anthony and I. Well done, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. They're coming up next. Make sure you stay tuned here on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, plus these standout performers. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
There's a saying in horse racing, pace makes the race, and it's true. Most horses have a preferred running style. Some of them are speed horses. They jump right out of the gate and head to the lead. Others sit off the pace. They're stalkers. And others come from way off the pace, and they do their running late. They're called closers. When speed horses run loose on the lead without being pressured by other horses, they're more likely to win. On the other hand, when there's a lot of pace in the race, Many speed horses, they're going to battle and likely tire each other out, which sets up for a closer.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Team switch, Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling on a gorgeous afternoon. It's warmed up quite a bit here in South Ozone Park at the Big A here at Aqueduct. Tremendous action here in New York. We have the Gander, who actually ran in the Sam F. Davis back when he was a 3-year-old.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah,
That's pretty,
distant third.
What a great way to bring it all together, Greg. It's impressive.
And that is the Kentucky Derby prep we have for you later this afternoon from Tampa Bay, and that's going to be fun. Wide open group in that race, and Classic Causeway, kind of a make-or-break race for him.
I think it is. You know, this is a really important race. All of these preps are important, but this is really important because this is a tough field. This has to be the deepest Sam Davis ever.
We look forward to it. That'll be race 10 on the program from Oldsmar, Florida. Right now we go to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 6 at Oaklawn. 6 furlong sprint, 8,000 starter allowance, and it's the 7 right now who's favored here. Baseball Politics, who 2 back, won impressively with an 80 Beyer speed figure. There is a look at him. He disappointed, though, in that next start.
I'm betting the 3 here. Platinum Equity, private purchase by M&M Racing to Robertino Diodoro.
Who, of course, will send out Lone Rock later today. More on him in that Razorback. First, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin. JK.
What's up, guys? I got to be honest. I've signed a contract to continue to bet the 2-horse here at Oaklawn, Tomato Bill. Since I saw the debut, this horse ran at Saratoga, showed a ton of speed as a 2-year-old, just never really has materialized. So every time this horse has changed hands, I've been hopeful that we'll see the old Tomato Bill. So I'm going to give Nora McKnight a shot here with the 2 Tomato Bill at a big price. And we're kind of compact on this show, so I'm going to jump down to Tampa and tell you the most obvious thing of the day, that the 2 Nest is going to win. The Suncoast, she's just entirely too fast for this group. And if I don't get to see your face before the 7th at Aqueduct, I think the 6 American Monarch is a horse that just shown way too much talent, should appreciate the cutback. You could try to get cute and creative with some other horses in there, but I think you might be wasting a little bit of money. I think the 6 American Monarch is going to be tough to beat.
Jonathan thinks, I know he gives us chalk, but 1 to 9, that's new for JK. Nest,
It's
that's
a new
how
low?
heavily favored.
Is that what you're going at?
That's how heavily favored she is. And that, even though that's not a graded stakes race, that Suncoast, points on the line for that Kentucky Oaks there.
Yeah, and she's going to have to get faster, obviously, to be a legitimate Oaks contender or any major races. But in fairness to her, she was extremely wide the whole way around the track. I think she covered 63 more feet, actually, in the horse that was down the rail that may have finished 3rd in there. That was a good performance. She's getting better.
And she gets 2 turns again.
Yeah, and she feels like, listen, this cross-country Big 5 is a great sequence. It's complicated, and she feels like a single, hopefully, to start it for you.
Meanwhile, here in this race, JK going to Tomato Bill, who's 13 to 1.
I'm not knocking 13 to 1 shots. I bet this horse last time. I could make no excuse for him. I wish Jonathan the best of luck. I like the 3 Platinum Equity off the private purchase, switching to Robertino Diodoro. I think the 1 and 4 as turnbacks are a little bit interesting, but it's a tough race.
And I know you don't love him in here, but Tomato Bill, is he going to be in front early? There he is, loading up.
I think it's a pass. The 2, 4, and 8 all have speed. I think that it's going to be a potentially fast pace.
We're set for the 6 coming up as they continue to load. The 2 has already stepped in, as you saw. And Baseball Politics still by a narrow margin. Your favorite. Vic Stauffer here with the call. 6th from Oaklawn Park.
Supercharger, tapping for a dance. Last 2 to load will be Americane Joey and Looking for 8. The stablemates. They're at the post. They're off. Mr. Ankeny wins the break, goes to the front from Supercharger, Tappin' for a Dance, and Secretariat War. Tomato Bill is next. Then comes Hidden Promise, followed by Baseball Politics and Platinum Equity. Next, it's Looking for 8 and Americane Joey, and the trailer is Riverboat Gambler. Mr. Ankeny quickest up the backstretch. Tomato Bill's in a tough spot at the rail. He might have to check out of there. Tappin' for a Dance is keeping him in tight. 2.5, back 2. Secretariat War, then comes Hidden Promise, joined and passed by the Arkansas-bred Supercharger. Baseball Politics has 8 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Americane Joey and Riverboat Gambler. Then comes Looking for 8, and badly out of the race is Platinum Equity, Mr. Ankeny, and Tappin' for a Dance. Here's Tappin' for a Dance to come calling for the lead. He's the new leader from Mr. Ankeny in second. 2.5, back 2. Secretariat War next, then Supercharger, Tappin' for a Dance to the final 16th with a 2-length lead. Secretariat War is second, Mr. Ankeny is third, Tappin' for a Dance, and Secretariat War, Tappin' for a Dance in front. Tappin' for a Dance won by 2.5. Secretariat War was second, Supercharger third, Mr. Ankeny finished fourth.
Tappin' for a Dance in Secretariat War. He used to be a really good turf horse many years back.
It's funny when you hear, names in there and you remember them running in New York and different things. Much the best winner for Ingrid Mason and Martine Garcia getting done. Jonathan's long shot might not have hit the board, but at least he was close at one point and got a call. The only call my horse got was fixed offer saying, and far, far back.
You never love to hear that.
It's not a good sign.
This race kicks off this cross-country pick 5. It's the Suncoast, and a chance to earn points to get into the starting gate for the Kentucky Oaks. Here's Blame the Champagne.
Yeah, we've all been in that position, a maiden running in this race. Maybe this horse could actually pick up some pieces and get third or fourth.
1-5 favorite. Demoiselle winner for Todd Pletcher-Ness makes her 3-year-old debut.
We'll see if she takes a step forward because she's a horse that's at least on the cusp of being one of the top 3-year-old fillies.
Still, you just see her coming into the screen right now. She has been
slow in the post parade.
A lot like Pletcher's previous Demoiselle winner, Malathot. Just she grinds away and she does not quit.
Yeah, no. She's improving with her starts, which you like to see. She didn't beat much first time out, but she's okay.
A little love and luck.
Listen, she improved in the turf last time out, but on her dirt form, she's uncompetitive.
She won a turf synth, waiting to win on dirt. Mining Chrome for Gerald Bennett.
This is another horse that appears to be better on the turf.
48-1, not being given much of a chance. Peaceful Surprise, 1 start and a win for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I really thought this horse beat a very weak field, and if I were looking for others, this is one taking a little bit of money behind the favorite I'd throw out.
Hot Penny, Joe Orsino, Medaglia d'Oro.
She did a little bit of running last time in what came up a reasonably fast race. The question is she going to really get better and more distance? Medaglia d'Oro, maybe she will.
And Princess Elin on the outside won her debut. She was 41-1.
Yeah, my try would be 2 with 1-7-8 behind them. That's my play here. Okay. 2 with 1-7-8, second and third.
Still can make money with a 1-5 favorite. Again, cross-country pick 5. It begins here in the Suncoast where many are going to single nest. Let's take a look at Jonathan's ticket, see what he did here.
Yeah. Look, I think this ticket starts off pretty easy. At least it appears to be that way. Singling nest, only going to use 2 back at Aqueduct, the 5 Baris, and the 7 Bold Journey. And then I think it gets pretty complicated. I'm going to spread the rest of the way through here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7 in the third leg. I think the 2 Miss Bigley, if you are going to narrow, would be one that I could maybe lean on a little bit. And then on to the Sam F. Davis, the 4th leg, 3, 5, 11, 12. I think this race is going to fall apart. If it doesn't fall apart, I still want to have the speed with the 3 Classic Causeway. And then to wrap it up, a race that I thought was very difficult, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Lone Rock, I didn't think he wanted a mile and an 8th, and he handled that. Is he going to handle the mile and a 16th? We'll have to see. I thought Plainsman was the most likely winner of that race, but a very, very tough sequence after the first 2 races. But I'll tell you one thing that's not hard to look at, my friend Lafitte Pinkai.
Good God, JK. Remember a late got beat here. Just to remember, like a late lost in the Suncoast. I get it, what's not to like in Ness. She's talented, well-bred. Irad Ortiz is in his zone, and she's trained by a Hall of Famer in Todd Pletcher, and she's a Demoiselle winner. Remember what Pletcher did with his last Demoiselle winner. You guys mentioned Malathot. There she was, slugging it out with search results to victory in last year's Kentucky Oaks, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in the country. One of 3 Grade 1 victories last year for Malathot. Good enough for a championship. A couple nights ago, Southern California, Santa Anita, the Eclipse Awards, she was presented and honored as 2021 3-year-old filly champion. Greg Clark doing the honors for Shadwell Stables. As for Nest, for Todd Pletcher, so how has she done, how has Pletcher done with Demoiselle winners in the past in their 3-year-old debut? Just fine as long as they don't run in the Devonadale. The fillies he's run in the Devonadale, 0 for 3. The rest have won. Bodes well for Nest. Guys, I spoke with Todd Pletcher this morning. He says Nest really grew. She's filled out since her last start in the Demoiselle. He did mention this will not be her optimum distance. This is going to be a little bit sharp, a little bit short for her moving forward. But he called her, quote, a work in progress, and said that she is really starting to improve.
Lafitte, thank you. And there she is, 1-5 on the board. I don't even know if she has to improve to win in this race.
No, she could take a step back and not win. You know, she ran that 81 Buyer in her second start, and while she only got a 77 last time, there is a point where I think you have to start taking wide into consideration, and she never got a break. I mean, Greg, she was 4 wide the whole way around the track, way more distance than anybody else in that race, and it was a real step in the right direction. Listen, they have to get it done, but this field she's supposed to handle. You know, you look at who the second choice is. One of the worst races she's ever run is the only dirt race she ever ran. Why is she the second choice? A little love and luck. Because of a turf race? And I'll tell you something about a race. That race collapsed, and she was a last mover.
People see that she was, you know, she wins the stakes race, though, even though it was on turf. At least she's done something to show some ability in her. X factor is really the rest of the way in here.
That's fair.
Well, she's a daughter of Arrogate. Out of a point-given mare, a little love and luck just left her. Well, there she is, the 3, the gray, with those blue blinkers on. Paco Lopez will be aboard. You can play this cross-country Pick 5. It begins here. It includes all stakes in the sequence. It's a good one. Play it with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com. Download the Naira Bets app. Take advantage of that $200 bonus and sign up for new members and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this cross-country Pick 5 that you said, what, last weekend paid?
$27,000.
Wow.
I bet it this week. I'm not going to pay $27,000. I'll give you my ticket. I used the single Nest. Next race is our 8th race, I believe.
I believe so.
I used the 1 G Munning, who I like, in Bold Journey. Then in the 8th, I used at Oaklawn, the Bayakoa. I used the 1 and 2 in there. And then in the Sam S. Davis, I used Classic Causeway. I used the Mark Cassie horse Golden Glider. I used Volcanic, the Mark Cassie horse, and I used Strike Hard, horse I know you like a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the last leg, I used the Pletcher horse, 5, 6, 8.
The Razorback.
Yeah, Razorback, 5, 6, 8, and I'll close it out.
No Lone Rock.
I don't like Lone Rock.
Interesting.
Miles 16th, he's going to beat me. He probably will. I hope I get that far.
It starts here. Good luck, everyone. Nest steps in from that 2-post. Irad Ortiz Jr. already having a big afternoon. Teams up here with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher on a hopeful for this year's Kentucky Oaks, making her 3-year-old debut here on the Suncoast at 1 mile and 40 yards. Jason Beam, the call.
Peaceful Surprise will be next to join. Just waiting on Hey Penny and Princess Elin will be all set for a start here at the Suncoast. Kentucky Oaks points on the line here. Princess Elin, Alonzo Quinones to complete the line. She goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Suncoast Stakes. Good start for a little love and luck. Mining Chrome, those two set out for the early advantage. Blame the Champagne. Nest right up in between horses now, coming up to take over third as they go into that first turn. Hey Penny going to be caught out about 4 wide from the 5th spot. As just inside of that comes a Peaceful Surprise. And at the back early on is Princess Elin. But it's Mining Chrome to set the pace. Mining Chrome there by a length. A little love and luck. Racing along in second. Nest now finds her way out to the clear as a joint third with Blame the Champagne. Hey Penny, Peaceful Surprise. They race together 5th and 6th. They're a length and a half clear of Princess Elin, who's under a good hold at the back. 24 and 2, so they're in no hurry up front as Mining Chrome takes them down this Tampa Bay Downs backstretch. Mining Chrome there, 3/4 of a length. A little love and luck in the second spot. Nest continues out in the clear in third. Blame the Champagne back a spot now 4th as Hey Penny starts to inch into contention from 5th. The length more then back to Peaceful Surprise, Princess Elin, those two are at the back. A half-mile left to go in the Suncoast Stakes. The opening half, 49-1. So moderate tempo out there for Mining Chrome, who goes to the far turn. A Little Love and Luck now turns up the pressure from that second spot. Nest waiting in the wings outside in third. Blame the Champagne asked to go after them from the fourth spot. Then comes Hey Penny, who's trying to go on from fifth. Princess Elin starts to creep into it a little bit from sixth. And Peaceful Journey's at the back as Nest comes up to the lead now. It's Nest who comes up after the lead. Little Love and Luck back to second as they turn to the top of the stretch. Nest now a half length in front. A Little Love and Luck back to second. It's 3.5 or 4 lengths more back to Hey Penny down the outside with Blame the Champagne, but a final furlong to go, and Nest sets sail for home. It's Nest by the 16th pole, widening now. 3 in front, A Little Love and Luck, second best to the most facile of winners here. Nest going to go on to win it, geared down by 4.5, 5 in the end. Little Love and Luck was second, Blame the Champagne third, Hey Penny fourth, Princess Elin finished fifth.
Nice starting point for the 3-year-old campaign for Kentucky Oaks hopeful Nest for Todd Pletcher. Rapoli Stable and Eclipse Thoroughbreds.
I think if that's your horse, you're Todd Pletcher, you're the connections, you have to like what she did. I mean, I had to ride her a little bit to shake her up, but she pretty much handled this field as easily as she looked like she would on paper. And it's hard not to say, Greg, that she's taken a little step forward as a 3-year-old.
That was impressive. Didn't beat a lot, but she beat them convincingly. How about 4 wins already this afternoon for Irad Ortiz Jr.?
No, that's impressive, and not sure what he has left today. I'm not sure who he has in the. Oh, he's got Classic Causeway, the favorite, but just another day, another typical Saturday for Irad, right?
Pretty impressive.
Got my single home in the pick 5 here.
Good for you.
Yeah,
1 to 5.
Feel pretty good about myself right now.
Was 1 to 9 floated up to 1 to 5.
Oh, value.
All right, we'll get those prices to you coming up. More great action ahead from Tampa in a bit. We come back to New York here. 7th is up next, and here's Supply and Demand, Dylan Davis.
We'll see if there's enough pace for him. He and the 2 are both deep closers, and I think the 2 is just a better horse.
Saratoga Powell coming out of a stakes race.
Needs a lot of pace to get it done, but when he runs his race, he's pretty quick.
Market Alert, 3 for 14.
He ran a race that gives him a chance 3 back, but his last 2 have been disastrous.
Carruthers beat by Sibelius last time out.
Yeah, he got disqualified for breaking the gate early. I just don't know if he's good enough to beat these. He's the lesser of the 2 Motts.
5 to 1. His best success came in Great Britain over Synthetic. Here's Scotchatorre. Tom Morley just claimed.
I think this horse is a real overlay here. Tom Morley's record off the claim of the last year is sensational, and he looks like the speed.
American Monarch, Bill Mott.
I get that people like this horse. He's kind of running out of chance for me. I'm trying to beat him.
Back-to-back seconds at this level. Here's the 12th man.
He was a bit wide last time in a paceless race. I just don't know if he's good enough.
Ryan's Cat. He's been first or second, 11 of 23 tries.
Second off a layoff. We'll see if he can refine that magic of last year. I'm skeptical.
Risk Profile with Linda Rice.
A distant third last time. It just didn't do much running.
And Medicine Tail. Speedy, but really more speed on Synthetic.
Yeah, this horse I know that I like, and I know you think is live as well in this race. He has that one dirt race 3 back that makes him a major player here. He's second off a layoff, Synthetic to dirt. He showed life, the best race he's ever run Synthetic last time. He ships in, and I think he is a very, very interesting horse. I'm betting on Medicine Tail, using the 6 protectively, mostly the 5, and a little bit of the 2 in exactas.
Yeah, and it's 8 to 5 now in American Monarch, and you see, since this horse return to the racetrack, was off for almost a little over a year, actually. Third behind Happy Medium, who many thought was a star in that sprint division, got beat just last week, but then comes back and runs 2 very good seconds.
The thing that worries me is he had his chances. You know, is he going to keep running well? He may be the horse to beat. I'm going to try to beat him.
2 minutes to post here coming up in the 7th. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Just a really good-looking group. The entire group just really impressive in the paddock. We'll start with the 4-horse Carruthers. Very well turned out for Hall of Fame conditioner Bill Mott. Made a nice impression. Really like what I saw, especially when he went off in the post-parade. Stayed with the pony, but got a real nice warm-up. The 5-horse Scocciatori actually means pain in the neck in Italian. I don't know, Andy, they name a lot of horses for you, but Scocciatori from the Tom Morley barn certainly making a nice impression. Big, strong, stout horse. Talked to Tom about him. He said he's been a pleasure to train since he claimed him, and the horse certainly is doing well, obviously, from a physical perspective. The 6 American Monarch, another for the Bill Mott stable. Left the pony, real aggressive warm-up under Jose Lascano. Looked great. but the horse that really stood out to me was the 8, Ryan's Cat, another one that left the pony in the post parade with Kendrick Carmouche. Big, aggressive warm-up. He was the paddock pick, and he just kind of reinforced everything I saw in the paddock from him on the racetrack. Ryan's Cat was a standout from a physical perspective.
Mig, thanks. He's 5-1, and I think he obviously didn't run a whole lot in that comeback race, but it was off the layoff. He's had huge performances here in the past.
The problem I have with him is Rudy Rodriguez claimed a horse that, for the most part, wasn't very good. And then he ran these 2 almost stakes-quality races. Then he runs lousy, he's laid up. He goes to his brother, Gustavo. And my biggest impression is, where did those races come from, and are we ever going to see them again? Obviously, he runs anywhere close to them. He's going to win this race.
3 of his 5 wins, they've come at Aqueduct. He needs to be a lot better, second off the bench, than he was on that return back on January the 8th, no question.
I think Richie took a shot at me.
He did. I hope
I'm
you
getting
returned
even.
the favor.
No, I'm getting more than even.
Wait for it, Mig. It's coming. 6-5 favorite, American Monarch. Bill Mott, Jose Lezcano, and the 4-year-old son of the Triple Crown champ, American Pharaoh. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with race 7 here from New York.
Medicine Tail. They're all in line. And they're off. American Monarch right out for the early lead. Scacciatore moves up the challenge. Scacciatore now takes the lead. American Monarch back running in second. Medicine Tail on the extreme outside runs in third. Ryan's Cat is in between horses. Market Alert is down at the rail. Then it's a length and a half to 12th Man, who's running in sixth. On the outside is Risk Profile in 7th, 4 lengths to Carruthers in 8th, then Saratoga Pal. Supply and Demand is the trailer in 10th, and the quarter was running 22 and 3. Scacciatore is the leader here by a length, with Medicine Tail in second now. American Monarch, the favorite, is down at the rail in third. Ryan's Cat now makes a move on the outside as they come for the quarter pole. It is Scacciatore, Ryan's Cat, and on the inside, American Monarch, the half one in 46 and 2. Here comes American Monarch up the inside to take the lead from Scacciatore. Ryan's Cat on the outside is next in third as they pass the 8th pole. It is American Monarch in front by 2.5 lengths. Scacciatore runs second, then Ryan's Cat and 12th Man. And it will be American Monarch over Scacciatore. Farther back, Ryan's Cat and 12th Man.
Jose Lezcano sticking to the fence, comes up the inside for the win here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of horses running effectively towards the inside, and I think Jose took a bit of a chance. And if I don't know that the inside's bad, but if it is, he may have run better than he did. Scacciatore was very, very game. I think he ran a winning race. The winner just ran better than he did in here. And while he lost, Tom Morley's record off the claim over the last year is really exceptional. And Scacciatore didn't finish first, but he ran a winning race.
Floated up even higher at post. I went off at 9-1 in the end. American Monarch, though, even money and produces with the victory. 6-5, 8-7. It was Nest back in the Suncoast in her 3-year-old debut on a path to the Kentucky Oaks. Let's go to Lafitte.
Good as advertised, Greg. Nest by many in the Suncoast. Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds, co-owner here. Aaron, we talked about that trepidation with young horses. You know how good they may have been at 2, but who are they at the age of 3? What did Ness show you today?
She took the necessary step forward that we wanted to see from her 2-year-old year to her 3-year-old year. With all respect to the competition today, it was a relatively softish field, but she took care of business the way she should have. And without being asked too much by IRAD, I think she broke the stakes record pretty handily. So she's a really nice filly, and it's just nice to take a deep breath, get this one out of the way, and hopefully onwards and upwards from here.
Describe funky things happen here at Tampa Bay Downs. Describe the pressure going in with an odds-on favorite in this kind of race.
It's pressure, but it's the right kind of pressure. You know, I'd rather be here at 1-5, 1-9 than 15 or 19-1 in a race like this any day of the week. It's not so much about the price and satisfying the bettors as it is wanting that really good horse prove to the world that they are as good as you think they are and keep on that trail. That's the dream, you know, to get to the Oaks with a filly like this. And hopefully this is step one on that path.
How exciting is this for your partners?
You know, we've got a great group of partners out here today. They're ecstatic. We've got some hometowners here in Tampa, so they're pumped. And this is what it's all about, to have a young filly that's done what she's done already and give you that dream of running for the Lilies. You know, Mike Rapoli, you know, he's a partner on this horse, Mike House. So we've got longtime grizzled vets that have put so much into the game, and so appreciative of their partnership as well, in addition to our Eclipse partners. But that's what everybody's in the game for, and hopefully she could get us to the top of the mountain.
Before I let you go, I have to ask, what's next?
You know, first things first, let's just hope she comes out of this well. Touch wood. You know, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, and I have discussed sort of a Suncoast, Ashland, hopefully to the Oaks path. So I think if all goes well, we'll show up at Keeneland.
Enjoy this one. Congratulations.
Appreciate it very much.
Greg?
Lafitte, thank you. So May 6th, circled for that group as they hope to get to that first Friday in May. And with this kind of performance, wow, new track record. I would say they're definitely on that path. Ashland next, it sounds like.
Even if you're that big a favorite, I mean, first of all, you always, you know, breathe a sigh of relief, but you come back your first start of the year, and I think she took a step forward. The fields are going to get a lot tougher going forward, though.
Race 9, it is on the turf, mile and a 16th, first allowance condition. And Can I Ride Ortiz Jr. make it 5 in the afternoon? He'll team up with Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, editor at large. He will return to turf coming up. And then, of course, Irad trying to make more noise on Classic Causeway. So impressive at Saratoga last summer. He makes his 3-year-old return for Brian Lynch.
We bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful, and will be trained by Todd Pletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Back on America's Day at the races on FS2. Good to have you with us on a tremendous Saturday of action. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Feature still to come here in New York with the Gander. Let's look back at race 7 and Bill Mott's American Monarch with Jose Lezcano sticking to the inside to get that win at a short price or even money.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I actually respect Lee Rodriguez-Castro for sort of leaving the rail open. I think Jose Lezcano took a little chance going up down the inside. Most horses have been running toward making moves to the outside during this day. Not sure the rail's dead, but it does seem like the best running has been done outside for much of the day.
Maybe just that much the best in this group?
Probably. Might be a little better than it looks. But, I mean, the runner-up ran very well. I don't want to take anything away from him.
American Monarch, just the second win of his career.
This race flatters that impressive Pletcher first-time star that won earlier today. I don't think that race was that much slower than this race, and those were, 3-year-old first-time starter.
As mentioned, feature coming up next, named after the former New York Horse of the Year, champion New York 3-year-old as well. The great Gander won 15 times in his career. 1 turn mile in this year's edition. And this potentially could be a prep for the preps of the Triple Crown.
Sure.
For one bold journey.
I mean, theoretically, anybody could come back into Gotham, right?
Boss making boss moves, was actually considering the Withers, according to Rick Schosberg. Opted to go here instead, but here's Bold Journey. He was impressive second time out. Can he handle the stretch out? We'll find out next.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. And there's a look at legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Action from Oaklawn. Festival preview day at Tampa. And we have the feature of the Gander next in New York. Tremendous action continues all Saturday afternoon here on the program. As we get back to Hot Springs, Arkansas, the 7th race here kicks off the Pick 5. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint ahead. And a horse on the outside who's certain to take a lot of money in here, Strato Fortress, who we'll get to in a moment. We start with Grapnel, first-timer.
Yeah, not a whole lot of pedigree from an unraced dam. I think about 7 foals that raced so far.
For Ron Moquette, of course, trainer of the great Whitmore, sprint champion a couple of years ago. Invariably, Jerry Hollendorfer.
Well, the dam was a Breeders' Cup juvenile winner of over juvenile turf of over a dirt of over 1 million fillies. I'm sorry, but she's produced horses that just can't run. It's more turf, oddly.
Turf debut for Sparty Sense, now gets dirt.
Yeah, I think this horse is an interesting horse, switched to Mike Maker, but it does come off a very high percentage barn.
Steve Asmussen takes over with Stainless Steel, start number 2.
I think you have to respect the change on this horse. I'm not sure about the field this horse comes out of, though, at Gulfstream. I didn't think it was that strong.
Showed some early pace in that race. 10th of gold for Asmussen as well.
I guess they're going to the 4 because the Asmussen with Rosario, but on paper, this horse is supposed to be a shorter price. This was an overlay.
Life is hard. This one out of a dam who produced King Kranz, who we knew on the New York circuit.
Yeah, I thought
stakes winner.
I thought this was kind of an interesting first-time start. Other Munnings, we saw that terrific performance by Zozos, the Munnings, yesterday.
Bullet Gate Drill as well.
Yeah.
Quarantine Whiskey for Don Von Hemel.
Yeah, not a lot to go on from a pedigree standpoint.
Kingmaker.
Homebred for Joe Ford's West Rock Stables.
12-1.
The dam was pretty good on
Kingmaker.
that horse, actually.
Thunderheart, Shea Stewart, 46-1.
Taking absolutely no money for a second start, would have to improve a lot.
And, wow, 3-1 on Strato Fortress, who ran a big race last time out, gets an outside post, was inside last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse makes a certain amount of sense. 3-1 seems reasonable on this horse, but I don't understand why this horse is 3-1 and 10th of Gold is 7-1.
Yeah, I'm with you there. 2 minutes to post coming up. You can get up to a $20 bonus today when you bet on select races with Naira bets. For every select stakes race you bet $50, you'll get $5 win or lose. Today's races, the Bayakoa, Razorback from Oaklawn, Sam F. Davis from Tampa, and the Sweet Life from Santa Anita. Don't forget, you have to opt in to take advantage of that promo. 2 minutes to post here coming up at the start of the Pick 5. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, we've got a number of first-time starters in here and some horses coming off the layoff. I went down to the paddock. First, I watched them walk over for one thing. Some good-looking colts here, good-looking specimens. Went down there to see if anybody was acting up. All of them very conservative, really behaved down in the paddock area. So tough to throw anybody out just looking at them of the first-time starters. Watched in the post parade, early on in the post parade. I believe that post parade was taped that you saw, but when the two horse, invariably, I know the barn likes this horse, and he's a handsome colt. We already mentioned his pedigree and everything, but he was really studdish when he came onto the racetrack and continued to be very playful with the pony. A little more than playful, but looks like he's behaving himself a little bit better right now. You can still see that he's not really got his mind 100% focused on it. Then the 4-horse coming off the layoff for Asmussen, nothing to fault with him. I mean, he looked great. He's handsome, well turned out like all of Steve's horses are. And then the 6-horse, Life is Hard for Jimmy DeVito. This horse is trained well. He looks great out on the racetrack. I know he's quick. He's another one that I like. But the lukewarm second favor right now, and now it's flashed back to 5-2 for the 4-horse, and now 10-1 for Strata Fortress. He was, to me, the best-looking colt. He's got the most experience. He's got a good post position on the outside. So you can take your pick, Jonathan. Who do you like?
Yeah, look, G, the 10 is going to go off favored, and one of the tricks, if you're new to this game, is to look at the double will pays. It's one of the easiest ways to try to identify where that market could close, and the 10 Strato Fortress will end up being favored here. I love the outside draw. The horse has tactical speed, has fast speed figures, has a Hall of Famer in Jerry Hollendorfer, and is also drawn towards the outside. Lot of things you have to like. The 5, 10th of Gold. This is a horse I would prefer over the 4 Stainless Steel, but you got to kind of follow the money to a certain extent there, and I would not ignore G's point that the barn is kind of high on the 2 Invariable. When they have the favorite in the race and they enter another one, I think that's something to take into consideration when you're looking at these races.
Jonathan, thanks. Invariably, real quick, I mean, this first timer, the 2, bullet after bullet after bullet, quickest workout in the morning for a horse with a big pedigree.
Was this horse that Gary was saying was studdish, though, right? I don't like that, especially with a firster. I don't like that. Stainless Steel. I know it's probably Rosario.
The favorite right now.
Yes, the 4, taking so much money. There may be a tip on this horse. He's probably working well. This horse is a ridiculously overbet in this race on the board based on the performances that Jonathan said with a 10, who's just a better horse. This horse comes out of a bad race, and this was one of those the SF Racing. Okay. This was one of that conglomerate, Charlatan, Authentic, and they paid $510,000 for this horse as a yearling, and they just dumped this horse after the race in a private purchase. I'm sure there's a big story, but I'm missing something. But this horse, to me, and I think this is one of those Joel Rosario horses that you're supposed to bet against. 5, 6, 10 for me is my play.
Yeah, we both like this 6 a little bit, who is taking money, by the way, down to 9-1. Intriguing first-time starter, but we've talked about it a lot on this show. Steve Asmussen, when he gets Joel Rosario, those horses are going to get overbet. We've been seeing it the whole meet.
Yeah, and listen, we're going to see some of them win, and this one might win. And there may be a big story on the works or something, but boy, based on this horse's first race and that group dumping this horse, and I don't think this is a bad field. I think it's a pretty good field, so I think that horse is way overbet.
Well, at 10 as well, you see Strato Fortress very beneficial getting outside today after to deal with post 2 last time out and got nailed by a 25-1 shot. We'll see what happens this afternoon. Giovanni Franco rides. Vic Stauffer the call. Competitive group in this maiden special weight to kick off this Big 5.
They're at the post. They're off. Very slow start for Invariably. Stainless Steel and Life is Hard. Quarantine Whiskey and Strato Fortress at the rail. Goes Sparty Sense in the mix as well, and so is Thunder Heart, a real scramble on for the lead. Then comes Grapnel, followed by Kingmaker and 10th of Gold, and the slow start has Invariably at the back of the pack. Stainless Steel is the leader. Stainless Steel from Life is Hard in second. Sparty Sense is at the rail in third and 2 from the front. Strato Fortress emerges fourth now, 2.5 or 3 from the lead. Grapnel moves inside and takes over fifth as Thunder Heart is sixth. Then it's a length and a half back to Kingmaker, followed by Quarantine Whiskey. At the back of the pack are Invariably and 10th of Gold, and here's Strato Fortress outside Life is Hard. Stainless Steel is backed out of it. So Life is Hard and Strato Fortress are the 2 off the top of the turn. Life is Hard inside, Strato Fortress outside, and Strato Fortress maybe half ahead in front, maybe not. Kingmaker has moved into third. Life is Hard, Strato Fortress, they'll come to the wire together. Strato Fortress outside, Life is Hard inside, gonna be an inch either way. Strato Fortress gets the money. Strato Fortress beat Life is Hard. Kingmaker was third and Invariably fourth.
Strato Fortress moves to that outside post and able to wear down an impressive first-time starter here.
Not only is Life hard, betting is hard too.
It is indeed.
Both like Life is Hard a little bit here, and Jonathan, good call with him, and Strato Fortress, who, you know, was an overlay because of the money. They were all overlays because of the money that the number 4 was taking, and just wore down the 6. 6 ran very well. When you think about it, the pace collapse, not knocking the 10. The 6 really did run well in here, and I think it should be mentioned Invariably. Did close for fourth, relatively distant fourth, but completely blew the brake, and that's good stuff from Gary to point that out, especially with a firster, with any horse, to point that out about a firster getting bet like that. That kind of information, you can throw those horses out. And maybe next time he'll be acting better.
Yeah, well done, Gary Stevens. Thanks for that. That's why I have him on the grounds. Strato Fortress, 7th time the charm to finally break his maiden now as a 4-year-old Giovanni Franco. For Hollendorfer, we're going to get back here to New York. Our feature, the Gander, coming up. 1 turn mile ahead. Let's go downstairs and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
This is such a fun race coming up here, and it's such a privilege for me because I get to watch, especially these New York breds, develop with this field of 7 newly turned 3-year-olds. A lot of them have transformed so much from their early 2-year-old races until now, and that very thing can be said for your current favorite in Bold Journey, as he is stretching out in distance. Look, he is the younger brother, half brother to American Revolution Grade 1 Cigar Mile victor, and he's starting to transform into his brother from the physical sense. He looks so much like him. He continues to fill out and develop and get that much stronger. Now, I wasn't the biggest fan of him not switching leads in that blowout maiden score, but it could have been because he was just all by himself and he may have lost a little bit of focus, which often happens with these young horses. So needless to say, I don't have any problems with him stretching out to the distance. And this in his 3rd start, he's also the most relaxed that I've seen him prior to a race. Maybe you could interpret it as a negative, but I do think it's a mental development process. Now he's taking his racing in stride. I want to touch on the horse to his inside in number 6, Gino. I know his dirt win in the New York Stallion Series race came up pretty slow, but the horse who finished second, Un Ojo, came back and ran well in the Withers with a 71 buyer. And yes, maybe he was just picking up the pieces, but Gino, from that last start back on December 18th, has done even better. As Dave Donk and I were just discussing, you know, we saw him win with Water's Edge 2 days ago, and that horse looked as though he was coming out of South Florida. And Dave said his good horses are looking spectacular. This guy is dappled head to toe, and I think there's another move forward for him on the dirt, and he looks as though he should handle the distance, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Gino's interesting. That was the dirt debut. beat a horse named Unoho, came back, was second in the Withers to early voting. And, yeah, Dave Donk thinks there's another forward move in him right now. He's 6-1.
Well, if anybody was going to win a $500,000 race with a 62 buyer, let it be our friend David Donk. You and I are salivating to bet against Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz at Tampa, and editors at large. Editor at large was promising earlier in her career as a 2-year-old. That was 2 years ago, and she is massively overbet based on connections in here. I think the 10 Gladys should probably be favored in this race, honestly. She had a wide trip to nowhere in a race that was a total merry-go-round race on Pegasus Day at Gulfstream, and her prior races would make her very tough in here. This race is bet completely wrong, in my opinion.
You're right. I mean, it seems like even money on the 8, and it seems like they're betting her on the 2020 form back when she was a 2-year-old. There is Gladys, the 10. 5-1 Daniel Centeno. She's been competitive in stakes company in South Florida. I also thought, someone like the 6 in here, Seymour D, had a shot. She's 13-1.
I'll throw her in the exactas on your say-so. I thought that, Joyous Time, second off a layoff, maybe she get back to her better races, though she's not much price in here. And what about Giggle Factory? I mean, I guess she's probably not quite as good as these horses. But I just think this is really all about Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown. You talk about the last race at Oaklawn, where it was all about, Joel Rosario. This is horse racing. These guys are terrific, the best, but it's still horse racing.
And as we say that, and there she is on your screen in those very familiar green silks of Peter Brandt. She's 4-5 now.
This is horrendously overbet horse in this race, in my opinion. I'm just saying she can't win. She has a chance to win, but I really like the 10 Gladys. I think she's the horse to beat. I don't even think that the 8 is the horse to beat in here.
Derby prep, grade 3 Sam F. Davis is next. Right now it's the 9th on the grass. Mile and a 16th in this first allowance condition, and a short price on the 8 for editor at large. Jason Beam, the call.
Waiting on Hoity Toity to the outside. We'll be all set for a start here. Late pick 3, the Lamb Home South, a race of the week. Hoity Toity goes in. They're in the gate. And Joyous Times broke through the gate there, the number 2 horse, but Javier Castellano able to get that one stopped here after less than a 16.
Well, that too, as you saw Joyous Times breaking through the gate and didn't get into much of a gallop. Hopefully does not go off too far and can be reloaded. We'll see.
It's a long shoot, Greg, as you know. That's the shoot to nowhere. Let's hope she gets back in there.
Is that what it's called, the shoot to nowhere?
It sometimes feels like it, doesn't it? No, it's just that long walk down at every time is funny. And you know what I like about Tampa? Don't you get that West Coast Florida feeling? They're really not in a hurry.
They are not.
They have a great turf race. They do have a great turf course, and I think that's why you see so many trainers shipping over there to run there.
Unfortunately, she didn't exert a ton of energy, so I don't think a huge scenario. But you never like to see that.
No, you never want to bet this horse.
She'd shown nice ability against some good ones.
By the way, the 10 horse is now 2-1.
Wow.
Apparently, I'm not the only one that thought she was the horse to beat. They were 4-5 and 5-1. And that was probably the last punch.
Quick look over for Joyous Times, and it looks like she's going to be reloaded while everyone patiently waits. Let's go again to Jason Beam.
I'm not paid.
And in. And once again, they're in the gate. And the race is on. Joyous Times got away in good order. Boca toward the inside is also forwardly placed. Independence Law is close up here through that opening 16th as Gladys tries to work over. Also Hoity Toity trying to get over from that outside draw. As they come into the stretch, it's Independence Law who leads them. Gladys between horses coming up to challenge that one by the wire the first time around. Hoity Toity is out in third. Then comes Joyous Times in fourth. Giggle Factory is in behind horses. The Gray is fifth right now, about 4 lengths off the lead. Then comes Speed Salsa in sixth. Boca's back toward the inside in seventh. Adriatic Rose in the orange cap between runners is eighth. St. Marty's right to that one's outside. Then comes Gene V's Legacy. And editor at large, the favorite, is last of the 11 and about 11 or 12 lengths off the leader as they spin onto the back stretch. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. And it's Gladys who takes over with 5/8 of a mile left to go. Gladys now in front by 2.5. To Hoity Toity, Independence Law. They're second and third. Speed Salsa starts to advance up on the outside to take over fourth, and Speed Salsa rushing up down the back stretch. Then comes Giggle Factory. Joyous Times got shuffled back a little bit there as Boca moves inside of that one. Then comes St. Marty. Gene V's Legacy, editor at large, is out of last, going to move out 3 or 4 deep, and Adriatic Rose drops out at the back. 3 furlongs left to go in their journey. It's Gladys there, 3/4 of a length, now a half a length as Hoity Toity presses up closer on the outside. Length and a half more, then back to Independence Law. Speed Salsa. St. Marty starts to launch a bit out 3 deep. Giggle Factory pushed along as Boca looks for room. Editor at large is still about 6 or 7 lengths behind Gladys, who turns for home in front. It's Gladys off the turn. Hoity Toity took a run at Gladys, but is now a length and a half behind. Boca trying to come through the inside. Independence Law, editor at large, has a lot of work left to do and less than a furlong to do it. It's Gladys. Daniel Santino and Gladys well in command. In the second spot, Hoity Toity in between horses. Late run from Joyous Times, but Gladys ran them off their feet, won by 7. Joyous Times, Giggle Factory photoed for second. There was 3 horses across there for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Gladys, much too good for this group, and you had to feel pretty good when you saw her in front.
You always like having the best horse in front, even 2-to-1 an overlay.
Saturday feature here in New York, and there is the big story here. Bold Journey beat by G Money, who will have the rail here, but it's Bold Journey, the even money favorite here in the rematch.
And I get it. G Money maybe going the wrong way, and Bold Journey maybe moving forward. No argument Bold Journey is the horse to beat. My argument for G Money is that he won first time on the front end. Now, whether or not he can outrun Bold Journey again for the lead today, that's another question. But he needs to be forward. They specifically experimented in rating him last time. It didn't work. He needs to be forward. He was 4-5 last time. He's 7-1 today. To me, that makes a value kind of play. 8-1 now. So I bet on G Money in this race. Not in love with him, but think he's the right play.
When they did meet in the debut, it was a debut for both these horses. And at Bold Journey, he had the far outside post. He had to chase from out there and do a lot of work to try and play catch-up. He took a move forward, no question, in start number 2, wouldn't you say?
Oh, he definitely did. And, you know, the horse that he beat, Golden Code, came back and crushed the field in his next start. So he's legit.
Well, back to G Money. Word was out that this horse had big ability before he ever ran his debut. He went off as the favorite. He ran to expectations. And then, as you said, tactics change. Start number 2, I think we're going to see back to what we looked at in that debut, going to the front, especially with that inside post.
Or be at least aggressive. You know, he outran Bold Journey first time when they met. Now, maybe Bold Journey will ultimately be faster, but I just think he's the right play. I'm against Barisi. He did run well last time. I don't think that race is as strong as the buyer figure suggests.
That's the 5. He's 3-1 on the board for Mike Maker, winner of that Rego Park. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I want to touch on Andy's selection in here. That is G Money, a horse that you could tell in that debut when he faced Bold Journey that he was going to be the more professional, the more well-prepared, and the quicker one out of the gate. And he showed that. And at least so far in these preliminaries, as I said, I saw Bold Journey just a lot more quiet than what he has been in his last 2. He was sharp out on the track as well, G Money, and he's another one that progresses and gets stronger with each subsequent start. Number 5, Barise, does look a bit more defined and tucked up, second off the bench, and I do think the longer the better with him as we check in with JK.
Yeah, look, this is a tough race. I think that the 7, Bold Journey, the 5, Barise, and the 1, G Money are all very similar for lots of different reasons, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm a sucker when there's similar-looking horses for the one who's drawn towards the outside. I think it's a big edge. The price isn't great, but I think the most likely winner of this race is the 7, Bold Journey, but I would not be shocked if the 5 or the 1 won.
JK, thanks. 3-5 favorite is Bold Journey here in the rematch. There's the 2. Rick Schosberg, he considered going to the Withers with this horse. Says it's been a little hard to get him to relax and kind of harness his energy, but Trevor McCarthy did a great job of that last time out, winning it a mile.
He definitely ran very well last time out.
That was in the mud here. We'll see if he can back it up again in Stakes Company, taking on winners for the first time. The rematch of G Money at Bold Journey. 3-5 favoritism on a horse who was just privately purchased. Bold Journey, who they have hopes to potentially move on to the Triple Crown Trail with. Son of Hard Spun. Outside post with Kendra Carmouche. Here's the Gander. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate for race 8, the Gander Stakes. And they're off. Hesitant beginning there for Bold Journey, who now quickly moves up on the outside, and G Money is moving up down at the rail. Gino is a close-up third. Then comes Cut the Cord, who's next in fourth. Barise on the far outside, followed by Doing It the Right Way. And Boss Making Boss Moves is the trailer in seventh. And the field crosses over from the chute to the main track. A battle up front. Bold Journey on the outside. G Munning down at the rail. G Munning goes on with it. G Munning by a head. Bold Journey on the outside in second through a quarter in 23 and 4. Barise is next in third, followed by Gino in fourth, 3 lengths. To Cut the Cord, another 3 to Doing It the Right Way, and 3.5 more to Boss Making Boss Moves, who trails in seventh. On the inside, G Munning. On the outside, Bold Journey. The two of them right together as they pass the half-mile pole. Opening half, 47 and 2. Now Bold Journey takes the lead from G Munning. And on the outside, it is Barise who is gaining ground. Barise now moves to second, right behind Bold Journey. Then Gino. G Munning down at the rail, and farther back, it's Doing It the Right Way. Bold Journey is the leader. Bold Journey now gets clear by 3. Barise running in second. Gino being asked for more in third. G Munning has dropped out of it. 3/4 went in 1, 12 and 1. They're in the stretch, and Bold Journey has built a 5-length lead. Barise on the outside of Gino. They are heads apart, second and third. It is Bold Journey in charge here with a 16th of the finish. Bold Journey in front. Barise trying to cut into that lead. Barise's making a late move on the outside of Bold Journey. Barise's coming on. Barise got there. Barise nails Bold Journey in the final 50 yards to win the Gander Stakes.
Barise, this race was over and done. It looked like Bold Journey was home, and then Barise comes and steals it. He's now 3 for 3 for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I don't mean this as a negative on Barise, and congratulations to him. He didn't win. The 7 lost. The 7 is ever entered beyond 7 furlongs. Let me know where so I can bet against him. I mean, this horse came to an absolute dead stop. They were going around the turn, and I commented to you that the 7 was just under a hand. He was just cruising, and the 5 was all in at the 5/16 pole. The 7 drew away Bold Journey like it was over, and he came to an absolute stop. So, no, I don't mean that as a knock on Barise, but the 7 stopped, and Barise just kept running, and he got him.
Dylan Davis, his pilot, he said last time out in the Regal Park, it took this horse kind of a long time to get into gear. Thought he'd be better suited to a mile. He, again, took him a while to get into gear and finally kicked in late.
He was better suited to a mile than Bold Journey was, that's for sure.
5-2. Barise now 3 for 3 still to come. It's back on the Triple Crown Trail, and the Sam F. Davis Make It Big, looking to stay perfect, and the New York bred Sipsational gets his chance against Open Company.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. That's how Andy and I get to work.
That's right. That's right. Greg signs autographs. I usually have my bodyguard sort of keep the fans away, but Greg is much kinder and more open to the fans.
Always right on time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing, like clockwork.
Barise on time here in the Gander. It took him a while to get going, but he kicked into gear late. And as you said, look, Bold Journey, a little bit more of him kind of throwing in the towel in the stretch.
Wow. I mean, this race was over. I mean, the 5 was all in on the turn, and Bold Journey just cruised. And Bold Journey's talented. He should never run more than 7, and maybe not much more than 6. But credit to Barise, who I don't know that he got better with distance. I'm not sure he ran much better than last time. I just think that the other horse collapsed on him. But nice, congratulations to his connections.
Cross country, pick 5 follow along. Ness started it off at 1-5. Now Barise, and still 3 legs to come, including that Sam F. Davis 2 today. For Dylan Davis, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Can I grab you real quick?
We'll get to Maggie in a little bit. It's the nightcap here in New York. $40,000 maiden claiming event for New York breds, 6 furlongs. And Trinity Titoli dropping in for a tag for the first time here in start number 4 for Rudy Rodriguez, taking support on the board. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. Let's head back down to Maggie now.
Here with Dylan Davis, winning rider Barise. Dylan, you said when he won the Rego Park that the longer the better, and boy, that really proved true today at the mile.
I thought so. You know, he actually ran similar like last time. It takes a while for him to get running. I knew the distance wasn't a problem for him, but he's just a horse where he just needs to get his engine warmed up early, like 3/8 pole and stuff. He did take a quick stumble out there. He did lose a front left shoe, and I didn't know that till afterwards, but he's still, being that, he still ran a phenomenal race. He ran great.
But the good thing about him is he actually has enough tactical speed to kind of put you in a good position.
Of course. I mean, even with the quick stumble, I thought I was going to be, I was going to be forwardly placed coming out of there, but I actually liked my position better, even with that stumble. It made him relax a little better, and he gave me a good eye on the 7 horse, which is what I really wanted to do.
Dylan, you're atop of the leaderboard now, money and wins. You going to take down your first riding title?
I'm ready, yeah. I got the big team behind me. Mike can do it without him, and all the horses too. They got a big support team behind me, so it's great. I can't wait.
Well, Dylan, go get your trophy. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie. All right.
All right, Dylan Davis. Boy, he's riding lights out, getting yet another stakes victory here in this Gander, Greg.
It was like, one of those basketball games where there's a 20, 30-point lead going into the 4th quarter. But that's why it shows you just never give up.
Right, no, absolutely, right. Well, you should never, keep trying through. And listen, he handled it, and 7 didn't.
On the road to the Kentucky Derby, Sam F. Davis, grade 3. Qualifying points on the line in a wide open group. Classic Causeway, another chance for him. There are 2 undefeated 3-year-olds in this group. With more on that, let's head to Lafitte.
Yeah, Greg, and I have to agree with something Andy said at the top of the show. This feels like one of the best editions of the Sam Davis we've ever seen. Like, it's a Tampa Bay Derby prep. Feels more like a Tampa Bay Derby. Now, right now, Classic Causeway, the favorite at 6-5. You have to go back to 2017. Colt by the name of McCracken won this race as the favorite. Would go on to run 8th in the Kentucky Derby as the 3rd choice. Point is, the favorites in recent years have struggled. Take a look at this list. Some very familiar names. Known Agenda, eventual Florida Derby winner. Independence Hall. Knicks Go was just crowned Horse of the Year a couple of nights ago. And Catholic Boy, all defeated at favorites in this Sam Davis. Classic Causeway, does that trend continue today? We'll find out in about 12 minutes. He's a 6-5 favorite. You'll hear from Brian Lynch a little bit later on in the show. But if he's vulnerable, maybe you turn your attention, Greg, as you mentioned, to an undefeated colt and Make It Big. He's 3 for 3, the Springboard Mile winner for Saffie Joseph. Takes a hit in terms of stock. Osborne, who he beat in the Springboard Mile, came back and did not run very well in the Southwest. But for trainer Saffie Joseph, could be a very big week en route to the Kentucky Derby. This was last week in South Florida. Colt by the name of White Abario throwing his name into the ring. Very impressive in the Holy Bull. He is going to skip the Fountain of Youth. We'll next see him in the Florida Derby, likely final prep for the Kentucky Derby. Joseph, just the one starter, guys, in the Kentucky Derby, New York traffic a couple of years ago. But looking at that guy, White Abarrio, and depending on what Make It Big does this afternoon, Joseph could be very well represented in this year's Kentucky Derby.
Lafitte, thanks. Yeah, White Abarrio, that was a horse, too, that was short on works, missing some time going into that race. A 97 buyer in that win. We'll have the Sam F. Davis coming up shortly. Right now, it's grade 3 Bayakoa in this distaff division. We start with 1 of 2 for Brad Cox. Matera.
Yeah, to me, this is the right Brad Cox horse, not the horse getting bet. And I think you'll see this horse be much more aggressive today.
Phil D'Amato sends out Miss Bigley, 7-time winner.
I also think you'll see her be more aggressive. It's a ridiculous overlay on a horse that an unaggressive ride cost her the race.
My girl next door at 18-1, she's all wolf.
Yeah, she's not representing the name very well, Greg.
5 starts at Oakland. She's yet to hit the board. She's in real tough company here, but does possess a little early tactical ability. Jilted Bride, Steve Asmussen, 2-time winner at this track.
She's run fast race in the past. Her last 2 races are on the slow side, though.
6-1 with Joel for Asmussen.
Imagine what price the horse should be if it's 6-1 with Joel.
Yeah, exactly. Queen Goddess, interesting filly in here who'd been only on turf. The Grade 1 American Oaks comes off the turf. She wins, and she gets a big number doing it.
Doesn't run well here. The Graded Stakes Committee needs to reconvene and not give the American Oaks off the turf a Grade 1. A crazy move by them. We'll see. She's running against real dirt horses. We'll find out with Michael McCarthy if she can do it. I'm against her, but she did run fast, right?
Beat a turf field, but yeah, she did get a big number. And then, Coach, the other Brad Cox filly to the outside, trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, to me, she's the bet against. You know, I had liked the 1 and 5. I'll use the 1 and 2 now. Listen, I didn't like her last time, so I'm already 0 for 1 with her. But there was a great ride by Ricardo Santana going to the lead last time. I don't think it's going to happen again. And I think the wet track and the ride contributed to her big number last time.
Is Queen Goddess a true dirt filly? That question will be answered here in the Bayakoa. Let's go to Gary Stevens for more.
Yeah, guys, let's talk about the American Oaks, the off-the-turf American Oaks. Yes, it was against a bunch of turf horses. Michael McCarthy must have liked what he'd been seeing in her workouts on the dirt for the fact that he told Juan Hernandez to be more aggressive than they had been in any of her turf races. That was the most speed, early speed she had shown. She won her first quarter in 23-2. That was legit, 48 and change for the half mile. And then 112 for the 3 quarters. Not lightning fast, but decent, realistic fractions. She's come back since the American Oaks and had some really nice workouts at Santa Anita prior to shipping here to Oakland Park. But I loved her stride. It looked like she was going to get collared inside of the 8th pole, and she found another gear that day. But one thing I will tell you guys, just an observation, when she came onto the racetrack, she's got a lot of energy. She's really on her toes. She was able to stretch her legs a little bit last Monday, just an easy half mile. She looks like a filly that is going to be aggressive early on. I don't expect her to be too awful far off the pace. We know she can get the mile and a 16th. Is it too short for her after the mile and a quarter? She has won going a mile and a 16th on the turf, but those are different type of races. But I'd look for her to be sitting just off of the early pacemakers in here and make a good showing of herself, guys.
Well, and really, the main pace is gone with the scratch of the 5. We're going to find out. Queen Goddess, she would have never been in this race had that American Oaks not come off the turf.
No, and listen, Michael McCarthy has to now see where she is. She's not that good on the turf. So, you know, maybe that race turns out to be legit. Most of those off the turf kind of race, they just don't really transfer. But she did run far and away the best race she's ever run in a race that could win here. They're not my type of horses against real dirt horses. So I wouldn't bet her at a short price in here. I have to think that Matera and Miss Bigley are going to be up front in one way or the other. And Coach probably stalking them in 3rd. It worked last time. You have to imagine that Ricardo will look to be aggressive with her. I'm going to be surprised if Queen Goddess is as forward as Gary thinks, but we'll find out.
Yeah, Pace, one of the intriguing questions of this Grade 3 Bayakoa. Jonathan.
Yeah, look, if you were following along with the cross-country pick 5 ticket I put together, I clearly don't have a strong opinion in this race. I'm ultimately going to go with my selection as the 2 Miss Bigley. It's a horse that has fast speed figures. Some of the other horses are still kind of needing to get a little bit faster. So I'm going to go with the 2. I've always kind of given the edge to West Coast dirt horses traveling out towards the east, and I do the same for the turf horses on the east coming out to the west. A couple of other races we'll talk about in the Sam F. Davis. I like the 12 Kitten Mischief. I know we joke about it all summer long in Saratoga about the paces materializing. This pace has to be fast. And I'm hoping that Kitten Mischief will pick up some pieces on the outside. And then to wrap up the finale at Aqueduct, I thought the 7 Doc Rock, switching to Bruce Levine, it's a horse that I thought made a little sense as well. Has some back numbers, gets Lasix for the first time, has always taken money in the 4 starts of her career.
All right, JK, thanks. Yeah, we'll get to that nightcap at Aqueduct in a bit. We're 16 minutes to post still. And Tampa Bay, Sam F. Davis is next.
It's getting dizzying around here with all these tracks.
We've got a lot of action coming up. Quickly, left-hand side of your screen, why are you against Coach?
Because I think that her last race is not truly indicative of her ability. I think because of the wet track and the fact that she had a good inside post and Ricardo was aggressive, she'd never shown speed like that before, and I believe she ended up being able to control out there. And I just think it contributed because the reality was her races going into that race were not very good. I thought that big fig in the fantasy is a number that hasn't really held up well with a lot of other horses, and she just improved dramatically, and either she's getting a lot better, which she might be. They could always improve, but you see a wet track, you know she got to control in there. I doubt she can control here. I can't see the connections of Miss Bigley making that mistake again. They want to have a horse that's going to be forward. She's going to go, and I just think Matera's a better horse, or she's proven it over a career, and you're getting a better price.
Stablemates who are both stakes winners, both campaigned by Brad Cox inside and outside. Matera, the 5-year-old mare of the rail, and Coach trying to make it 3 straight. Post 7 to the outside with Ricardo Santana Jr. Grade 3, Bayakoa coming up. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Coach broke best and goes for the front. Queen Goddess was asked for speed, but she's not going to be anywhere near the lead. Matera's on the move through from the inside, and here's the leader. It's Matera. She's quicker than her stablemate Coach. Then comes Miss Bigley. Queen Goddess will be 4th. She wanted the front, but that's the best she can do early. Then Jilted Bride, and the trailer is She's All Wolf as they turn to the backstretch, and it's Matera just in front of Coach. Matera a neck in front. Coach is 2nd. Queen Goddess races up 3 deep in 3rd, and now she's within 1.25 lengths of the lead. Miss Bigley's at the rail in 4th. Those 4 are 3 lengths front of Jilted Bride, and the trailer is She's All Wolf. Up the backstretch in the 30th, Bayakoa, and here's Coach to challenge Matera. Matera half ahead in front of Coach in 2nd. Queen Goddess in striking position if she's good enough in 3rd, with Miss Bigley just inside of her 4th. The back markers are closer now. She's All Wolf and Jilted Bride. They leave the backstretch running for a $250,000 purse, and Matera and Coach are still 1-2. Matera still a very short lead over her stablemate Coach. Queen Goddess inches ever closer in 3rd, and here's Queen Goddess outside of Coach. These 2 are now in front of Matera, 1.5 lengths to She's All Wolf. Top of the stretch, Coach has the lead. Queen Goddess comes to try to take her on. Coach leads by a full length now, though. From the back of the pack, Jilted Bride is running a big one. Matera and Miss Bigley is splitting horses, and here comes Miss Bigley, and she means business. Coach has lost the lead. It's Miss Bigley to take it over to the outside. Jilted Bride, those will be the 2. Miss Bigley, Jilted Bride, She's All Wolf, Miss Bigley to win the Bayakoa. Miss Bigley beat Jilted Bride and She's All Wolf. It is very close for 2nd. Coach finished 4th.
Miss Bigley with the win. Phil D'Amato, Ramon Vasquez. Do you think Brad Cox might have a few words for the riders of his stablemates here?
You know, it's hard to know. I mean, they kind of duel each other in submission. And I mean, I turned to you in the backstretch and I said, well, I won't be able to complain if Miss Bigley doesn't win this race because, I mean, she couldn't have got a better trip, and what a good ride by Vasquez on her. You know, a couple things. Obviously, Coach didn't run that badly, finishing 4th, but she was a bad bet at a short price in her last race. And Queen Goddess, horses like that are always terrible bets, and the gradings matter. If they're going to give them, they matter. I really hope the grade stakes committee takes another look at that and says, that wasn't a grade 1 race. Let's make it a grade 3.
Miss Bigley, a race that was taken off the turf, but they upheld the grade 1 status. Miss Bigley, big win for her against this group. First graded stakes win of her career, taking this grade 3 Bayakoa. and certainly got a bit of a setup for it.
She got it just a great trip, you know, and she got it done. And the race came apart at the end. She waited to hold on, though. She was close.
Road to the Derby picks back up here, grade 3. Sam F. Davis, and here is Mr. Rum Runner, Patrick Biancone.
Mr. Rum Runner is going to really have to improve. One of the few in here that doesn't look competitive on paper.
Speed, stretching out, unpredictable Bay 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, listen, this horse is going to have to run his eyeballs out, and with the addition of 13 Little Vic, this pace has got to be quick.
Classic Causeway, who will we get? A horse who looked so quick in his debut, and they consciously decided to take off the pace last time out.
He's talented. How talented and how far he wants to go remains to be seen. If I could book, I'd book 500 on him at 6-5. How can anybody be 6-5 in this field?
Brian Lynch says
Crazy.
He's training as good as a horse can for this kind of race
He better
coming
be.
into it. 3-year-old debut coming up. Golden Glider completely missed the break last time out. He was dead last early and got up to win.
Don't worry if you bet him if he's 40 lengths behind early, as long as they're going quick, because he's got no speed.
Stablemate next door went by. God of Love for Marcassi. Dirt debut, and here's Trademark.
God of Love has to like the dirt. Trademark has to improve a little bit, but I think he's going the right direction.
One Lafitte was talking about, make it big. He's undefeated.
Yeah, I don't love the Springboard Mile as a race overall, but listen, you know, he got a good number and he is improving from a buyer figure standpoint.
The New York bred, Shipsational.
I hope I'm wrong about him, but I don't think he fits. I don't think he really wants to go this far.
Volcanic, he beat Charge It, who just won impressively for Todd Pletcher.
I think that Volcanic is a major player in this race.
Strike Hard. He was second to White Abario 3 starts back.
How is this horse 26-1 in this race? He makes a ton of sense.
And Kitten Mischief 10-1, who JK likes for Jonathan Thomas.
I salute JK if he wins. I don't get it.
Speed, we know we will get with this one. He has sprint speed and stretches out for the first time.
This horse isn't in front. It'll be a miracle.
Post time coming up, 6-5 favorite. Classic Causeway. Let's go to Lafitte.
Our trainer Brian Lynch has the favorite, Classic Causeway. Brian, currently 7-5. The handicappers are very confident in Classic Causeway. How are you feeling? How confident are you going in?
I mean, we've given him we've treated him like a good horse, and we've given him a nice little break after the Jockey Club, and he seemed to fill out and get bigger and stronger. His works have been very solid coming into it, so I think it's going to be a funny run race. I think there's a lot of horses that need the lead or want to be up close, and I think it's going to be a bit of a jockey's race, and we're fortunate enough to have Irad, so that's a thing in our favour. He seems like he's doing well, so it's his chance to take us to the next level.
Yeah, he's won 27 races today, Irad Ortiz. I did speak with him earlier and asked him about the scratch and the fact that Little Vic does come in off the also eligible list. This is sprint speed. That really figures to heat up the pace. Does that change your approach in terms of where you want him strategically?
Well, I think you just need to be in a good position going into the first turn, and they're going to have to work hard from the outside post to get over, so we'll just see how it plays after we come out of the first turn.
Best of luck, Brian. Thanks so much for the time.
Thanks, Lafitte.
Greg?
See how it goes here in this 3-year-old debut for this one right here. Son of Giants Causeway, Classic Causeway. Went off at better than 13-1. His debut at Saratoga, and then after that, the word was out on him. Obviously, he's been favored his next 2 starts, both defeats. He had that tough outside post in that Breeders' Futurity, and he chased a horse who might be the top of the list or near the top of the list on the Derby Trail right now, and Smile Happy. He was a distant second to him.
He's in the conversation as one of the top horses. He didn't run badly last time, but I still think there's a significant question of whether or not he can win going long, especially without the lead. Yes, he had to work very hard from post 13, so I'll give him a pass for that race. It still wasn't a particularly terrific performance. I think last time it was almost second by default. I know beating White Abario, it absolutely reflects well on him because he ran so well. But let's talk about the 11, Strike Hard, who I like in this race. He finished second in Simplification last time without the greatest of rides. Simplification is the horse everybody was talking about out of the White Abario race because he had trouble at the start. Now, I'm not saying this Strike Hard is likely to win his Classic Causeway. He's not. But, Greg, he's 23-1. And
crazy price.
Classic Causeway, in my opinion, is just making overlays all across the board. It is far too competitive a race for anybody to be 6-5.
Meanwhile, Make It Big, who Lafitte touched on, 3 for 3. That Springboard Mile winner. And as he mentioned as well, Osborne, he came out of that race. He was 8th in the Southwest. Doesn't flatter really his form coming into here. He steps in those Red Oak Stable Silks, 6-1 on the board. Road to the Derby picks back up here. Qualifying points on the line to get into that starting gate. That first Saturday in May. Big make or break race here for Classic Causeway. Will they go back to using his speed that was so effective for him when he broke his maiden at Saratoga in his debut? We will find out here. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for his 5th winner on the afternoon. It's the grade 3, Sam F. Davis. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Set for a start, the Sam F. Davis. Here's Trademark going in, Kit Mischief. Just waiting on Little Vic to the outside gate. Will be all set to roll. Trademark goes in, Little Vic. Paco Lopez to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Sam F. Davis Stakes. Classic Causeway broke beautifully, goes right to the front. Little Vic on the outside, though, going to come join him past the wire the first time round. Trademark came away 3rd in between horses. Then comes Make It Big on the outside in the 4th position as they go into that first turn. Mr. Rum Runner tries to sneak up the inside from 5th. Golden Glider is 6th right now, with Volcanic, the stablemate, right alongside in 7th. Length and a half more back to Shipsational at 8th. Trying to mount a rally from the back is Kit Mischief. Then we come back to Unpredictable Bay, who's off the pace today. And it's a length more than back to Strike Hard, and God of Love is the trailer. So they go on to the backstretch, 22-3. Classic Causeway at 3-2, leads it by a neck. Little Vic trying to go after that one as they go past the 5/8 marker. They're a length and a half ahead of Make It Big between horses Trademark and Mr. Rum Runner down toward the inside. Volcanic catches the eye a little bit, starting to move up on the outside from 6th. Then comes Golden Glider, who's 7th in and amongst horses. Shipsational is 8th. Strike Hard, trying to get rallying up from the back, is 9th. Then we go back to Unpredictable Bay. Still at the back is God of Love. Just 10 lengths cover him as they go to that far turn. Classic Causeway, Little Vic. Make It Big out 3 deep, trying to come after them up front. 46-3 the time for the opening half mile. Classic Causeway, Little Vic. These two continue on. They open up 2.5 lengths. Volcanic trying to launch. Golden Glider in between horses, or in behind horses rather. Shipsational's also trying to put in a bid. Classic Causeway comes to the top of the stretch. Little Vic has been hounding him throughout as they spin to the top of the lane for the Sam F. Davis. It's Classic Causeway off the turn in front now by 2. Little Vic back in the 2nd spot, lugging in Mr. Rum Runner. It's 2 more than to Volcanic. Shipsational trying to run on down the crown of the track. 16th pole. Classic Causeway. Here's Shipsational, who bursts out from the pack, but it's Classic Causeway. Irad Ortiz, easy as can be in the Sam Davis. Won it by 4. Shipsational was 2nd. 3rd went to Volcanic. 4th looked like Strike Hard over Golden Glider.
I think there was intent today on being forward. Classic Causeway, Irad Ortiz Jr., 5th win on the card, made sure this horse was in front. He got pressured early on from Little Vic.
Yeah, you know, obviously, he won like a 6-5 shot should. And clearly Brian realized that rating him was a foolish move. It's not a foolish move. It didn't work out. He wanted to learn something about his horse, and it didn't. He learned from it, and he didn't do it. Obviously, the fact that Paco Lopez didn't seem to have looked at the PPs of the 13 and understand how fast he was, and he was strangling in the backstretch, made it much easier. It was a quick first quarter. It was a very slow second quarter of 24, and he got that breather, and he was just too good for these horses. I'll tell you something. The New York bred, Shipsational, made a very nice run because it wasn't that fast a pace, and apparently not that fast. You know, it doesn't seem as fast as it could have been. Because not like anybody else made big runs to the back of the pack, and he did make a big run. The Classic Causeway, he lived up to a 6-5. I thought he was an underlay. I was wrong.
Brian Lynch, his trainer, said he was training as good as a horse can be leading into it, and he is squarely back on the Triple Crown Trail with that performance, taking that Sam F. Davis. As we return to New York, the nightcap next. State bred $40,000 maiden claiming race, 3/4 of a mile distance. Let's head to Maggie.
We'll check in with number 3, Trinity Titoli, who does come off a little bit of a break. And I thought it was funny. The last time she ran, I interviewed Rudy Rodriguez after a win previously on the card, and he said that she's a very nervous filly that has to have her goat with her. He brought her that day. Didn't really have any bearing on how she ran, but that they banned the goat now. Shoot, she does get Lasix here for this 3-year-old debut. And I do think she has become, though, in her pre-race festivities here, just a lot more relaxed. So that's always a good sign. And she comes in here fit. She was entered as an MTO in that off the turf race. Just a little side note, as number 10, Raymond Road, she has been flirting with being your favorite. And she does come off the claim for Mike Maker. She does look the most fit I've ever seen her, and I like what I'm seeing from her out on the racetrack. Just warmed up really nicely for Dylan Davis, who looks to continue his hot hand into this nightcap. And then I just got to give one more shot to my my horse name, Play Maggie for me. She does get the makeover today. She gets Lasix, she gets blinkers on. After a little bit of greenness in that debut, she's handling herself beautifully. And really, if you were blindly picking horses, she was the best looking of this group, Craig.
Well, of course she was. 13-1. Does get a class drop here. Couple of changes. Blinkers on and Lasix also.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to take a big stand in this race. I picked a horse that was scratched. I do think that the betting is wrong here. I think Doc Rock should be favored. I don't understand. I know that, you know, maybe the Mike Maker factor, the 2 big wins yesterday, but I don't see what's special about this horse at all, to be honest with you. But maybe getting back to a fast track, they think, his best figure was that off-the-turf fast race. I took a small shot when the scratch of the number 5, Chiara. She's fast. She's been in much, much tougher spots. And with Heeman Harkey, I don't see him taking her back. And I'm just hoping the drop in class helps her in what I think is a very moderate field. Took a small shot with her, but I think Doc Rock is supposed to be the favorite in this race. I don't quite get it.
And Doc Rock, the 7. There's the 5 who you like, Chiara. And you can count on, at least with Heeman Harkey, he's going to put this filly in front. She gets to try and see if that speed will last a little bit longer against easier company. Lowest level she has run at yet, 16-1 on this speedster.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Chiara may just not be able to run at the end of the day. I mean, she's lost by 50 lengths or 100 lengths in her 2 starts, but she got a tough pace last time, and I'm kind of hoping that she can run better or drop down.
A little bit of attention on the board, too, for the 9, who has a big drill coming in. Second quickest to 72 in the morning. That's Bunty Windermere. First-time starter for Jimmy Ryerson.
We saw Jimmy win with a first-time starter yesterday with a 34 buyer. Hey. War dancer taking money, maybe it's meaningful. That's a good point, Greg. This horse has no pedigree to speak on the damn side.
Before that, quick one as well.
Yeah, good call.
See if she can show that ability here in the afternoon at 7:01. Trinity Titoli as well, that 3. She's down to 3-1 now. She in for a tag for the first time for Rudy Rodriguez as the 8 backs away.
I picked the race 5-7, 3-10. I'm not going to be shocked when the 7, 3 or 10 win. The 7 went down to 3-1. I just think the 7 should be favored, and a small bet on the number 5 here, Chiara.
There she is, stepping in. Heeman Harkey, he knows his job. Put her in front. See how long that speed can last. We're set for the nightcap. From New York, John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for Colby Girl and Miss Malala. They're all in. And they're off. Kiana broke well. Now moving up is Trinity Titoli. Trinity Titoli is in front. Bunty Windermere runs in second. Kiata's next and third. Big Bean Christine runs in fourth. Play Maggie for me down at the rail in fifth. Doc Rock is in sixth. Raymond Rose on the outside in seventh. Then comes Colby Girl next in eighth. Cricket West is in ninth. Miss Malala in 10th. Tasty Wave is the trailer in 11th. The quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. Trinity Titoli leads by 2 with Bunty Windermere racing in second. And then comes Doc Rock along with Kiata. And on the outside is Raymond Road. Play Maggie for me. Down towards the rail, running in sixth. Farther back, Miss Malala in seventh. Trinity Titoli takes the field to the top of the stretch. Bunty Windermere giving chase in second. Then Kiata next and third. Raymond Road on the extreme outside. The half one in 47 and 3. It is Trinity Titoli challenged here by first-time starter Bunty Windermere. Trinity Titoli and Bunty Windermere. They pass the 8th pole. Trinity Titoli holding on. Bunty Windermere on the outside in second. It is Trinity Titoli with the lead. Bunty Windermere running second, and it is Trinity Titoli under apprentice Jose Gomez. Bunty Windermere was second. Big Bean Christine came on to complete the trifecta.
Trinity Titoli winds up going off the favorite in the end and closes out this card with a victory.
Well, once Chiara was inexplicably rated in here, it sort of dropped the lead into this horse's hands, and she was able to get it done. A very good call by you, Greg, in mentioning the money that Bunty Windermere was taking, because she did run well in here, but she was second best. The winner gets the job done.
And a monster price.
Yeah.
Is that 56 to 1 on the third place finisher, Big Bean Christine?
Bean Christine, I like that name. We want the story on that name.
Favorite over 9 to 1 over 56 to 1. That'd be a good trifecta to have if you could put it together. Rudy Rodriguez, E5 Racing, close out this Aqueduct card with a win. Donner Lord Nelson drops in for a tag for the first time and wins as the favorite.
And now we know why the 7 wasn't favored.
Indeed.
Eek.
Nowhere.
Eek. I don't.
The apprentice, Jose Gomez, continuing to impress. Gets another win.
Yeah, he sends speed horse to the lead, unlike others.
Let's get back to Tampa. Classic Causeway, your winner of the Grade 3, Sam F. Davis. What an amazing afternoon. Irad Ortiz Jr. having 5 wins. Teams up here with Brian Lynch. Let's go to Lafitte for more.
Brian Lynch yelling at Irad Ortiz how much he loves him after that ride with Classic Causeway and the Sam Davis. Brian, we talked about the potential pace duel that could heat up in the early stages of the race. What was going through your mind with Classic Causeway and Little Vic going head-to-head the first part of the race?
You know, the fractions had me a little bit worried, but his body language, the way his ears were twitching down the backside, gave me the feel he's comfortable and he had plenty of horse. So I could see Parko, taking a big hold of his horse, and then he went to throwing leather at him, and we hadn't moved on our horse yet, and he'd been working so well coming into this race. I felt like we were going to have a horse that wasn't going to be short, if anything. So it was great to see him produce that sort of performance, and gives us a chance to keep this dream alive and go to the next stage.
Safe to say Brian Lynch has Derby fever at this stage?
Yeah, I would say Lafitte, and when you got a smaller size stable, the chances of these horses coming along aren't as likely as the bigger outfit. So it's neat to have one, neat to be involved, and it's these are the ones that keep you getting up every day.
I know you're going to enjoy this one, enjoy the moment, but any ideas of what might be next in terms of his next Derby prep?
I got to talk to the great Jimmy Allard, who manages this horse for Clark Cooper and Patrick O'Keefe. So we'll have a talk, and obviously he runs really good fresh, so we'll be patient with him and just see if we can't maybe step him towards the first Saturday in May.
Enjoy it, Brian. Congratulations.
Thanks, Lafitte. Much appreciated.
Greg?
Well, that's always the interesting topic. Where do you go next, and how much spacing you want to give a horse if they do make it to the Derby? March 12th would be the Tampa Bay Derby, if that's where they opt to go and stay with this horse here on this circuit. It's impressive, though. He took some heat early in here and able to put this field away. No one making up any ground on it.
No, I mean, once they went that second quarter in 24, the race was effectively over. And Brian acknowledged that, that the 13 wasn't aggressively ridden. Brian's an easy guy to root for sure. And if he thinks he's better with time between his races, you almost feel like you should go in the Tampa Bay Derby and then give him more time in the Derby, because otherwise you're going into prep and you've got a month at the Derby. So it's sort of, if you want to give him more time, maybe you run him at Tampa. We'll see.
Cross country pick 5 follow along. One race remains. It's the Grade 3 Razorback Lone Rock, trying a much shorter distance than he has in almost a year's time. Mile and a 16th. His trainer says a big showing here. He could be headed to the Dubai World Cup to tackle Life is Good.
If he hears that, he may run badly today.
Still to come. Lone Rock back in action next.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, new for 2021, only at Lane's End.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 program, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com, download the Naira Bets app, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We still have stakes action ahead from Oaklawn with the Razorback. We just saw the Distaff division in Miss Bigley for Phil D'Amato, with Ramon Vasquez getting the first graded stakes win of her career.
Yeah, she was a dramatic overlay, being 6-1, and she's run nothing but good races and got an excellent ride, an excellent trip in there to get it done. Coach actually ran okay, only beaten about 3 lengths, considering how the pace collapsed. How about She's All Wolf?
Yeah.
I mean, she got second. Just represent the Wolf. Very well. You better. Your usual 200 across the board.
$321 exacta for $2.
How do you not have that? How can you go home and face the family?
I don't have an E on the end. That's how I can do it. More good action coming up from Oaklawn. Razorback Race 10. Before we get there, this 9th, there's 6 furlong sprint. And $100,000 purse, fillies and mares 4 and up, as we take a look at Super Chianti for Dallas Stewart.
Well, they'll try a sprint after they try this horse has been running over Dubai in a route. Can't work out much worse.
Joyful Cadence, John Ortiz.
Yeah, she's obviously got some talent, and she's second off a layoff. Didn't love her return race, but maybe she can improve on it.
David Cabrera on board for the second off about a 6-month layoff for her. She was beat by Kaboom Baby last time out, but she could turn the table certainly today. Flipping fast, Phil D'Amato.
Do like the turn back on this horse. I just don't know if she's good enough.
33-1. Wings of an Angel, Larry Jones, won the debut.
The debut isn't that fast, but I think this horse is very dangerous. Larry Jones very good off of maiden wins, particularly at debut winners.
Here's the one who finished ahead of Joyful Cadence last time out.
Yeah, she beat her at a big price, and you know what? You're getting a much shorter price today. We'll see. She has a lot of pace.
Figure she's ever run by a long shot. Lady Astrid, the 9, 20-1.
Yeah, she just doesn't seem like she's in the ballpark.
Pharaoh's Heart, 6-5 favorite now with Steve Asmussen.
Yes, many of us chuckled when we saw the 1 morning line on this horse, who had to be around 6-5, and here her first 3 races will beat this field by a city block.
Ursulina, D. Wayne Lucas, blinkers come off.
Yeah. Wayne's won some big races. This would be one of the most incredible form reversals ever.
Is everyone forgetting Ava's Grace drew into this race? I mean, she has ability.
This is crazy that she's 10-1 in this race. Now, it is a trainer change from Robertino Diodoro. To be fair, the trainer is from Louisiana. It's 11% trainer there overall. He is winning at a higher percentage, but I agree. This horse, she did run that fantasy. Beat Coach.
Yeah, finished second, only beat a length to Pauline Sproul, then 31-1 outside Montgomery Park.
Yeah, she didn't run that badly last time, to be honest, from a speed figure standpoint. She just have to improve in here. You know, the race really changed a bit with the scratch of the 8, I'm the Boss of Me. I think that takes a lot of the pace out of here, and it helps the 4 Wings of an Angel and may be able to control. Though Ava's Grace getting in, she has a little bit of speed, too. I'm going to try to get the 4. I'm going to play a 10-4 here in a little bit of a reverse.
3-2 favorite, Pharaoh's Heart. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, before I get to my topic, and that's going to be Kaboom Baby and the trip that she had last time, Giovanni Franco, who booted home a couple of winners today, working for me as my client, or me working for him, he said, I want to come up and watch your work. Well, he has no idea that he's still on camera right now watching me work. So I just want to have a little fun with that. Congratulations, Gio, on his 2 wins today. But Kaboom Baby, this filly, she had a bad trip last time. The thing I like about this filly is she's not one-dimensional. She's run 6 times. She's been 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds with different kinds of trips. Last time out, she stumbled leaving the gate. Excuse me. She stumbled leaving the gate. Steadied back. She was widest of all coming into the trip, coming into the stretch, and she overcame that to just get beat 3/4 of a length. So it's a filly that is not one-dimensional. She can handle any kind of trip. She's 5-1 right now. So we'll give it to that, guys.
There's Giovanni Franco, one of a couple of riders Gary's representing at the meet here at Oaklawn this season. Keeping very busy.
We do it all on this show. Fine work by the cameraman. I think this is an interesting race, you know, because you do have to wonder. I mean, if the 10, Pharaoh's Heart, is able to run back to any of those first 3 races, she's running against horses like Crystal Ball and running well against them. She's just too good for these horses. Obviously, think something went wrong when she ran a grade 2 in her last start where she was only 9-2. She comes back 10 months later, switching to Steve Asmussen's barn. And, you know, we'll see. She's a 5-year-old. She's lightly raced. There's obviously some issues, but her good races are too good for this field.
They did not know previous connections what they had. They debuted in a maiden claiming race.
Right. She nodded for a test. Optional, maiden optional claiming race. She did not run for the tag, though, I believe.
Still,
no.
Gets a 90 buyer in that performance, which turned out to be a productive race. Back to sprinting. We'll see how she fares. 6-5 favorite off the long layoff here. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not telling you anything Andy hasn't already said with the 10 Pharaoh's Heart. You know, she gets Lasix again. Of course, you got to try a race like that. She was 4-1 in a big race out in Santa Anita around 2 turns, going a mile and an eighth. She ran well enough going the mile. You got to take a chance. That didn't work out. No problem. Move back to sprinting. Like Andy says, she has 3 races in her career that if she runs 5 points slower than any of those 3 races, she still wins by open lengths.
But then you do have, as we talked about, she's still a huge overlay on the board in here, and she's coming off a long layoff too. Ava's Grace, the 13, at 9-1.
Do you think the people who have noticed that she's in the race are worried about the trainer change? I mean, it is going away from, and I think that's a concern for her.
Yeah. Diodoro to relatively, at least on this circuit, unknown Ricky Corville. But horse who was last seen in Oak. Last time she was on the dirt, she was in the grade 3 fantasy on the Oaks Trail, and she was second, beat a length to Pauline's Pearl, as you mentioned, finished ahead of Coach.
Just Joyful Cadence. Is it? Is that, do we have it right? Or am I confused? Oh, that's Ferris Hartward. Where am I? Is this a 13? I apologize, Greg. I got a little confused. I thought we were showing another replay. Yeah, I mean, that's a race where the figure is a little bit questionable. But even if the figure is supposed to be an 82, she fits in there. Her last race is a turf race. It doesn't matter. She's obviously got some ability. We'll see.
She's run good fresh?
Yeah, no, I think she's, you know, it's hard to know, right? It's hard to really know. But she did get better. I worry about the horse going away from Diodora, but she's a big price if you like her. I think
Oh, go ahead.
No, I think the interesting horse is the 4. I really do. Let me give you some numbers. Off of maiden wins in a dirt sprint, Larry Jones is 8 for 22, 36%, $3.04 ROI. So they're paying almost $9. Second starts, 3 for 5. I mean, when they win their debuts, these horses are coming back and running well. The third place finisher, I think, improved the buyer figure 8 points. This horse might be okay. And with this 8 scratching, she could be in position to try to lead him on a merry chase.
Still, she's a bit of an unknown. I mean, we don't know if she's going to take.
Sure. Yeah. She has to improve. She has to run faster. No question, she has to run faster.
Works would suggest with the 10 that she's back to what we kind of expected from her the first few starts of her career, right?
I mean, if she shows up with those races, even money's an overlay. I mean, as Jonathan said, she doesn't have one, she doesn't have two, she has 3 races that it's fairly reasonable to think that it's possible nobody in this race besides her will ever run a 90 by her speed figure or higher.
She did it in the debut, which bodes well coming in off the bench, and the following 2 starts after that.
Yeah, no disrespect to the previous trainer, Mark Gladdo, does a good job. It's not a bad thing to switch to Steve Asmussen barn.
Winningest trainer in North American history, and there she is, the gray. She'll be easy to find on the racetrack. Steps in. Joelle Rosario gets the call for the comeback race. See if she can pick up just the 2nd win of her career. The debut was the only time she crossed the wire first. She's faced some decent company, though. The comeback here, 9th from Oaklawn. Razorback next. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Wings of an Angel. Kaboom Baby and Montgomery Park. They're at the post. They're off. Pharaoh's Heart broke very well, and then 2 strides out, she stumbled very badly. So Joyful Cadence will go to the front from Ava's Grace and Montgomery Park. Then Super Chianti and Wings of an Angel, followed by Ursulina flipping fast and the attempting to recover Pharaoh's Heart. Then comes Lady Astrid, and the trailer is Kaboom Baby. It's Joyful Cadence just in front, leaving the backstretch from Super Chianti and Ava's Grace. A length to Wings of an Angel and Montgomery Park. Ursulina is mid-pack and about 4 from the front. Pharaoh's Heart is going to be 5 wide around the far turn. If she wins, she's an hour and a half the best. 2.5 legs further back to Kaboom Baby, and at the rail goes Lady Astrid, top of the stretch. Joyful Cadence has the lead. She's a half length, now a full length in front. Here's Pharaoh's Heart in the center. She's got 2 lengths to make up, and Montgomery Park is next. Joyful Cadence and Pharaoh's Heart. It's down to these 2. Joyful Cadence leads. She's got a length and a half lead. Pharaoh's Heart is running her heart out. Joyful Cadence, Pharaoh's Heart trying to get by. Joyful Cadence, Pharaoh's Heart, a final surge. Joyful Cadence might have just hung on. If she won by a nose over a desperately unlucky Pharaoh's Heart.
Incredible performance no matter what happens here with Pharaoh's Heart. You heard it from Vic Stauffer, a couple of jumps out of the gate. She went to her nose, and that ended her race. But look at this finish. She may have won. We'll find out.
I didn't bet her. I hope she won. This horse deserved to win this race. I don't think she did. I think that the number 2 held on.
Looks like it.
It's amazing the 2 went down to 6-5 in this race. They knew that the 4 wouldn't be sent to the lead and the 10 would fall to her nose. So you got 6-5 on, sort of 2 incredible events. She ran better. Joyful Cadence clearly improved off of her return race. She got back to her better form, which saw her finish 2nd in the third in the Miss Beatrice, 2nd the Purple Martin. Man, was kind of lucky.
What a monster effort from this 5-year-old Miss. 2, that horrible start.
It's a terrible
and this
angle,
is
by the way. It means nothing.
Off a layoff going back to late April last year.
No, this is a tragic loss for her. I mean, not only did she, fall to her face, and we haven't seen the head on at the start. I just don't think she got up. But she also had to make a big 5-wide run against a horse that was able to control on the front end in a pretty moderate pace. Once she broke like a shot, Martin Garcia did everything he could to prevent Wings from an Angel from getting any kind of contending trip. Probably worth following next time out. I don't know why you took her back, but this horse ran fine, not knocking her. But boy, did Pharaoh's Heart run well.
In defeat, she
unbelievable
gained in stature.
The worry with a horse like that, right? She's a 5-year-old off a long layoff. She comes back, and that's such a tough trip. You worry about those horses coming back and running as well. It's a tough beat if you bet the 10.
Yeah, and it was just by the narrowest of margins. It was the 2. Joyful Cadence hanging on for that victory. We'll try and show you that compromised beginning for Pharaoh's Heart when we get back there. We return to Tampa. Finale on the card, and mile and a 16th on the turf, $16,000 claiming race. The 5 unleveraged in big form right now. Former runner for Chad Brown, trying to make it 3 consecutive wins.
Now, Klarvich Stables won with 2 first-time starters early in the card. Do they get like a half a win if one of their ex-horses wins in this race?
I don't believe
so. For $16,000. He's a funny horse, and he's run decently in his last 2 starts. I think he's the horse to beat in here. But we'll see how it's run, how much pace. Is the 2 going to be able to control with the inside post? The other speeds are the 9 and 10 that are far to the outside. I don't have big ideas in this race.
It's been an incredible festival preview day here at Tampa Bay as we get set for this nightcap coming up. Let's check in for a recap with Lafitte.
It's been terrific, Greg. We started the day by saying, this wasn't the Super Bowl weekend like Buccaneer fans wanted, right? But for Tampa Bay racing fans, they were treated to a terrific show, terrific racing. That show put on by star jockey Irad Ortiz. 5 wins on the afternoon, including 3 stakes wins. I asked him early in the day, how many stakes wins are you going to have today? He said, I want to win all of them. He wins 3 of them, including the 2 races, the preps for the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby, starting with Nest, making her 3-year-old debut. Todd Pletcher had told me how much she had grown, and she was bigger, stronger, and very confident going in quietly. And I don't think he was surprised at all by that particular performance and how easy Nest made it look out there. Like, nobody's saying she's the next Malathat, but a name to remember as we get closer to the first Friday in May. And then the Sam Davis with Classic Causeway for trainer Brian Lynch. This is such an easy guy to root for. We documented the concerns about the pace duel that might unfold. It did, and he still took all the pressure. And to finish that strong, widening on the field, winning by daylight, really impressive. And guys, sometimes, as you know, we have these Derby prep races, these Oak prep races, and you walk away saying, okay, that was exciting, a nice win, but I don't know that that horse fits the profile of an Oaks or a Derby contender. I think it's safe to say, Greg, that we're going to be talking about Nest and Classic Causeway as we get closer to both the first Friday and first Saturday in May.
Yeah, it sure seems like it, Lafitte. Thank you, and great job out there this afternoon. And, it's always fun, too, on this Triple Crown Trail when you have barns like a Brian Lynch, who aren't these huge outfits, who have endless horses, like we saw with Barkley Tag, with Tiz the Law a couple of years ago. It makes it really fun.
Oh, absolutely. No, I agree. And Brian is a terrific trainer. He's one of these trainers that if you're following the game, you know who he is and you know how good he is. And he's also an incredibly affable guy as well. And, it's great to see him with that horse. And we'll see how he does going forward. He's so fast. He's talented. We'll see. You want to see the figures. You want to see the other races. But he's in the conversation. Just to deviate a little bit, I see that DRF has come out and said that Flightline has been sidelined for an undetermined period of time. Doesn't sound like good news. It's awfully unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, it's disappointing.
Yeah. Fast horse. They don't run as infrequently as he does because they're the soundest of horses.
In the meantime, we got this nightcap coming up, so 2-1 favorite. We talked about unleveraged. You have Dreamliner, the 12 on the outside. Another one in strong form. I thought, Domain, the 11, interesting, was getting a lot of money. And then Mission at the spot of the 10 is going to try and potentially wire this field.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I'm not going to. I don't think that the number 5 on leverage is that reliable, to say the least. But obviously, he's been running in good form lately, and it's the best horse who runs his race. But I wouldn't knock anybody else in here. I found this race to be wide open.
Jesus Castanon, there he is on the 5, trying to make it 3 straight on a barn that's 40% at the meet right now. Darian Rodriguez.
Yeah, the 12 is coming off a loss at 3-5. I never like horses like that. And you point out with Domain, second off a layoff, maybe it'll be the right move for this horse, right? Kind of interesting horse.
Could be. Jason Beam, nightcap here from Tampa.
To the outside, Daniel Centeno. Dreamliner to complete the line here in the finale. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Fly Away, the gray came out to a good start. The other gray Mission at the Spa right up alongside, and those two quickest through that opening 16th mile. Sheik and Wilbur came away in the 3rd spot. Domain trying to tuck over from that outside draw, as is Dreamliner sneaking up the inside. Toman Park takes over 4th. These Grays doing battle up on the front end. It's Fly Away and Mission at the Spa. They've opened up 4. On Sheik and Wilbur, who finds a good spot away in third. 2.5 more than back to Tillman Park. Dreamliner and Domain, they from their 2 outside post positions got down to the 1 and 3 path. It's like to have more than back to Unleveraged. Fadeaway's right to that one's outside. It's 2 more than back to Toss. Motatabek with 2 beat. Those are Fast Fire, and Long Shot Soberano is at the back. Up front, though, Mission at the Spa leads it by 2 now. Fly Away going to let that one go as they got the opening quarter, 22 seconds flat. No turning back for Mission at the Spa. Pablo Morales in front now by 3. Fly Away is second. Sheik and Wilbur third on the outside. 3 more then back to Tillman Park. Another 3 then back to Dreamliner. Fadeaway starts to advance outside of that one with Toss. Then we come back to Domain. Unleveraged is in behind Horses. Still about 10 or 11 off the lead. Then comes Motatabek. 2 more then back to Fast Fire and Soberano. A long last. 3/8 of a mile left to go in the finale. Mission at the Spa went quick. 46 seconds for the opening half. Fly Away trying to get closer again from second. Tillman Park has made up a little bit of ground, is now third. Trying to get going. Dreamliner lugging out there on the turn with Sheik and Wilbur, who dropped way back. Mission at the Spa turns for home. It's Mission at the Spa, still there by 3.5. Tillman Park, Unleveraged now sees daylight. Domain is trying to run on as well. Final furlong time now. Mission at the Spa, 5-length lead. Unleveraged, Motatabek down the outside has some momentum. Domain is also running on. It's Mission at the Spa, Motatabek, Unleveraged. They have 50 yards to reel in Mission at the Spa, who's still in front. Mission at the Spa all the way. Motatabek was second, Unleveraged third. Domain was fourth. Fifth went to Tillman Park.
Mission at the Spa out quick the 2 to the front, had to work to do it and able to hang on late for the win.
Those horses ran, Greg. I mean, they put separation on this field in like 1/8 of a mile, and you saw how spread out they were. They were moving up front, but wow, never stopped. Mission of the Spa, this was a well-deserved win. Yours, the 11, Domain, had a good setup and trip, a little unlucky not to get outside, but I didn't get much punch at the end.
New York bred gets the win to close out the card at Tampa, still to come. Clips Award winners teaming up in the Razorback. Joel Rosario, Brad Cox, and Plainsman. One of the major contenders coming up.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Joyful Cadence, able to just barely hold off the freight train that was Pharaoh's Heart.
Yeah, gets it done. You know, there were a lot of horses who were moving up front, but this was got a decent pace. It really broke very sharply in here. You know, it's really a tale of two different beginnings, right? As well as she broke, poor Pharaoh's Heart did not have the same luck.
Went to her nose, couple of steps out of the gate. Meanwhile, back at Tampa in the nightcap, this New York bred by Mission Impassable, Mission at the Spa, had to work to get to the front early and enough in the tank to hang on and go gate to wire here.
Boy, I mean, talk about a horse earning a victory. She ran very, very well here to get it done. To carry over the Super High Five, by the way.
Thank you.
That's the first race
See
tomorrow.
that.
So I'll know what you're doing for the first tomorrow.
Unleveraged winds up third. How about that? Exact 8-1 over 33-1 there to close out that card in New York. Steve Asmussen and a horse very close to his heart, owned in part by his parents. Keith and Maryland Superstock, the Arkansas Derby winner, back in action in Hot Springs when we return.
Smile Happy was a TDN rising star following his maiden win at Keeneland. From there, he captured the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes to remain undefeated and earning points toward the Kentucky Derby. In future Pool 1, Smile Happy was individual leader by lowest odds. Among the top of his crop by stakes winners and earnings, Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Call today and book your mare to Red Hot Sire Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
They come to the final furlong. Gunrunner leads. He is 4 lengths in front. Domain's Rap is trying to engage Hawakam for second, but that's all they could possibly get as Gunrunner now levels out and runs away. Stakes record is 140-2. Largest margin 6 3/4. He might have them both. We'll see. Gunrunner won by about 6.5.
Was he sensational or what? Gunrunner, that was in the 2017 Razorback. He would try to take the Dubai World Cup off this performance, ran into a horse named Arrogate.
And even with Arrogate falling down at the start, he still couldn't beat him. But, man, he was terrific that year. And you know, it's interesting. He was sort of okay as a 3-year-old early in the year. He ran the big races. He ran all right in them, but he never ran any big figures. And he really blossomed at the end of the year. I think a lot of that changed when they started being aggressive with him. They put him in the lead in the Clark, and he was just devastatingly good. I remember you and I watching him in the Woodward together in the boxes at Saratoga. It was your first boxes for a race in Saratoga.
It was, and he ran one of the best races of his life that afternoon.
Such a good horse.
115 Beyer performance. He'd go on to win the Classic and, of course, the Pegasus to close out his career. 15.9 mil in earnings. 12 for 19 lifetime. You're right, he just got better as he got older, and now he is just a sensation at stud. Grade 3 Razorback this year's edition. Lone Rock, who, if there was an Eclipse Award for a marathon dirt horse, he would have won it. Mile and a 16th, he hasn't gone this distance in close to a year. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Diodoro, his trainer, saying if he runs, he doesn't have to win, but if he runs big, they're going to consider the Dubai World Cup.
Good luck to them.
He's the 9-5 favorite. Comes in off back-to-back wins. He was 7 for 9 last year. We'll talk more about the road to Dubai, running through hot springs, when we come back. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes, and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. A winner in Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of Warfront has proven his class at every level. At Keeneland November, his first mares and foals sold up to $310,000. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Top of the stretch, Hunk of Burning Love, Silver Prospector, and Mystic Guide. Mystic Guide has put his length and a half in front on Silver Prospector in second. To the outside in Rated R Superstar, but it is Mystic Guide clear, a 16th out, and now he is 3.5 lengths in front. Silver Prospector is second, Hunk of Burning Love and Owendale. Mystic Guide straight and strong.
That was the 4-year-old debut for Mystic Guide. And what a performance. This kind of announced that he was a major player on the world stage, and he would back it up next time out with a win in the Grade 1 Dubai World Cup.
No, he's a supremely talented horse. Unfortunately, he just can't seem to stay on the racetrack. He ran that one time in the Suburban. After that, took a tough beat in there to
Max Player.
Max Player, who went on to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga. Unfortunately, he was supposed to come back this year, and he's had a setback. Now, he's not standing at stud. I guess they can try to bring him back this year, but it's tough, right? 5-year-old, another setback. You have to be concerned. It's too bad. It's a really nice horse.
Meanwhile, we talked about Lone Rock, and we'll get to him more in a moment. He's at 2-1 on the board. His stablemate, also for Robertino Diodoro, Thomas Shelby, who's going to be in front. He's quick, and he's a big price right now, too.
Yeah, I think he's a ridiculous overlay in here. And, you know, when he lost this race to Lone Rock, he wasn't able to make the lead, and he was going 1 1/8 miles. So it was really against his wheelhouse and in Lone Rock's wheelhouse. Now it's 1 1/16 miles, and he's supposed to be able to make the lead. He couldn't make the lead last time. That was a wicked pace. He actually ran very, very well, all things considered. On paper, he's supposed to be in front. Now, he may end up not being good enough, and I won't be shocked if he is. But I'm trying to figure out why, when he ran so well under less more adverse circumstances. And he lost by 3/4 of a length to Lone Rock. Why, when he has more in his favor, is he 5 times the price of that horse? To me, is a ridiculous overlay.
Yeah, it seems strange. So 9-1 right now. We'll see that price, gotta think, is going to come down in here. David Cohen, you see him there in those emerald green silks of M&M Racing. He'll be aboard for Diodoro coming up. This horse 10 for 25 lifetime.
Yeah, I really think that he's in a position where he has a chance to win. I'm scared of Promise Keeper. I've never really liked, but Todd Pletcher's terrific shipping there at Oaklawn. I thought Plainsman was the horse to beat, though, Greg.
Well, Brad Cox believes Plainsman, 7-year-old, who was just 3rd in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, thought that was the best race he has ever run in his career. Training great coming in. This will be his 7-year-old debut. Guess who's aboard?
It's
going to hurt the price.
He's good.
He's 2-1. Slight second choice on the board. Grade 3 Razorback. Next from Oaklawn when we come back.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Backstretch workers are the backbone of the thoroughbred racing industry. Without them, racing would not be possible. The New York Racetrack Chaplaincy provides vital programs and services to all the workers and their families, like Sponsor a Family, the Food Pantry, as well as other recreational activities and events. You can help by visiting our website and donating today. Every dollar makes a difference to those who give everything to the sport that we love.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, Grade 3 Razorback. Up next, here's our post-parade, and we start with Popular Kid. Figures suggest he's got a chance in this race. He's a huge price.
Yeah, he is an awfully big price. He's not a bad horse, but this is a tough spot.
He's beat Thomas Shelby. He's beat Rated R Superstar. Here's the 2 Superstock.
Yeah, I think he's taking an awful lot of money. I just think he'd have to run better. He couldn't beat Last Samurai last time, who's 13-1. Don't quite get that.
Arkansas Derby winner, making his 4-year-old debut. Here's Lone Rock.
Is he a 1/16 horse? He's better going longer. He has one at the distance. Will he get enough pace?
Rated R Superstar. He just won last time out. He took the 5th season here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, what a ride he got last time, huh? He really got a terrific ride.
And his pilot, David Cabrera, will be back aboard.
Neat 9-year-old.
Yep, who's won over $1.2 million in his career. Here's Promise Keeper. This is going to be his 4-year-old debut for Todd Pletcher.
Obviously, he's going to have to improve off his races. Todd Pletcher has terrific numbers, well over 30% with his shippers to Oaklawn.
How close is he going to be to Thomas Shelby early?
He's not really that fast. He's never been in races that particularly fast paces, maybe 3rd or 4th.
10-1 on Shelby with Diodoro or David Cohen for Diodoro, I should say.
Either the board is announcing he has absolutely no chance to win, or he's one of the great overlays of all time.
Last Samurai, John Court for Dallas Stewart.
He's an improving horse, the newly turned 4-year-old that's improving. Maybe he takes another step forward.
Yeah, beat Superstock in the last time we saw him in a stakes race. Plainsman, here he is. He was 3rd in that Cigar Mile the last time we saw him for Brad Cox.
Funny horse. He was tremendous. He won the Discovery. He looked like he was going to be a killer 4-year-old, and things just went the wrong way for him. And now suddenly, a few years later, he seems to be turning back into that horse they always thought he could be.
Well, Lone Rock, they have designs on Dubai if things go well here. And Gary, we know how good he is at longer distances. He's been effective at a mile and a 16th as well, though.
Yeah, he's been effective at a mile and a 16th, but that's when he was a claiming horse for Robertino Diodoro, claimed for $40,000. Robertino reached back in, claimed him the next time, and that's when his ascension started, when they start stretching him out to further distances. But look, he doesn't need to carry his racetrack with him. He wins everywhere that he goes, continues to win. He's got this swagger to him, and he faced some trouble in his last race, actually, and people wonder about shortening up from the mile and an eighth of the Tinsel in his last race, where he did have some adversity in the final turn. He was bottled up. If he had gotten loose earlier, I believe if the race would have been a mile, he could have won going a mile that day. But he's facing a different type today. He seems to know where the finish line is, but he's facing some horses that are specialists at this distance. I respect the horse. I'm a fan of the horse. He's getting better with age, just like a fine wine. They want to take a show on the road overseas to Dubai. They're using this as sort of a prep race. I don't think he has to win today, just as long as he makes a good showing, because that distance of the Dubai World Cup is a mile and a quarter, guys.
Gary, thanks. We got to watch a lot of his races. He was one of the great stories in this sport of last year.
Oh, he's a cool horse. And, he had that very, very, impressive blowout win in the Brooklyn on Belmont Stakes Day that caught a lot of people's attention. And he just looked tremendous that day. He kicked away. And it really, I think he shows also how much better a horse can be if he's running the right distance, right? I mean, I know he won a mile and eighth last time. We'll see how he does today. But this is a horse that really excels in those long-distance races.
Meanwhile, Plainsman, he has now become the favorite in here for Brad Cox. 7-year-old son of Flatter, closing in on $1 million in earnings. This was his cigar mile, how he ended last year.
Had a little bit of traffic. I think Jonathan liked him in this race at a big price. I thought I know somebody liked him. My friend Nick liked him. Maybe it wasn't Jonathan, but he actually ran well in here. 19-1. Got a little bit of traffic there. Tried to get the outside, had to sort of make that room for himself. I thought it was a nice effort by him. There's American Revolution outside of him with a better ground. And no embarrassment losing to them. Looking forward to all the horses in this race when they come back. American Revolution. Obviously, the Run Happy that finished second, following C. We'll see what he does. Olympiad is running against Miles D in the Mine Shaft next week at Fairgrounds on their big card. So we'll see. He's the elder statesman of that group, right?
Plainsman, Brad Cox believes doing as good as he ever has been in his career now as a 7-year-old. Jonathan, he's now the favorite.
Yeah, and look, and Andy, it was Nick, but we're both from Texas, so it's basically like the same thing. If he likes the horse, I could claim the horse as well. I think I used the horse in my picks because of Nick. I think this horse can run well in here. I mean, I wanted to kind of think that, maybe he's going to run better getting back to Lasix, but he's run well enough without Lasix. Now, some of his best races, I would say, kind of in the summer last year, he was on Lasix. But look, he kind of comes from out of it. You get Joel Rosario. Who more do you want when you're coming from kind of off the pace? I think this is probably the most likely winner. But I will say this. Lone Rock is a really, really cool horse. And I thought last time he had no shot going the mile and an eighth. He kind of proved me wrong there. I'm hopeful, because I'm a big fan of this horse, that he runs well in here. I'm not crazy about the fact that he's just so dominant at these mile and a half and longer distances, and now we're asking him to face good horses at a mile and a 16th. I wouldn't be shocked if he won. And I would tell the ownership group with Jay and Randy, regardless of what happens here, let's go to Dubai and run at a mile and a quarter, where Lone Rock will have some pace to close into. He's got to run against a monster, but big money over there. The other horse I'll mention quickly, Rated R Superstar, ran well last time off of a layoff. He did get a bit of a setup, but maybe he'll get another setup here. He ran well enough, and he likes it at Oaklawn Park. He's 4 for 19 in his career.
That's the horse who Jonathan won with on our program a few years back at 18-1 on this program. We'll see. He's 10-1 on the board this afternoon. So we'll see. Lone Rock, neat horse. Not his ideal distance. He's not as good against better horses at this distance, but we'll see if he can do it. Meanwhile, Promise Keeper for Todd Pletcher, Peter Pan winner from last year. He's been off since June of last year. He feels Pletcher, so a horse that does want to attend the pace. We'll see how close he is early.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be that far back. he was improving for Todd. And no, he didn't run against the best of horses, but he was improving for Todd. And you do have to worry, what happened? He didn't go on the party circuit for the last 8 months. Obviously, there was some issue that kept him out of racing. For what it's worth, at Oaklawn Park over the last 5 years, Todd Pletcher's 11 for 36, 31%, a $2.09 ROI. In graded stakes, he's 6 for 17, 35% with a 265 ROI. I know everybody thinks that Bob Baffert's the guy that ships to Oaklawn and wins all the time. Bob Baffert's numbers shipping to Oaklawn are not that good. Todd Pletcher's are exceptionally good. I'm sure that Todd probably feels you want to get a good run at him. Obviously, you want to win, and maybe he's thinking, I keep him there, and we'll eventually run him in the Oaklawn Park Handicap, or maybe he ships him back to Florida, see how he runs. But we'll see. He's going to have to improve, but he wouldn't be the first horse from Todd Pletcher's barn to do that.
Oh, he asked a lot of them. I mean, start number 2, he breaks his maiden, then he put him into the Derby trail in the Tampa Bay Derby.
It's his only bad race, though. I mean, he's never run. And also, if you take that race out, 65 buyer, 77 buyer, 87 buyer, 90 buyer, 96 buyer, every race an improvement in the one before it. We'll see what he can do off a layoff. This isn't a grade 1 field, but there are some nice hard-knocking horses in here.
Meanwhile, 9-5 favorite has become Plainsman for Brad Cox here to the outside. And I think we both kind of agree. Lone Rock, I root for this horse. He's tremendous. He's been so much fun to watch, but he is a lot better going longer. And 2-1 for him seems like an underlay.
Yeah, I don't like him. I mean, I'll tip my hat to him if he wins. I don't like his chances today. Of the Diodoro horses, I not only of the Diodoro, I bet on Thomas Shelby. Not a big bet, but a small bet. My biggest exacta, though, is with the 8. I used the 5 Promise Keeper a little bit. I think this is a race that you want the forward horses, and I think you'll see the 5, 6, and 8 as the 3 horses that are most forward here.
Meanwhile, Popular Kid stepping in. Mentioned he's crushed Thomas Shelby. That was a muddy track, though. He beat Rated R Superstar just 3 starts back. 15-time winner who's being dismissed on the board. We'll see. He's an 8-year-old. We've got some elder statesmen up in here coming back for more, including Lone Rock. Now it's 7, trying to win and maybe punch a ticket to the Dubai World Cup with a big performance here. He'll break from post 3. It's the grade 3 Razorback. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Thomas Shelby broke beautifully and goes to the front from Popular Kid and Last Samurai. Plainsman is near the pace, and there goes Plainsman up into second. Lone Rock is next, then Superstock. Promise Keeper had to check sharply right after the break, and the early trailer is Rated R Superstar. A match race to the backstretch, and they're flying along. It is Thomas Shelby from Plainsman, and they have opened up 3.5 lengths on Popular Kid. Another 2 lengths back to Last Samurai. Lone Rock is 5th with about 6 lengths to make up. Arkansas Derby winner Superstock is at the rail. Then it's 3.5 back to Promise Keeper, and Rated R Superstar would make up 13 lengths in the final half mile if he won the 63rd Razorback Handicap, and the leader is still Thomas Shelby. Thomas Shelby a half mile from the money, a neck in front of Plainsman in second. Now back markers are closer. Popular Kid races in 3rd with Superstock at the rail in 4th. Last Samurai and Lone Rock both have 4 lengths to make up. Promise Keeper has got to go from there. He's 8 off the lead. Rated R Superstar, the trailer, no change in the top 2. Thomas Shelby and Plainsman. These 2 have been at each other all the way around the racetrack. Plainsman outside. Thomas Shelby at the rail, and Plainsman is half ahead in front. Popular Kid races in 3rd. 2 back to Last Samurai. Lone Rock. Plainsman past mid-stretch. He is going to have to continue to work. Here comes Superstock in the center. He's got a chance. It is Plainsman and Thomas Shelby. They are still right together. They are still trading punches. Plainsman, Thomas Shelby. Plainsman, Thomas Shelby. Plainsman wins! Wow, what a race between those 2 guys. Thomas Shelby and Plainsman, neither deserve to lose. Plainsman won.
All the way around the racetrack. Plainsman, Thomas Shelby, going neck and neck, and in the end, it's a 7-year-old son of Flatter for Brad Cox with Joel Rosario.
And Joel is right to be aggressive in here, because if he hadn't been, then Thomas Shelby would have won. He was a tremendous overlay at 7-1, and we talked about it before the race. And I said to you, he wanted forward horses. Well, that's what you got, and they ran 1-2. In fact, they ran 1-2-3 around the track, right? I mean, I know that he was calling Superstock, but that was actually Popular Kid, the long shot that you liked in there, and they ran 1-2-3 around the track. You know who may have run sneaky well? I'd want to watch it again. Is Promise Keeper, because he was making the best run of anybody from well back in the pack. But, you know, very astute of Joel Rosario, to my detriment. Because we were both sort of wondering, Joel, aren't you being a little over-aggressive? And I think Joel may have thought like we did, that the 7 was really the one he was supposed to worry about. Because he rode like, that's the one I really need to beat. Because if he had lost this race and they collapsed, people would have said, why were you going after Thomas Shelby, right? And, you know, we said it looked like a race they'd be forward. They were. And, Greg, I'm losing way too many photos at Oaklawn.
Love this game, don't you?
Greatest game
Joel
in the world.
Rosario refusing to let Thomas Shelby get loose on the lead and able to eke out a win here. And this horse absolutely in the form of his life right now. Picks up another Grade 3 victory, 9th win of his career. And Brad Cox just has this horse going in the right direction now as a 7-year-old.
It's such a funny trajectory, his career. I wish, you know, we almost had like an arc of his career pre-Ps, because he got really good for Brad Cox. He ended up in Shug McGay's barn. In fact, I think he had a race in Saratoga that he ran so badly, Tom Amos beat him. And he just was like nowhere. I kid, but I think Tom may have won a race Saratoga's back. He just couldn't seem to, he couldn't run anymore. And now he's turned it back around. Yeah, I mean, Shug had him, but then his son, Reeve, had him.
Okay.
But Shug had him. In fact, I think that's before Reeve went out on his own, and it just seemed like he was spinning his wheels. But Brad's got him back in his game, and he's a cool horse. He really is.
Plainsman out dueling Thomas Shelby. That was just fun. A race like that, to see those two just create separation and battle each other the entire way around the track.
No, that was really cool. And, you know, he's our friend Anthony Stabile. He loved this horse. Like, going in his 4-year-old, he said he was going to be horse of the year. Well, it took him a while. He's not horse of the year, but he's still a pretty good horse.
And it comes up with a big one here for Shortleaf Stable. Brad Cox, Joel Rosario, Razorback goes to Plainsman. We'll be back.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.com. PlateRace.net today. We just saw a fun one of the Grade 3 Razorback Plainsman, Thomas Shelby, going head-to-head all the way around the track, and in the end, it's Plainsman in his 7-year-old debut, the victor.
Boy, Thomas Shelby was game. You know, you kept sort of waiting him to do that little fade on the rail, you know, and he just kept sticking with him. But I think you have to give a lot of credit to Brad Cox and Joel Rosario, because even though, you know, Thomas Shelby was a big price, I think they understood that he was the horse they had to worry about in there, because they really were aggressive in this race. And I think they understood, I don't care what price he is, Lone Rock beats us, he beats us. We're not letting that guy beat us on the front end.
Terrific how they drew up what they had to do in here, and it was dead on. $5.80, Plainsman the win. Now a multiple graded stakes winner in his career, and at 7 years old, still going strong. It's a good field, too, for a Grade 3 that he beats.
No question about it. I mean, this will come up a solid enough fig. I don't think they have unrealistic expectations in general. I mean, at some point you want to face him, but it's a big purse for the Oaklawn Part Handicap. It's a big, important race. And he's just a cool horse. It's great to see a 7-year-old. He's not a gelding. He's a horse. So still see him running, and still running at this level. You just don't see it enough in this game. And obviously, Plainsman is as good, really, as he ever was.
And, you know, we showed you briefly that Grade 1 Cigar Mile where he had ground taken away from him a little bit. He could have been, I don't know if he would have won, but he would have been a little bit closer in a Grade 1.
He couldn't make that clean run, you know?
Yeah.
Which the winner made. And the winner was the one who kept him in. It was good race riding. But, yeah, I mean, he's competing at a pretty high level, this guy. And these are the kind of horses you can root for. And listen, he just beat me for a bunch of money. So I'm not thrilled by it. But I think he's the kind of horse you tip your hat when he wins. And you love to see that. And you just don't see it enough. People are always saying, these horses should stay in training. Well, he's in training. Let's root for him.
And I got to give credit, too, to the connections of Lone Rock. They did the right thing with the horse. They had a tremendous year last year. Give him a shot to see what he could do. And if they were going to go against the handicap division, maybe at 1.25 miles. Didn't work out. They know what he does best. They can go back to doing what he does best.
You're always supposed to take the shot. Sometimes it's better to run 7th than to not run. You need to know where you belong with horses. It's no shame in defeat. I think that too much in this game is too much focus putting on winning. A loss gives you answers, as you're suggesting, sometimes as much as a win.
Plainsman, impressive. His pilot standing by with Gary Stevens.
Joel, first of all, congratulations on your first Eclipse Award. Well deserved on Thursday night. And, boy, Plainsman, Thomas Shelby put on a heck of a show. Was the plan always to be aggressive early on and attack him?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for everything, Gary. You know, thanks for congratulating me. That's very nice. Thank you so much. I mean, there was a plan. I thought he was the speed horse, and then, you know, break out of there and see what happened. Maybe he would have gone. Then if he don't break, maybe we could be forwardly placed, maybe in front. But I mean, I could have gone the first swing, but then he decided to go too. So I just kind of decided to just be there, hanging for a little bit, and see what happened. And he did well. I mean, you can see it was the end of the race between hanging and me, and then he was one of the wins. So that was good.
Joel, you've got a lot of fans out there. No bigger fan than myself. I love to watch you finish. To me, the best finisher in the game. I want to thank you for your time and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I love you too, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Class act.
Hall of Famer with a future Hall of Famer right there in the reigning Eclipse Award winner. It's amazing that it took this long for him to get it, because Joe, for a long time, he's been one of the absolute best in the game.
Incredible. He started out he was a sensation when he was in California. You were in California then. I was here, and all I did was hear about how great he was, and then I got a chance to see for myself, and I think you can see in that interview just what a good guy he is. He's just a really, really humble, terrific guy, and you know, to get a chance to talk to him and know him a little bit is really a pleasure.
We're going to recap some of the big action from earlier today, including that road to the Triple Crown from Oldsmar, Florida, Sam F. Davis, and back on track, Classic Causeway. I think they know what tactics they want going forward with this horse. On the lead and in front. We'll be back to talk Derby next.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual-surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Introducing Adelphi Racing Club, the horse racing syndicate offering more than just fractional ownership. Enjoy the thrill of an interactive thoroughbred ownership experience competing at the sport's highest level. Attend events where you'll interact with top trainers, industry professionals, and club members. We've cheered on winners from coast to coast at top tracks such as Santa Anita and Saratoga.
And it will be Exotic West.
Become part of a group that celebrates success together. Visit AdelphiRacing.com and join the club today.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. It's time to start thinking Triple Crown, and tickets already on sale for the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the test of the champion, the Belmont Stakes.
And don't get shut out. Tennis is limited to 50,000. And, you know, this is a year we can come back and celebrate it, right? Nobody 2 years ago, 11,000 last year. We don't have the room in the backyard, but 50,000 racing fans being there. We're hoping to have the infield ready for people by 2024. But don't miss this Belmont Stakes. Get back. You know, we're looking forward to having the big crowd back, and get those tickets because, you know, you say 50,000, it sounds like a lot. It's going to sell out, and you don't want to get shut out of what, not just the Belmont Stakes, their leg of Triple Crown, but basically a mid-years Breeders' Cup.
BelmontStakes.com, where you go for those tickets. Of course, we're already on that road to the Triple Crown. We saw a prep earlier today from Oldsmar, Florida, in the Grade 3. Sam F. Davis and Classic Causeway getting back to what was successful for him in his debut.
Brian Lynch experimented in Kentucky. He didn't run badly, but I think he clearly understood, I've got to be aggressive with this guy. And there's nothing wrong with experimenting, especially with a real Triple Crown horse, because you're going to get in situations where it's to your benefit. He's a better horse in the front end. He didn't get the pressure that you thought he might get from the 13. They went quickly, though, the first quarter. They were able to slow it down, but he was a dominant winner of this race. The New York bred Shipsational, I think he ran fabulous. And I say that having not liked his chances at all, because it's not like other horses were making big runs, and he made a nice run to finish second, so hats off to the New York bred.
Pedigree-wise, too, you would think this horse can just go and go and go, and the way he finished there, does it, I mean, look, he got it, as you said, he got a very slow second quarter.
He got a breather.
Sure.
But they get breathers in races, and speed is dangerous. I don't, you know, right now, any horse that runs well in these preps, I think you have to say that horse is a theoretical Derby contender, because I know Messier ran a big figure in California. First of all, he's not eligible for the Derby right now. Doesn't mean he won't be in the Derby, but he needs to change trainers effectively and all likely to get points. But he did that with the racetrack very much in his favor, and considering his prior form, I want to see it again in a less complementary circumstances. This Derby is wide open. As wide open as I can remember.
It really is. It's going to be a fun road just getting to that first Saturday in May. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, a young man who's having great success in just his second full season of riding here in Hot Springs. Francisco Arrieta. Took him a little while to get going. He's making up for lost time.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you where you can play all these races we show you with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app. Jockey Francisco Arrieta is living out his dream. He's among the leaders at this Oaklawn meet in just his second full season of riding here. But that dream early on may have seemed more like a nightmare. Getting few opportunities and even fewer trips to the winner's circle, he had to have extreme patience and unwavering faith that that dream would become a reality. Francisco Arrieta's childhood dream was to become a jockey.
Because my first time when I see a horse, man, I fell in love. What a beautiful feeling, you know.
Arrieta, a native of Venezuela, moved his tack to the United States in 2014.
When I started here, it was hard for me, you know, to get a chance. I don't speak any English and I don't know nobody. It was pretty hard. I have to gallop like for 2.5 years and ride a couple horses, you know, it was really hard.
He would need a strong belief in himself because this dream would require plenty of patience. Over a 3-year span from 2015 to 2017, Arrieta rode 210 races, winning just 3 times. Yes, 3 years, just 3 winners.
For sure, I work every day, you know. Almost don't no day off, you know, working hard.
But patience, work ethic, and faith in God would lead Arrieta to finally break through as leading rider at smaller tracks off the beaten path.
I was in New York at the time. I started working for Robertino Deodoro, galloping, and I galloped for him like a year, and I asked him for ride horse, you know, and the opportunity didn't come in New York, so they moved to Arizona, so I asked him to give me the opportunity. So finally I moved with my family to Arizona and I started riding over there, and that was unbelievable after that.
It's going to be Senor Friday to win the Turf Paradise Derby.
He's one of the hardest workers. You know, he's a very good worker, got a good attitude. He's a good rider. He's a kid that started right from the bottom up, paid his dues, and it was just 3-4 years ago where he was galloping and picking up claimed horses for us at Saratoga during the summer to make extra money. So he's come a long way in a short period. Like I said, he's a kid that started right from the bottom. So got to give guys like him a lot of credit.
Then Arrieta came to Oaklawn for the first time in 2021, and he won 50 races, finishing 3rd in the jockey standings. On the year, Arrieta's mounts earned $5.5 million, compared to $62,000 just 4 years earlier.
I like Arkansas, you know. It's a nice place, nice people around here. I used to be happy to be here, you know, and it's not hard to ride in this racetrack, you know, it's easy.
He also recorded his first Oaklawn Stakes victory in The Bachelor aboard Jackson Traveler for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen.
Well, I just remember that was a nice horse. He just break and go to the lead. That was an easy winner, you know, nice horse.
Jackson Traveler beat the gate and beats the Bachelor. Jackson Traveler in front.
For the boy who started riding in Venezuela at age 16, it's been a long, winding 16-year journey.
About 4 or 5 years, I was, Mom, I want to be a rider. She said, no. I told her, let me be a rider. I want to be a champion, you know. Don't worry about it. It took me 10 years to win my first title, leading rider. 10 years, working hard, no day off, no vacation or nothing, you know. So, but here I am.
Well, and all that hard work is paying off. And great to see for Francisco Arrieta. Look where he is, right behind Ricardo Santana Jr., second in the current standings.
And I think you'll agree, we like what we've seen from him, watching him ride at Oaklawn. And I think one of the things that's helped Oaklawn really become the premier winter meet, and it really is right up there with anybody, is that they have a very strong riding colony. And it's important for racetracks, I think, you know, to get the general public to start betting, to have a confidence and feel like they're going to get good rides. And with Oaklawn, they've got a good colony.
Well, we've heard how hard he works. Gary Stevens, what's impressed you about Francisco?
Well, let's start off with the adversity that he faced when he was younger, when he started this long journey that he's been through. It's hardened him, it's toughened him, and his faith in God, it shows. And he talked about his love of the horse the first time that he sat on a horse, that he fell in love with the horses. And I can see that passion in the mornings. He works, and I haven't seen him take a day off unless I've had a day off. Maybe that's why he took the day off, because I didn't see that he had a day off. But he's out every morning, and I think the thing that impresses me the most about him is he doesn't stop working. He never stops trying to improve. And when I talked about the adversity hardened him, he's tough out on the racetrack. He doesn't cut anybody any slack. He rides hard. He puts people in tight when he needs to. He can be aggressive. I won't say that he rides dangerous any whatsoever. That's not my point. But he rides hard. He rides every race like it's $1 million race. So he's fun to watch, and I enjoy seeing a young rider continue to grow. And we haven't seen the best of Arrieta at this point in time, guys.
Well, we're going to get to see him in the nightcap coming up in Oaklawn. He'll be on the current favorite Deputy Connect for Brad Cox. Stay with us. We'll be back. Finale from Oaklawn is next.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races and the finale. Our last order of business coming up on the Saturday card here from Oaklawn. Maiden Special Weight. Everyone looking for that first win on the resume. Traveling a 2-turn mile coming up in Francisco Arrieta, who we just heard about. He'll be on Deputy Connect, the current 9-5 favorite for Brad Cox.
Yeah, this is the horse to beat. Brad Cox is stretching this horse out from a second start. This horse, I mean, they don't just because he closed sprinting doesn't mean he's going to win going long, stretching out. But my gosh, this guy was absolutely flying. He was way back. This horse is very dangerous in here. I'm scared of the 7. I'm going to bet the 7 to win and bet a 2-7 exacta box and press the 2-7. Chiliano's run well and had a tough trip last time, but Deputy Connect's the horse to beat.
Well, there's only one first-timer in the field. That's the 4, We the People with more. Let's go back to Gary.
Yeah, guys, I've been observing this horse for a long time, for the last month or so, and especially the last week leading up to today's race. And I'll just note that Florent Giroux actually broke post parade with this horse, got him out of the lineup to get a good warm-up for him. And this horse he's had a lot of long stamina building gallops leading up to this race with horses in front of him, well, a main horse in front of him while he's training. So he's a horse I'm looking at. Florent Giroux, he rides a majority of Brad Cox horses. That's his go-to guy. So when I look at the 2-horse for Brad Cox, Deputy Commander, it makes me wonder, why is Florent not on there? Well, Arrieta rode him last time. He's got the experience. He deserves to be the favorite, but We the People at 7-2 right now. I like what I see in the mornings. I like what I see out there on the racetrack, guys.
Gary, thanks. He is 7-2, holding at his morning line.
Can we go to the guy who gave out the pick 5? The cross-country
well
pick
done,
5?
Jonathan. Cross country gave it out.
Congrats to him.
Just over $300?
Yeah, nice. I mean, you know, good job. Not easy.
JK, well done.
About time you picked a winner.
Thank you. I like the 7 here, and if you hit the pick 5, I'm glad. Bet it on the Rams tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.
Well, now I know I'm betting the Super Bowl at least. I'm all in on Cleveland.
We'll remind you again. Good luck. FS2, 3 Eastern
Or
start
Cincinnati,
time.
Right. Cleveland's not going to win Super Bowl. I'm definitely
Very
they're
little
a bad
chance.
pick.
Nightcap coming up. Deputy Connect 1 to beat. See if Arietta can get another win here. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. We the People and Switzer with Rome and Summer in Malibu. Those 4 going fast. Frisco Line is next, then Uncle Burley, followed by Chileno and to the outside Papa Rocket. Kuchar is second to last. Then comes Deputy Connect, and the trailer is Unstable Prince. Summer in Malibu faster than Kuchar to the backstretch and We the People. So Summer in Malibu leads by 2. We the People is second from Switzer, 3 deep in third with Rome at the rail in fourth. 2.5 to Frisco Line and Uncle Burley. They've got about 6 lengths to make up. Then it's 2.5 more to Chileno between horses, Kuchar 3 wide, at the rail Deputy Connect and Papa Rocket. And the trailer is Unstable Prince midway on the backstretch. Finish line is the 16th pole, and the leader is Summer in Malibu. Rome is going to make an early move, and there goes Rome into the far turn. He challenges Summer in Malibu. Those 2 have sprinted 2 lengths clear of We the People. Then 1.5 lengths to Switzer. To the outside Frisco Line, Papa Rocket's on the move. There goes Papa Rocket for Frank Fletcher racing around the far turn. 2 lengths further left back to Uncle Burley and Unstable Prince with Chileno and Deputy Connect. The leader is still Summer in Malibu. And here comes We the People 3 wide. We the People, a first-time starter threatening to run a very big one. And he's off the top of the turn. And the new leader, We the People, comes slingshotting off the turn. And he leads by 2.5 lengths to Summer in Malibu. Deputy Connect is erupting from the back of the pack. But We the People has got this one wrapped up. Deputy Connect into second. We the People. We the People won by 5. Deputy Connect was second. Chileno third. Summer in Malibu finished fourth.
Not too late in the game to be on the Derby Trail. It is not. We the People debut win here. Impressive.
Yeah, no, he was. I think by his name, he's a son of Constitution. Nice, impressive, good, very, 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 very impressive debut for him, no doubt. The favorite of the 2 got himself a little bit of a jackpot in the backstretch. Didn't have the best of trips and ran pretty well, but winner was impressive.
Well done, Gary Stevens, who's had his eye on this horse, and that was an impressive debut. It's worth the wait here. Constitution out of a Tis Now mare for Rudolph Brissett, Windstar Farm. Impressive in the debut. So that brings that card to a close at Oaklawn. We are done as well. Tomorrow we're back on FS2, 3 Eastern start time. We're on FS1, 5 Eastern start time. So another busy Sunday coming up.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Look forward to it.
As do I. I'll see you on the train.
Some big performances.
Maybe you can make it.
I'll try my best. Real quick, Classic Causeway, prospects going forward for him on the Derby Trail.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, he did what he had to do today, and he did it impressively. So all systems go. A lot more to prove on the trail, but he's in the conversation.
And Nest.
She did what she had to. It's going to get it tougher for her going forward, but she ran well.
Again, we'll see you tomorrow, 3 Eastern start time on FS2. The 7-year-old Plainsman going all the way around the racetrack with Thomas Shelby and Joel Rosario and Brad Cox out dueling that one for the win. Well done. Baris, perfect 3 for 3. Bold Journey just folds in the stretch after it looked like he had that race wrapped up in the Gander. And Classic Causeway will continue on that Triple Crown Trail with a gate-to-wire score under Irad Ortiz Jr. and the Sam F. Davis.